Chapter 4296. Moo. The green ox let out an angry moo as its body shot out. In the blink of an eye, it was already tens of millions of kilometers away. After all, it was a titled emperor stage expert. Tens of millions of kilometers of space were nothing to it. Boss, you. Aren't you being too impatient? Right at this moment, the elephant fox ferret that was lying on Yi Xian's shoulder anxiously spoke again. It doesn't seem like it's time for us to leave yet. There's something even better in that place. Roar, the green ox snorted gloomily. Its four hooves suddenly stopped in midair, and it instantly braked. Old man, you did that on purpose, didn't you? You're panting when you talk. Yi Xian was speechless. He rolled his eyes gloomily and exerted some force with his feet. The green ox immediately turned around and rushed towards the void that they had just left. In just a short breath, the three of them had already returned to their original point. They once again stood in the void of the universe in front of the exploded star. Speak, what other good things are there? Where is it? Yi Xian raised his hand and directly twisted the elephant fox ferret off his shoulder. He threw it into the void in front of him with an unhappy expression. Wait a minute, the aura is a little strange. There's a very unique fragrance, and it's not the smell of the body, but the smell of the soul. The small figure of the elephant fox ferret tumbled a few times in the void, and after stabilizing itself, it immediately flew around the surrounding void. As it flew, it kept sniffing, and the words it said were even more strange and strange. The smell of the soul. And it's actually some kind of unique fragrance. Yi Xian was confused when he heard this. He subconsciously frowned. Why didn't this star master smell it? There was one more thing he did not say, and that was that not only him, even the devouring system in his body did not seem to have any reaction. This time, Yi Xian could not help but be a little suspicious. He thought that there might be something wrong with the elephant fox ferret's nose, or perhaps his intuition was wrong. After all, the devouring system in his body did not react, which was enough to prove that there was a problem. Yi Xian was still extremely reliant on it. Moo. That's right. Little ferret, I'm afraid you've made a mistake this time. The green ox also raised its head and mooed softly with an unfriendly expression. It continued in a muffled voice, this king's ox nose is also very sensitive. Back then, there were so many ox beauties. I blindfolded them and they flashed before my eyes one by one. I've never made a mistake. I'm right with one sniff. F***ck. Yi Xian was speechless. He rolled his eyes and cursed. It seemed that this damn ox was still brooding over the past. It kept thinking about those ox head beauties. It was almost turning into resentment. Beauty. A beauty. She was definitely a beauty. This old ox can smell it. This is the body fragrance of a beauty. It can directly produce an effect on the soul. This beauty who has long since passed away definitely has an extraordinary background. It was also at this moment that the elephantine, who had flown to the void behind him, suddenly shrieked with incomparable excitement. His figure directly transformed into a streak of lightning-like dark radiance, charging towards the abandoned star that was only a few million kilometers away from him. It's on this abandoned star. Boss, Niu Er Wang, there is a beauty buried in the core of the abandoned star. Moo. Little Moo, stop right there. Upon hearing that there was a beauty, the green ox's reaction was actually faster than Yi Xian's. It immediately raised its head and mooed angrily. As soon as the mooing sounded, its figure had already disappeared. It actually directly teleported and appeared in the void in front of the elephantine. Bang! With a raise of its hind hooves, the elephantine that was charging in that direction was directly kicked away by the green ox's hooves. It howled miserably as its figure flew back thousands of kilometers. Humph, you little moo, this is this king's ox head beauty. Why are you so agitated? After kicking the elephantine away, the green ox did not stop at all. As it muttered, it teleported again. In less than half a breath, it had already appeared in the sky above the abandoned star in front of it. It stood on its hind legs and stomped down with its front hooves. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The even larger abandoned star instantly exploded. A ball of hazy green light shot out from the shattered core of the star and rushed into the void to the right. It was clearly a ball of profound jade essence crystal. It did not have the slightest bit of purple. It was the purest green crystal. It was not big, only about 3 meters in radius. The beauty that the elephantine was talking about was naturally not the ox head beauty that the green ox had misunderstood. It was clearly a human woman wearing a blue gauze dress. Half of her left shoulder was gone, and there were many wounds on her body. Her gauze dress was stained with blood. However, her body was still relatively intact. Unfortunately, this woman who was sealed inside a piece of profound jade essence crystal had clearly died long ago. Moreover, she had most likely died countless years ago. Moo. Seeing this piece of profound jade essence crystal and the human woman sealed inside it, the green ox, who was originally extremely excited, raised its head and let out a sorrowful and angry moo, revealing a strong sense of despair. Where's the ox head beauty that was promised? Why did she suddenly become a human? Damn it, she doesn't even have horns on her head, and her nostrils are smaller than copper bells. She's so king ugly. Such a peerless beauty, whether it was her appearance, figure, or graceful and otherworldly temperament, was definitely comparable to the corpse ancestor, drought demon, or the nine-tailed celestial fox. But now, she was criticized by the green ox to be so ugly. Such a strange aesthetic view shocked Yi Qingyu. A chill ran down Xian's spine. He almost impulsively attacked and killed this old fellow on the spot. Buzz! Weng weng weng. It was also at this moment that the primordial heavy artifact, Yen Luo, that Yi Xian had kept in his undying world, suddenly trembled violently without any warning. This situation had already happened twice before. The remains of the nine-tailed heavenly fox and the celestial phoenix maiden's treasures from their previous lives were discovered. At this time, all of them were like this. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart suddenly moved, and he cried out involuntarily, "It can't be so coincidental, right? Could it be that I bumped into another one? If that's the case, is the woman sealed in this profound jade essence crystal the fairy of the nine heavens, or Fairy Xia?" Whoosh! As he cried out, Yi Xian's movements did not slow down at all. With a wave of his hand, the Yen Luo was taken out from the undying world in his body. It floated in the air in front of him, expanded with the wind, and turned into a pink silk cloth that was 100 feet wide, slowly unfolding. "Master, I'm the fairy of the mystery realm." Almost at the same time, from the pink silk cloth, an incomparably weak voice of a woman with a faint sense of fear quietly sounded, "The sisters are still in deep sleep and have not awakened." But, the fairy of the mystery realm sensed the previous life, the aura of the treasure body, so the slumbering source of spiritual sense was unexpectedly awakened. "The fairy of the nine heavens? It's actually you." The guess in his heart was finally confirmed. Yi Xian's heart trembled, and his eyes instantly lit up. Chapter 4297. Get lost. Yi Xian was so angry that he kicked out, sending the green ox that was shamelessly rubbing against him flying. After rolling his eyes, he once again swept his gaze towards the 300-meter-long silk net in front of him. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Mysterious fairy, the nine-tailed celestial fox and the celestial phoenix maiden were able to reconstruct their real bodies with the help of their past lives. Can you do the same? If so, do you need me to help you put away your past life treasure in front of you? Although I am only left with a trace of my spiritual sense, it is still the treasure of my past life and they can still sense each other. Otherwise, I would not have suddenly woken up in advance." The gentle voice of the nine heavens mystic fairy could be heard again from the pink treasure that was fluttering in the wind. "Master, you only need to watch from the side. If there are no other problems, I will take back the treasure body of my previous life and use it to reconstruct my true body of this life." Yi Xian nodded. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously blurted out, "That's right, this Star Master has seen the treasures of the nine-tailed heavenly fox and the celestial phoenix maiden from their previous lives, and they are quite incomplete. Their real bodies have been restored to the immortal realm. Looking at your precious body from your previous life, although it has some scars, it is only missing half an arm. Moreover, the entire precious body is sealed within a piece of profound jade essence crystal. Although it has been through countless years, the energy loss in the precious body should be very limited. So, once you use this past life treasure to reconstruct your real body, I wonder what level your cultivation will reach." Regarding this matter, Yi Xian was a little disappointed. He originally thought that the nine-tailed heavenly fox would be able to sculpt her true body using the treasure of her previous life. Even if her cultivation wasn't at the peak of the primordial era in his previous life, she would at least be able to recover to the level of king or emperor immortal. No problem. The result made him speechless. She was only an ordinary immortal. This time, the Nine Heavens Fairy's past life treasure was perfectly preserved. After recalling this matter, he suddenly had new hope. If he could have an emperor or even an emperor as his loyal subordinate, it would be of great significance to Yi Xian. Not only would it benefit him, but it would also greatly increase the growth of the entire nomadic army. Therefore, as long as there was even the slightest possibility of this happening, there was no way he wouldn't pay attention to it and place high hopes on it. My precious body from my previous life is indeed still intact. However, I used up too much energy in that battle back then. Before my main body fell, my precious body was damaged. Hence, although I can use it to reconstruct my true body, once I succeed, my strength won't be as low as a normal undying realm, but it won't be too strong. The voice of the Nine Heavens Maiden continued, according to my estimation, he should be around the level of Immortal Marquis. He's still some distance away from Immortal Marquis. You've just been conferred the title of Marquis. This is too weak. Upon hearing this result, Yi Xian was once again disappointed. There were a total of 7 primordial spiritual sources sealed in the Luo Yen Luo. Including the Nine Heavens Maiden, there were already 6 primordial spiritual sources that had awakened. However, as more and more primordial spiritual sources awakened in the Luo Yen Luo, every time a new primordial spiritual source woke up, the joy in Yi Xian's heart gradually faded. He still remembered that when the corpse ancestor Hitorigami woke up and reconstructed his true body, his strength was only half-step universe realm. However, Yi Xian was extremely happy and regarded him as a great support, even like a backing mountain. And now, the newly awakened Nine Heavens Maiden, once she reconstructed her true body, her strength would directly return to Immortal Marquis level. However, to Yi Xian, this strength was of little use. The help it provided to him was almost negligible. Even though this makes me a little speechless, but, from another perspective, it also shows that this Star Lord's cultivation is advancing too quickly. This is also something to be happy about. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's gloominess dissipated a lot. He muttered softly and shook his head again with a self-deprecating smile. "Master, you're already a Marquis-level Immortal Marquis. It's understandable that you feel that the Nine Heavens Maiden's strength is too weak after she restores her strength." Just as Yi Xian was sighing, the Nine Heavens Maiden's gentle voice sounded from the pink silk in front of him again. "However, Master, don't worry. The 7 of us sisters were all powerful beings of the primordial era in our previous life. Although we've reincarnated in this life, after we reconstruct our true bodies, once we recover, our strength will increase very quickly. And, if there are no accidents, we'll definitely be able to reach the pinnacle of the primordial era. It's just a matter of time. If Master needs strong help now, Zixia, who hasn't awakened yet, may be able to give you a surprise." "What do you mean?" Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up instantly and he asked anxiously. The battle back then was very fierce. And, before this source of consciousness was absorbed into the treasure, some of the 7 of us sisters didn't even meet each other, so, when the original bodies of the 7 sisters died, they were not together, and even at different times. Only Zixia and I were the best sisters before the battle back then. And, when the original bodies of the 2 of us died, the 2 of us joined forces to fight against the enemy. Zixia died before the mysterious maiden, and the reason why the mysterious maiden's treasure body in her previous life was damaged to the point that she had to use it to reconstruct her true body in this life, and her strength could only recover to the level of a marquis. That was where Zixia died back then. After that, the mysterious maiden used her own source to completely seal her treasure body after she died. When she died, Zixia's treasure body was not only intact, but there were no scars because she was ambushed by the enemy during the battle of the spirit consciousness. More than half of her godly soul dissipated, and she died. Even in her sealed treasure body, there was still a strand of remnant soul. If we can find this Zixia treasure body that was sealed by the mysterious maiden using her own source, once the source of consciousness in Zixia's treasure body wakes up and swallows the remnant soul in the treasure body of the previous life, she can use the treasure body of the previous life to reconstruct her true body in this life. Her strength will at least recover to the level of an emperor immortal, and she may not be too far away from the level of an emperor immortal. What? There's such a good thing. Chapter 4298. Master, don't be anxious. Back then, the reason why the Empyrean fairy didn't hesitate to consume the innate source of the precious body of her past life that was about to perish was to completely seal Sister Zixia's complete precious body and hide it from the strong enemy's detection. It was all for today. Because even though countless years have passed, Sister Zixia's precious body of her past life is definitely fine. As if sensing the anxiety in Yi Xian's heart, the Empyrean fairy's voice faintly revealed a hint of complacency in the pink treasure net that stretched in the void ahead. After a brief explanation, she continued, "Here are the star coordinates of Sister Zixia's complete precious body of her past life. It's in the core of a giant life star. Master, please keep it well, whoosh." As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of light shot out from the pink silk and disappeared into Yi Xian's forehead in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the Empyrean fairy's voice sounded again. This ray of light not only contains the star coordinates of the place where Sister Zixia's precious body of her past life is hidden, but also a divine sense imprint of the Empyrean fairy. The seal back then was personally set up by the Empyrean fairy using her innate source. Therefore, unless it's a primordial supreme whose cultivation is stronger than the Empyrean fairy, no one can break the seal without the Empyrean fairy's divine sense imprint. It won't work. Master, everything has been explained. If there's nothing else, the Empyrean fairy will now take back her precious body of her past life. Then, she will fall into a deep sleep for a period of time to rebuild her true body of this life. When she wakes up again, she will be truly reborn. All right, I'll leave everything to you. Seeing hope again, Yi Xian was in a good mood and immediately nodded. As he spoke, he waved his hand and instantly shot a ray of light into the smoke net that stretched in the wind ahead. At the same time, he said, "These are some cultivation resources, including the all-evil source liquid, top-grade flesh medicine, netherworld furnace lotion, innate chilling spirit liquid, and so on. These are all resources that can be used by Hanba and the rest. After you take back your precious body of your past life, you can use them when you rebuild your true body of this life. I believe it will be of some help. These are indeed good things." In this way, after the Empyrean fairy rebuilds her true body of this life, her cultivation and strength will be stronger once she wakes up. In the pink silk net in the void ahead, the Empyrean fairy's voice with endless joy. "Thank you, Master. You're so good. Empyrean fairy and my sisters are so lucky. I didn't expect Master to be so easygoing. I'm really happy." As soon as he finished speaking, a green light rushed out of the pink treasure net. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the mysterious jade essence crystal in the void in front of him, T2. In the blink of an eye, they turned into small green fireflies and collapsed with a loud bang. Immediately after, all the fireflies seemed to be sucked in by an invisible force and gathered together. They turned into a trickling stream and poured into the pink silk in the void in front of them. In just 2 short breaths, they had completely disappeared. The precious body of the past life has been retracted. There is no more suspense in reconstructing the true body of this life. Soon, the Empyrean fairy will be completely reborn, after all this was done, the voice of the Empyrean fairy came from the pink silk net in the void ahead again, revealing endless joy. Thank you, Master, for your kindness of rebirth. When the Empyrean fairy wakes up in the future, I will definitely repay you generously. Please. Take care. After saying this, there was no more movement in the pink silk net. Obviously, after countless years, the last wisp of spiritual sense of the Empyrean fairy, who had successfully retracted the precious body of the past life, had fallen into a deep sleep at the first moment, and used this to rebuild the present. The true body of the past life, soon, when she woke up again, it would be equivalent to being reborn and completely reborn. At that time, under Yi Xian's command, there would be one more powerful subordinate in the realm of Marquis. Moreover, she would be completely loyal to him and would be completely loyal to him. Thinking of this, his mood suddenly improved. He grinned and muttered, compared to the domineering Hitorigami and the strange fox girl, this girl is really, very obedient. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand and instantly put the Yen Luo into the undying world in his body. At this time, the green ox, who had been kicked tens of millions of miles away by him, also ran back, swinging its tail. Moo! Boss, congratulations, congratulations, you have another ox. No, it should be a beauty of the human race. As his forehooves kicked wildly, the old fellow had already arrived in front of Yi Xian in just a few breaths. He had a fawning smile on his face, but his heart was obviously still thinking about his ox beauty. He almost spilled the beans, but Yi Xian glared at him, so he changed his words. Look, where are the coordinates of this starry sky, and how far is it from us? As he spoke, Yi Xian waved his hand and instantly copied the coordinates of the star that the Empyrean fairy had just given him. He compressed it into a ray of light and shot it towards the green ox's forehead. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Aren't these the interstellar coordinates of the Beaming Forbidden Land? Looking at the size of this star, it should be the nest of one of the two king realm copper behemoths in the Beaming Forbidden Land. Although the green ox had never been to the Beaming Forbidden Land, he was a native of this primordial world fragment void after all. Moreover, he was the leader of the ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land of Phoenix blood back then, so he still had many channels of information access. In addition, the giant star that could become the nest of the ferocious beast kings in the Beaming Forbidden Land was clearly not an existence that could be seen everywhere. It had a certain uniqueness. Therefore, the green ox did not have much time to think about it. It only took a few breaths to get the answer. In the end, it nodded its huge ox head and raised its head to look at Yi Xian. It snorted and asked, Boss, how did you get the interstellar coordinates of this place? Could it be that you obtained the chi and blood of that fallen king who had just broken through and whose realm had not stabilized? Did you get it from the sea? At this point, the green ox paused. It frowned and hesitated for a moment. In the end, it seemed to have made up its mind and gritted its teeth to persuade, Boss, that guy is from the insect race. A beauty that can be remembered by him must also be an ugly insect. Elder Lien, even the ox-headed beauty is not as good as her, you better not have too much hope. Get lost. Yi Xian was furious. He kicked out again and directly kicked the green ox into rolling in the void. A miserable howl came from its mouth, and in the blink of an eye, it was tens of millions of kilometers away. Chapter 4299. After leaving the small forbidden area in the starry sky, Yi Xian, the azure ox, and the elephant fox Sable rushed all the way. They didn't rest for a moment and spent another 7 days before finally arriving at their destination. At this moment, it had already been half a month since the three of them left the forbidden area of Phoenix blood. Half a month ago, Green Cow didn't stop at all, teleporting from time to time, leaving behind tens of billions of li of space. Another 50 million li and they would be at the edge of the Beaming Forbidden Land. According to the Green Ox, more than 1,000 years ago, when the two ferocious beast kings of the Forbidden Land of Phoenix blood were only at the early stage of the conferred king stage, the two copper behemoths of the Forbidden Land of Behemoth were already at the middle stage of the conferred king stage. The forbidden land of the starry sky, but the forbidden land of Bai Meng was still stronger than the forbidden land of phoenix blood. 1,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and the two early kings in the forbidden land of phoenix blood had reached the 6th stage of the Emperor Immortal realm. Then, the two copper behemoths in the forbidden land of behemoth were definitely late-stage Emperor Immortal realm. He had to be at least level 8 Emperor level, or even level 9 Emperor level pinnacle, or even a new Emperor level. To Yi Xian, this was definitely not good news. His original body was currently Emperor level 2, activating the demon ape bloodline within him would give him level 3 strength. And the moment he unleashed the demon ape transformation bloodline ability to the 6th transformation, his strength would instantly rise to Emperor level 9. Peak level. If the two copper behemoths of the Bai Meng starfield were only Emperor level 8, there wouldn't be a problem. However, if they were both peak level 9, then Yi Xian wouldn't have a chance of winning at all. Once one of these two crimson copper behemoths had already broken through a great realm and become an Emperor level expert, then the situation would become even more dangerous. All of this, Yi Xian had already considered before he left. However, he didn't care at that time, because his original plan was just to walk around and kill 1 or 2 emperors in the Bai Meng Forbidden Land. Hunting in the dark and escaping as soon as he succeeded, then he would have nothing to fear. However, the situation now was completely different. Fairy Xia's precious body was sealed in the star core of a copper behemoth's nest. Yi Xian had to explore no matter what. Then, he would definitely be exposed. If his cultivation base was not as strong as his opponent's, although he still had all sorts of supreme abilities and treasures, as his cultivation base increased greatly, and now that he had reached the conferred king realm, the effect of these supreme abilities on his overall combat strength was clearly far inferior to before. Yes. When he was still weak, Yi Xian could use the fallen sky bow to kill enemies that were a few realms higher. But now, with the same bow, with his current Emperor level, he could only kill an Emperor level warrior at most, and he would have to pay a huge price to do so. He would be weakened immediately. If it was 1-on-1, it would be fine, but there were at least 4 emperors in the Bai Meng Forbidden Land. Under such circumstances, even if he had the fallen sky bow, he wouldn't dare to use it casually. Otherwise, he would be putting himself in danger. The only solution was to break through again. That way, once his original body's strength reached Emperor level 3, he would activate the Demon Ape bloodline and unleash the 9 Demon Ape transformation bloodline ability to level 6. After the change, Yi Xian's battle prowess would leap across a large realm and reach the first level of the Emperor realm. That way, there wouldn't be any accidents. However, the stronger one's cultivation was, the more difficult it would be to break through. Yi Xian was originally an anomaly, and he would break through once or twice every few days. After accumulating for a long time, his state of mind had long since become unstable. Although this time, he had stopped. Even after half a month, he didn't try to break through again. But in this half a month, he had been on the road, and the stability of his mental state required an opportunity or a great battle to achieve it. In short, the current him was not suitable for another breakthrough. Yi Xian even had a feeling that even if he tried, the final result would be failure. That was obviously not necessary. Otherwise, if he really failed, the impact on his mental state would be even more obvious. It seems that I urgently need a great battle to completely stabilize my unstable mental state. Muttering softly, Yi Xian's gaze swept to the right of the void, and finally locked onto an abandoned star in a remote corner tens of millions of miles away. He immediately sent out his divine sense to the green ox below him, Moo. The green ox snorted, and with a flash of its body, it immediately changed direction and shot towards the void on the right. After a while, the 3 of them entered the interior of this abandoned star, found a deep canyon, and hid in the deepest part of it. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Before we carry out any specific actions, we'll follow the old rules and figure out the situation of this Bai Meng Forbidden Land first. After entering the canyon, Yi Xian turned to look at the green ox and the elephant fox marten. His eyes flickered as he continued, the two copper behemoths in the Bimeng Forbidden Land are at least at the late stage of the 8th level of this realm, far from the two middle-stage copper behemoths in the Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood. The ferocious birds are comparable, and it is very likely that they have reached the Emperor realm. Even if we make a move, if we are slightly careless, we may be sensed by them if we are close. The divine sense of a late-stage Emperor is very powerful. So, the best way is to lure the target out of the Bimeng Forbidden Land. This place is still tens of millions of miles away from the edge of the Forbidden Land, and it is the most suitable place to start. As long as we move quickly, we can avoid the divine sense of the two copper behemoths. Speaking of this, Yi Xian turned to the elephant fox Martin. You have the bloodline of the treasure-seeking mouse in your body, so the task of attracting the target will be yours. Remember, hide your cultivation, and only attract an ordinary immortal being. If it is a marquis. If there is an accident during the hunt, I'm afraid it will alert the enemy. It is definitely not a problem to attract the prey. Hearing this, the elephant fox Martin nodded. With a sway of its body, it instantly hid the cultivation of a marquis that he had just broken through to become an ordinary third-level immortal being. As for its body, it maintained a height of about 10 feet, and also showed its bloodline body. It was obviously a treasure-seeking mouse with a long elephant trunk. This kind of creature was born with a strong intuition for all kinds of heaven and earth treasures, and its sense of smell was extraordinary. If it appeared at the edge of the Bimeng Forbidden Land and deliberately waited for an opportunity to show its face, it would be easy to attract an immortal being from the Forbidden Land. Ferocious beasts. Third-level immortal being is just right, so, let's go. Chapter 4300. Whoosh. Half a day later, a purple streak of light shot over from the void in front of the abandoned planet. It was extremely fast, and there was a hint of impatience in it. This purple streak of light belonged to the Elephantine, who was in charge of luring the enemy. Based on the appearance of his bloodline true body, even the sempiternal ferocious beast commander could tell that this was a ferocious beast with the bloodline of a treasure-seeking mouse. Furthermore, the treasure-seeking mouse bloodline in his body was not weak. It was at least 30% of the original bloodline. Generally speaking, the appearance of such a thing meant that there was some kind of treasure nearby. Furthermore, the Elephantine had deliberately displayed an impatient aura. It would be strange if the enemy did not take the bait. Soon, an obscure aura suddenly appeared a few million miles behind the Elephantine. It was also very fast as it followed the Elephantine. Judging from the aura, the person who had taken the bait was a late-stage sempiternal stage 7 ferocious beast. It was no wonder that he was so confident and had followed the Elephantine alone. He was obviously confident that he could defeat the Elephantine. However, this old fellow's sempiternal stage 3 cultivation was just a facade. He was actually a Marquis realm old monster, so he was naturally aware of the commotion behind him. Pretending not to notice, the Elephantine turned into a faint purple streak of light and quickly rushed into the abandoned planet's interior. This was obviously because he had arrived at the end of the planet. The ferocious beast commander behind him was so excited that he did not even bother to conceal his aura anymore. He rushed into the planet's interior in the blink of an eye. Buzz. Almost at the same time, Yi Xian, who had been waiting for a long time, fully activated the mental power source core in his brain. Pure level 9 mental power spread out and performed a perfect vibration. However, unlike in the past, he did not completely conceal his body. The vibration effect of his mental power spread out and covered half of the planet. This was something that he could not do in the past. Now that he had broken through to the Regis stage, he was much stronger, so it was possible. In an instant, the aura of the elephant fox Martin and the bait, as well as the void of a small part of the star, were all perfectly concealed. Even if a late-stage emperor scanned it with his powerful divine sense, he would not be able to find any clues unless he deliberately observed it carefully. Moo. At the same time, the green ox that was waiting quietly on the other side snorted. A pair of front hooves that had long been prepared instantly stepped out and fiercely imprinted on the back of the bait. However, it restrained its strength and only crushed the entire body below the head. In a short while, he was half dead, Go. Yi Xian reached out his hand and covered the dying beast's head with his mental power. He dragged it toward the deep valley where he was previously hiding. Moo! The green ox snorted and sucked in all the bloody mist from the exploding body of the ferocious beast into its stomach. Not a single strand was left behind. After confirming that there were no traces, it followed closely behind with the elephant fox mink. In the blink of an eye, the figures of the three of them had already vanished. Everything on the spot was as if nothing had happened, and it could be said to be watertight. To emperors, soul-searching was an extremely simple matter. After all, their consciousness was too powerful. Not to mention that this ferocious beast of the Forbidden Grounds still had a complete head and had yet to die. Even if it was just a strand of its soul, Yi Xian could easily soul-search it. Everything ended very quickly. In the end, the head of the ferocious beast of the Forbidden Grounds was smashed into a bloody mist and entered the green ox's stomach. However, the results of the soul search stunned Yi Xian. He opened his mouth and sighed after a long while. The situation was indeed not good, and not optimistic. There were not only 4 or 5 ferocious beast kings in the Forbidden Grounds, but a terrifying 8. Moreover, the 2 copper behemoths that were already 6th-level emperors more than 1,000 years ago were now 9th-level emperors at the peak of 9th-level emperors. Although Yi Xian could also have the battle strength of a 9th-level emperors after using the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape to the 6th transformation, once he entered the 6th transformation, his body would explode to 10 million feet tall, like a star. Concealment would undoubtedly be the same as fighting head-on. The opponents were 2 9th-level emperors. How could Yi Xian have the upper hand in a 1 versus 2 battle? What's more, other than the 2 9th-level emperors, there were still 6 other 9th-level emperors. The green ox and the elephant fox ferret were not even enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the 6 ferocious beast kings. Seems like a head-on battle is impossible. They have the advantage of overwhelming us all. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Yi Xian immediately set the main tone of the follow-up plan. This time, if there are no major changes, we'll still hunt in the dark and take them down one by one. Other than the 2 9th-level emperors, of the other 6 9th-level emperors in this Forbidden Grounds, half of them are early-level emperors, while the other half are middle-level emperors. Other than that, of the 6 early-level and middle-level ferocious beast kings, only 4 of them are in the Forbidden Grounds like the 2 copper behemoths. As for the other 2, they have left the Forbidden Grounds not too long ago, and seem to have gone to other Forbidden Grounds in the surrounding starfields to visit friends. Of the 2 visiting ferocious beast kings, one is early-level emperors, while the other is middle-level emperors. We don't know where the early stage one went, but the other one, the Emperor level 555 colored deer, went to the immortal Jade Forbidden Land in the space to the right of Baimeng Forbidden Land. If there are no accidents, this 5-colored deer will return in a few days. Because in the star it oversees, there's a type of spirit fruit that's about to ripen soon. This fruit is the 5-colored deer's favorite spirit fruit, and it ripens once every 100 years, with a duration of only 9 days. He has never missed it, hence, within a month, this 5-colored deer will return. Within a month, this 5-colored deer will definitely return. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth before grinning. More importantly, this 5-colored deer thinks highly of himself, and has always boasted of being noble and aloof. In the entire Behemoth Forbidden Grounds, other than the 2 9th-level Emperor Undying Behemoths, the Perfection Realm Copper Behemoth almost never listens to anyone, and has always been a lone wolf. Moo. Then what else is there to say? A dignified king-level ferocious beast, but it's full of bad habits. This guy is simply courting death. Hearing this, the green ox did not wait for Yi Xian to finish speaking, and immediately snorted excitedly. It scratched its right hind hoof and stared at Yi Xian, asking for orders to fight on the spot. Boss, don't hesitate. There's no time to lose. Let's immediately rush to that dead deer's path of return. Along the way, lie in wait. As long as he appears, immediately kill him on the spot. What? You're only a 1st-level emperor, and you want to fight a 5th-level Emperor Undying Beast King alone? Yi Xian rolled his eyes and rudely retorted the green ox. Chapter 4301. With your current marquee cultivation, you won't be able to interfere in this battle at all. After making his decision, Yi Xian turned around and swept his gaze towards the elephant fox mink. His expression turned solemn as he continued, moreover, that five-colored deer is a fifth-order king. Its divine perception and divine sense are both extremely powerful. If I were to leave you outside, I'm afraid that the heavens would be exposed. Whoosh. As he spoke, Yi Xian waved his hand and directly summoned the farmer god cauldron from his body. Of course, it was in a miniature form. Otherwise, the deep canyon where the three of them were hiding would not be able to contain it at all. Even the planet might explode from the pressure. Go in and hide for a few days. If you have nothing to do, go into seclusion and cultivate. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand and an invisible force instantly swept up the elephantine's body. It transformed into a purple light and shot into the mouth of the Shinong cauldron that was filled with nine-colored fog, disappearing without a trace. Boss, are we leaving now? As Yi Xian waved his hand again and stored the farmer god cauldron into his undying world, the green ox's eyes immediately lit up as it excitedly spun around on the spot. Yi Xian nodded and didn't say anything else. His figure flashed and landed on the back of the green ox. After sitting down cross-legged, he directly activated the spirit core that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in his mind, activated the 9th level of spirit energy, and executed a perfect vibration to connect himself and the green ox. His figure was perfectly restrained. Moo. Under the continuous effect of the perfect vibration, no aura would spread out, let alone sound. The green ox wantonly raised its head and let out a heaven-shaking moo. Following that, it stomped on the ground and its body turned into a faint, invisible green light. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the planet. He rushed out of the abandoned planet and shot toward the void on his right. The divine sense of a Regis powerhouse, when spread out in all directions, could instantly envelop the vast void of the universe within a radius of 100 million miles. This was only for ordinary Regis powerhouses. If it was a half-step emperor at the peak of rank 9, then once their powerful divine sense was spread out, it would instantly envelop the vast star field within a radius of 4 to 500 million miles. Therefore, Yi Xian chose the location of the ambush this time to be about 300 million miles away from the right side of the forbidden area of the Bimeng Forbidden Area. From the right side of the forbidden area to the center of the forbidden area where the two copper behemoths resided, there was still a distance of 200 million miles. In total, the location of the ambush was close to 500 million miles away from the nest of the two half-step emperors. As a result, as long as they didn't deliberately extend their divine sense to the right, even if they extended it in all directions, they wouldn't be able to detect what was happening at the ambush site. As for the five-colored deer, its cultivation was only at the 5th level of the titled king realm. Although it could condense its divine sense and extend it in a single direction, it could still transmit it to the void of the universe that was 500 million kilometers away. However, Yi Xian obviously wouldn't give it this opportunity. A half-step emperor realm 9th level titled emperor would have no problem killing a 5th level titled emperor if he was caught off guard. It was a sure win situation. In less than a day, the green ox and Yi Xian had already arrived at the space 300 million miles away from the right side of the forbidden area of the Bimeng Forbidden Area. They purposely chose a more remote area, between two abandoned stars that were separated by 1,000,000 miles. Within Chen, he went into hibernation. What they had to do next was to wait quietly. After a full 29 days, in the distant space in front of them, a colorful cloud finally floated over. Above the colorful cloud was a starry sky deer that was only 1,000 feet long. Its entire body was mottled, and its skin was colorful. Its expression was cold and extraordinary, and it had an otherworldly aura. It was the five-colored deer from the forbidden area of the Bimeng Forbidden Area. Seeing the appearance of the main character, Yi Xian was surprised to discover that this lonely and arrogant starry sky deer was actually a female deer. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously glanced at the abandoned star where the green ox was hiding 1,000,000 miles away. He faintly felt a sense of unease and apprehension. This five-colored deer with a cold and arrogant aura, no matter how one looked at it, it had a bit of otherworldly beauty, and it was even a female. Although deer and cattle were not of the same species, the old green bull had never been too particular about this. Furthermore, although they were of different breeds, deer and cows were at least the same. They were all four-legged creatures with horns on their heads. Under this kind of temperament, the green ox might not be able to control itself. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Yi Xian's eyelids suddenly twitched, and he felt that something was going to happen. The old ox was too unreliable, and he could not be at ease. Moo. Sister Lu in front, can I have a word with you? Just as Yi Xian was worried, the starry sky deer that was riding on the five-colored cloud was already 1,000,000 miles away. It just so happened to pass by the abandoned star where the green ox was hiding. Before Yi Xian could react, a clear cadence of moos sounded from the interior of the abandoned star, revealing a strong sense of coquettish love. Following that was the ravings of the green ox, that old fogey, meeting in the starry sky is fate. Come, 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 if you pledge your life to me, this old ox will give you a good fortune, screech. The starry sky deer's figure suddenly stopped, and it turned its head to look inside the star in shock. When it saw that it was actually an old ox that was only a first-level titled king teasing it, it was immediately enraged. It raised its head and roared, then charged into the star. Damn old thing, you dropped the ball at the critical moment and almost ruined everything. Seeing that the starry sky deer did not immediately contact the behemoth forbidden land, Yi Xian broke out in a cold sweat. His expression darkened as he cursed, and his figure instantly rushed out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in the void of the universe outside the star. He raised his head and roared, roar. 9 Devil Ape Transformations. 6th Transformation. In the next moment, as this wild roar sounded, the terrifying power in his body instantly churned violently. His originally 30-meter-tall body expanded at an incomparably terrifying speed like a star exploding, including the cultivation that was emitted from his body. His aura was the same. Originally, the starry sky violent ape, which was only 100 feet tall, emitted a cultivation aura of a third-level emperor immortal. However, at this moment, as he directly used the 6th transformation of the 9 Devil Ape Transformations bloodline ability, his body expanded explosively. Furthermore, it was climbing at an extremely fast speed that made one's hair stand on end. In less than a breath of time, when the explosive aura finally stabilized, the aura emitted from Yi Xian's body had clearly reached the shocking perfection of the 9th stage of the conferred king realm. In other words, he was a half-step emperor. Chapter 4302. Who are you? Why are you trying to kill me? Suddenly, a space berserk ape as strong as the 2 copper behemoths in the beaming forbidden land appeared. It was an Emperor level 9 peak, half-step Emperor level. The 5-colored deer was so frightened that it almost collapsed on the spot. He cried out in shock, I am one of the 8 great kings of the beaming forbidden land. The beaming forbidden land also has half-step emperors, and there are even 2 of them. Fellow Taoist Bao Yuan, don't make a mistake. No matter where you are from, if you dare to kill me, the entire beaming forbidden land will fight to the death with you. Screech. At the end of its sentence, the 5-colored deer let out a long and mournful howl. A strand of invisible divine sense condensed into a needle in its body and shot towards the beaming forbidden land. He clearly wanted to use this strand of divine sense that had condensed into a needle to break through Yi Xian's pressure and immediately report to the 2 copper behemoths in the behemoth forbidden area for help. Dear, it's useless. You're only a 5th-level emperor. Even if you condense your divine sense into a needle, you won't be able to break through my suppression. When it saw this scene, the starry sky violent ape that was enormous like a star shook its head and spoke softly. Before he finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed gently. The divine sense needle that shot out instantly disintegrated and dissipated completely. Roar. Boom. Rumble. In the next moment, the space violent ape raised its head and roared. Its right fist suddenly swung out like a meteor, causing the void to tremble and shatter inch by inch. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. Countless void turbulences rushed out from the collapsed void of the universe. Each of them was extremely sharp. The green ox that was rushing out of the dormant star ahead let out a strange cry. He swung his tail and immediately had a sad expression on his face. It angrily turned around and fled. Shio, 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 screech. Countless sharp sounds of space breaking rang out. In this universe that had been shattered by the punch, a large amount of space turbulence formed space blades that cut countless bloody wounds on the body of the five-colored deer. Under the intense pain, the five-colored deer stretched its neck and let out a mournful cry. Its roar was filled with unwillingness. Pang! It's over. In practically the next instant, the violent starry sky ape's enormous fist that was like a meteor smashed right before his eyes, directly landing on the back of the five-colored deer that was covered in bloody scars. A terrifying force that was boundless to the point of causing one's hair to stand on end surged in, and in less than half a breath of time, the five-colored deer was completely annihilated. The deer's body exploded. With a boom, it exploded into a blood mist and spread out. Screech! Within the surging boundless bloody mist, a tiny five-colored blazing light charged out and emitted a vicious howl as it fled in the opposite direction of the Starsky violent ape. Its speed was swift to the point it surpassed the speed of light, and in the blink of an eye, it had already traversed a distance of 25,000 kilometers. Shio! You won't be able to escape. A murmur came out from the mouth of the space-violent ape. Before it finished speaking, its huge body had already disappeared from its original spot. In the blink of an eye, it was tens of millions of miles away, just in time to block the path of the tiny five-color light. Almost at the same time, the raging star ape suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a terrifying suction force was emitted, directly swallowing the five-colored light that was shot at it into its stomach. At the same time, 50 million miles away, in the place where even the void had been shattered, the five-colored deer's body exploded into a majestic blood mist that had just been dispersed by the raging void turbulence, and in an instant, it gathered again and turned into a river of blood shot towards the mouth of the galactic ferocious ape. In just a few short moments, this majestic river of blood that represented all the blood and chi of a fifth-order king realm expert was completely swallowed by the space-violent ape, and immediately sent into the Shinong cauldron in its body to start the blood essence refinement. The five-color deer fell. Its body and soul were destroyed. Swish! As all the blood mist from the explosion of the five-colored deer's body was sucked away, the space where the five-colored deer was originally standing in soon began to emit a dense and crisp sound, like the sound of silk being torn apart. Turning around, a vast universe void that was close to 1 million miles in radius was rapidly collapsing, forming a large-scale universe black hole. Moreover, the edges of the black hole were still rapidly radiating in all directions. The black hole that had just formed was precisely because of the power of Yi Xian's previous punch. After shattering a large portion of the void of the universe along the way, it took advantage of the fact that the blood mist had yet to be completely dispersed by the countless spatial turbulence to instantly spread out. The powerful suction force had completely disrupted the structure of the void. A ninth-order king realm expert was already considered a half-step emperor realm expert. If he punched out with all his strength, he could even destroy a small star field. This punch, Yi Xian's target was only the five-color deer. When he punched out, he had already deliberately controlled his strength. Otherwise, the impact on this universe void would be far greater than this. Although the ninth-order king realm expert was considered a half-step emperor realm expert, he was not a true star emperor. Only the supreme existence of the Emperor realm could perfectly control the boundless power in his huge true body, to the point where not a single drop of power leaked out. With a punch, the enemy hundreds of millions of miles away would be destroyed, but the void along the way would not be affected in the slightest. This was something that the current Yi Xian was unable to do. But this time, although the five-colored deer was successfully killed, the final result was that the green ox did not follow the plan, leading to the formation of this black hole. Right now, the battle had just ended, and this black hole was already millions of kilometers in radius. Moreover, it was still rapidly spreading to the surroundings. If it was left alone and allowed to continue spreading, it would not be long before a black hole with a diameter of hundreds of millions of kilometers would appear. a gigantic black hole would be completely formed. At that time, not to mention the current Yi Xian, even if a true Emperor Realm expert came, he would not be able to reverse the situation. In the end, it would cause an irreversible impact on this vast and boundless primordial world fragment void. Damn it, I almost caused a big mess. Frowning, the star Violent Ape muttered softly. Without hesitation, its body flashed and it was already tens of millions of miles away. Its huge body, which was like a star, stood at the edge of the expanding miniature universe black hole. Shio! Swish! 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 In the next instant, the starry sky Violent Ape didn't hesitate in the slightest. As its figure moved without end, its arms that were like enormous pillars that could hold up the sky waved without end. Along with numerous extremely sharp sounds that tore through the air, numerous strands of invisible and profound energy shot out violently from its hands. It turned into countless rays of light and shot toward the expanding universe black hole in front of it. The landing points of these mysterious rays of light were all the void nodes that Yi Xian remembered in his heart when the void of the universe collapsed. He wanted to repair the void of the universe that was millions of kilometers away and prevent the black hole from continuing to expand. Chapter 4303. Swish! Swish, swish, swish. In the void, the faint sound of breaking through the air continued to ring out. The starry sky ape's gigantic body, which was like a star, had been circling the void of this universe that was millions of miles in radius. As the ape waved its hands, streaks of light shot out and entered the black hole that was gradually stabilizing. They rebuilt and stabilized the void nodes that had collapsed completely one by one. The entire process lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn before it was completely over. The universe's black hole, which had been rapidly spreading outward, had completely stopped, and had begun to slowly condense inwards. Unfortunately, things in the world had always been much more difficult to destroy than to build. Right now, although the universe black hole's outward expansion had been completely suppressed and had even begun to repair itself. However, it would take some time for the universe black hole, which had already reached a radius of 1,000,000 miles, to completely recover and disappear. At this moment, it had already been half an incense stick of time since Yi Xian and the green ox had killed the 5-colored deer. The possibility of unexpected changes had increased by countless times. Thinking of this, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. With a thought, he directly withdrew from the 6th transformation of the devil ape. His gigantic body that was like a star returned to its original height of 30 meters in the blink of an eye. He was originally at the peak of the 9th stage of the titled King realm. He also fell to the 3rd level of the Emperor-conferred realm. At the same time, the large river of blood mist that Yi Xian had sent into the Shinong cauldron to condense the blood essence half an incense stick had just finished condensing, transforming into a blood essence that caused one's hair to stand on end. Swish! With a thought, the blood essence shot out from the Shinong cauldron and landed in Yi Xian's hands. Including the king blood essence condensed from the flesh and blood of the 2 vicious birds in the Phoenix Blood Star region, this is already the 3rd king blood essence that I've collected. A light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he played with the middle stage king blood essence, and softly muttered, "In this way, half of the 6 king blood essences in my hands are at the middle stage of the king realm. Once we gather them together, we'll be able to gather all of them. Once you have 10 of them, open the furnace and refine the level 23 pellets. When the time comes, the number and grade of the pellets that come out of the furnace will definitely surprise you." At this point, Yi Xian almost could not hold himself back and wanted to refine on the spot. After all, 5 pieces of regal blood essences were enough to start the furnace. He already had 6 pieces of regal blood essences in his hands. But in the end, he forcibly suppressed this impulse. After all, the location was not suitable. Swish! Very quickly, Yi Xian retrieved a small jade bottle and placed the precious king bestowment blood essence into it. Yi Xian flipped his hand and kept the jade bottle into his undying world. His figure flashed and in the blink of an eye, he was already millions of miles away on an abandoned planet. In the next instant, numerous extremely miserable moos entered his ears, and it was accompanied by the choked-up cries of grief and indignation from the green ox. "Moo! Moo. I just met the true love of my life, and in the blink of an eye, we were separated by life and death. Not even a corpse was left behind, refined into the blood essence of ferocious beasts by evil people. How can I endure this? Moo. I don't want to live anymore. Moo. Hearing these words, Yi Xian was completely speechless. He was dumbstruck as he stared at the green ox that sat on the ground and swung its four hooves like a shrew. His entire body felt as if it had been struck by lightning. He was completely stupefied. This old fellow is actually serious. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was once again struck by lightning. His expression instantly turned strange, as though he was about to turn green. Although he had heard of love at first sight many times, but, for a cow to meet a deer, what kind of situation was this? Although he could not understand, the green ox in front of him was indeed crying too hard. A dignified regal blood essence expert was actually acting like a shrew, sitting on the ground and shaking its hooves like a shrew. It was obvious that it had suffered a huge blow. Moreover, since it had fallen in love, it was understandable that the green ox did not act according to the plan. It could not help but act. There was a reason for it, so it could be forgiven. With that thought, the anger in Yi Xian's heart instantly dissipated. Looking at the green ox that was crying and throwing a tantrum in front of him, he was completely at a loss. Roar. At this moment, an incomparably shrill roar suddenly sounded from the direction of the Bimeng Forbidden Land. This was clearly the angry roar of a regal blood essence expert, and it was not an ordinary ferocious beast king. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the two half-step beasts of the Bimeng Forbidden Land. One of the copper behemoths. Damn it, something big almost happened. As his gaze swept over, Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. He no longer hesitated. As he spoke, he suddenly waved his hand. Whoosh! With a piercing sound, an ancient cauldron with a radius of 1,000 feet was summoned from his body. It was the Shinnong treasured cauldron. In the next moment, Yi Xian did not care whether the green ox that had fallen to the ground agreed or not. With a thought, he directly activated the Shinnong cauldron's domain power and put the old fellow who had suddenly become infatuated into the Shinnong cauldron. Immediately after waving his hand to put away the cauldron again, Yi Xian's figure flashed, and he immediately activated the spirit source core that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in his mind. Under the perfect vibration, level 9 spirit power enveloped his entire body, and his 30-meter-tall body of a violent ape disappeared in a blink of an eye. His eyes disappeared, and not a single trace of his aura could be detected. After completing all of this, Yi Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although the scarlet copper behemoth that let out a sharp howl within the behemoth forbidden area had already realized that something had happened, it was still far away after all. That sharp howl just now was only a warning. By the time his true body arrived, Yi Xian would have already fled far away with his cultivation base. He was not afraid at all. In the next moment, with a thought from Yi Xian, the energy in his body was activated. With a teleportation, his figure, which had long been perfectly concealed by his spirit power, instantly disappeared from the interior of this planet. When he reappeared, he was already tens of millions of kilometers away. However, he did not stop. He only stayed for half a moment before immediately carrying out a second teleportation. Boom. After 10 breaths, an earth-shattering rumbling sound appeared above the abandoned planet where Yi Xian had been standing before he left. The void split open, and a crimson figure that was at least 100,000 feet tall emitted endless red light. It was like a star, causing people to be speechless. The figure that was forced to look at him stepped out of the void crack that had collapsed. The existence that descended was shockingly a copper behemoth. Its body was like a gorilla or an elephant, giving off an incomparably heavy and steady feeling. The cultivation aura that emanated from its body was also incomparably powerful. It was shockingly at the 9th stage of the conferred king realm, which was half a step away. Emperor. At this moment, the copper behemoth came in anger. The conferred king pressure in its body did not retract in the slightest. As soon as its figure descended into this void, under the crushing pressure of its seemingly substantial might, the void in the distance was instantly abandoned one by one. Chapter 43:04. Bang! With a light step of his right foot in the air, the abandoned planet that Yi Xian and the green ox had stayed on earlier completely collapsed into a cloud of cosmic dust and dissipated. In the next moment, a low voice resounded. It came from the mouth of this 30 kilometers tall copper behemoth that was dazzling like a star, and it was filled with boundless rage. To be able to kill the 5-colored deer in such a short period of time, the person who did this is definitely a late-stage king. At least at the 7th stage of this realm, and it might even be an 8th or 9th stage king. Besides that, there's clearly an extremely obscure aura of a primeval treasure left in the void. It's extremely special and absolutely isn't an ordinary primeval treasure. Its level should be an era artifact. The Farmer God Cauldron. It's definitely the Farmer God Cauldron. Not long ago, the 2 ferocious birds of Phoenix Blood Star region sent out an army of ferocious beasts to search for the Farmer God Cauldron in secret. This is definitely not a coincidence. No one can take away such a precious treasure. It's destined to be mine. No matter who the person is, where they come from, or what their objective is, you can't escape this time. Roar! With a final furious roar, this 30 kilometers tall copper behemoth shrunk its body to around 300 m tall. Moreover, the dazzling red light that was like a star that emanated from its body was completely restrained, and it became inconspicuous in the slightest. After that, its figure flashed, and it was already 5 million kilometers away in the blink of an eye. It didn't stop at all and continued on its way. This direction was exactly the opposite of the behemoth forbidden area that it had come from earlier. Obviously, this copper behemoth was just like the 2 late-stage king ferocious birds of Phoenix Blood forbidden area. After realizing that the primeval artifact, the Farmer God Cauldron, had appeared, it couldn't help but covet it. The only difference was that the 2 ferocious birds of Phoenix Blood forbidden area had only sent out their army of ferocious beasts to spread out and search for clues in secret. But this copper behemoth was different. After it found out that the primeval artifact, the Farmer God Cauldron, had appeared and that its owner was roaming around the star regions around the behemoth forbidden area, it didn't even inform the other behemoth in the behemoth forbidden area. It restrained its aura and left in the blink of an eye. This was clearly the rhythm of wanting to take the first place, and had no intention of sharing it with others. If all of this was known by Yi Xian, it was unknown how he would feel. Because as the actions of this red copper behemoth unfolded, the behemoth forbidden land, which originally had 2 half-step emperors guarding it, now had the highest combat strength. Half of it was gone, swish. There was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. Yi Xian, who had concealed all of his aura with a perfect vibration, appeared in a rather desolate space in the universe. This place was only slightly more than 10 million miles away from the edge of the Beaming Forbidden Land. However, it was in another direction. 2 days ago, after successfully intercepting and killing the 5-colored deer and hurriedly leaving with the green ox, Yi Xian didn't go far. Instead, he circled around the edge of the behemoth forbidden area from hundreds of millions of kilometers away and arrived in another direction. Everyone knew the principle of darkness under the light, but when the matter really came to them, not everyone could immediately realize this point. Moreover, the forbidden grounds of the Beaming clan were so vast, and the void at the edge of the area was incomparably long. Even if the 2 red copper behemoths thought of this, they would not be able to spread out the entire void border of the forbidden grounds of the Beaming clan in a short period of time. Investigate. Therefore, Yi Xian did not feel any pressure at all. After his figure appeared, he directly rushed into an abandoned planet not far away. In a deep valley, he personally opened a cave abode and hid there. Considering that this place was very close to the forbidden grounds of the Beaming clan, only slightly more than 10 million miles away, and that the green ox that he had put into the Shinong cauldron 2 days ago seemed to be in a bad state, if he was released, he would immediately howl a few times in grief. He was afraid that he would be spoiled on the spot. Therefore, after pondering for a while, Yi Xian decided to ignore that old fellow and hide here for the time being. He would see what was going on in the forbidden grounds of the Beeman clan and decide on the next step of the plan before considering it again. However, before that, he had one more thing to do immediately, and that was to search the remnant soul of the five-colored deer. Although Yi Xian had already searched the soul once to understand the specific situation in the forbidden grounds of the Beeman clan, the target of the soul search was only an ordinary immortal. The secrets of the forbidden grounds that ordinary immortals knew were naturally far from being comparable to the five-colored deer, a Class 5 ferocious beast king. The value of the information that the two represented was completely different. With a thought, the soul search was activated, and it was completed in a few short breaths. Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed at this moment, and he fell into a gloomy mood. This soul search had a major discovery that made his expression change, and a strong sense of uneasiness faintly rose in his heart. That uneasiness came from the netherworld furnace. All along, the netherworld furnace had always been a synonym of inauspiciousness in Yi Xian's mind. After all, the one who controlled the netherworld furnace was the heaven's eye of the wilderness, and Yi Xian was now on the same side as the headless infant corpse, and could be said to be at odds with the primeval heaven's eye. Fire and fire were incompatible. To him, encountering the netherworld furnace was naturally not something to be happy about. However, the netherworld furnace did not appear in the nearby star regions. Although the five-colored deer's remnant soul contained information related to the netherworld furnace, it had never seen it with its own eyes. In fact, even the five-colored deer had only recently learned of the existence of the netherworld furnace. This time, the reason why it left the forbidden grounds of the Beeman clan was to visit a friend in the immortal jade forbidden grounds that was tens of billions of miles away. It was during this visit that the five-colored deer inadvertently learned about the netherworld furnace. In addition to the whereabouts of the netherworld furnace, Yi Xian also obtained a large amount of information that was extremely important to him from the remnant soul of the five-colored deer. It was all related to this void fragment of the wilderness. After all, the five-colored deer was a mid-stage king, and its information was far from what the green ox could compare to. Through its remnant soul, Yi Xian finally had a certain degree of understanding of this void fragment of the wilderness. Of course, when Yi Xian killed the two mid-stage ferocious birds in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, he also had the chance to search their souls. However, at that time, with his cultivation base and strength, he did not have the time to care too much when facing two mid-stage king-conferred realm experts at the same time. He only wanted to smoothly kill his target as expected. As such, after the battle, the four king beasts of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood did not leave behind a single wisp of remnant soul. Naturally, it was impossible to search their souls. A large-scale forbidden ground in space. The netherworld furnace is actually a large-scale forbidden ground in space. Analyzing the various information obtained from the remnant soul of the five-colored deer, Yi Xian muttered softly. His entire heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley. A large-scale forbidden ground in space must have at least one emperor-level undying overseeing it. The netherworld furnace is of the same level as the Shinnon cauldron. Chapter 4305. The void of this chaos fragment was incomparably vast. Before performing the soul search on the remnant soul of the five-colored deer, Yi Xian only knew of 3 mid-level forbidden areas with emperor-level powerhouses: Phoenix Blood Forbidden Area, Behemoth Forbidden Area, and the Xian Qiong Forbidden Area where the five-colored deer went to visit a friend. However, there was not a single large-scale forbidden area that was guarded by a titled monarch at a higher level. As for the higher-level forbidden areas with emperor-level powerhouses, needless to say, he had never heard of them for the time being. And now, after completing this soul search, the amount of information Yi Xian had in this regard had skyrocketed. If the vast void of the galaxy known to the five-colored deer was drawn into a star field map, then the Phoenix Blood Forbidden Area, Behemoth Forbidden Area, and Xian Qiong Forbidden Area that Yi Xian had previously known of, formed a triangle. These 3 forbidden areas were the 3 points of the triangle. Around the edges of this huge triangle, there were 2 mid-level forbidden areas and 2 mid-level remnant star fields. There was even a large-scale forbidden area in the starry sky and a large-scale remnant star field in the starry sky. As for the top-level Forbidden Area and the top-level Remnant Star Field with Emperor-level powerhouses, even in the Remnant Soul of the Five-Colored Deer, there was no information related to this. Perhaps a power of this level only existed in the distant void of the universe around this enormous triangle. At least for now, Yi Xian didn't need to pay attention to it at all, because it was too far away. With his current cultivation, in a short period of time even if he did, he could not go there. In fact, with Yi Xian's current cultivation strength, even if he used the sixth transformation of the 9 transformation demonic ape bloodline ability, he was only at the peak of the 9th level of Emperor level. Not to mention the top-grade Starry Sky Forbidden Grounds and the top-grade Remnant Star Field that were guarded by Emperor Realm Masters, he didn't even dare to casually enter these two large-scale Starry Sky Forbidden Grounds and Remnant Star Field that were guarded by Emperor Realm Masters. After all, in such a large-scale Forbidden Area and Remnant Star Field, it was absolutely impossible for there to be only one Emperor-level powerhouse. If he entered without permission and was blocked by 2 or 3 Emperor-level powerhouses at the same time, even he might suffer a tragic fate. Those were Emperor-level powerhouses, they could have any means. If one of them could crack his interstellar coordinate jump ability, then Yi Xian would really have to lie low. Unless the headless infant corpse, who had not made any movements recently, made a move, the situation would be extremely difficult and dangerous. The 2 large forbidden areas in the Starry Sky and the tribe of the survivors, which were guarded by emperors, happened to be located in different directions of the Starry Sky Triangle. One on the left and the other on the right, separated by an endless void, were facing each other from a distance. The large-scale forbidden area of the Starry Sky on the left was called the Rising Forbidden Area, and the Netherworld Furnace had not been subdued yet. The Remnant Star Field on the right side of the Behemoth Forbidden Area and Xian Qiong Forbidden Area Behemoth Forbidden Area and Xian Qiong Forbidden Area. Whether it is the Rising Forbidden Area or the Falling Bull Star Field, I will have to go there soon. After combing through the large amount of information obtained from the soul search, Yi Xian fell into deep thought. As he pondered, he softly muttered to himself. There's no need to talk about the Rising Sun Forbidden Area, it's impossible for the Netherworld Furnace to appear in that forbidden area of the Starry Sky for no reason. There must be some sort of scheme, and this matter is very strange. If I don't personally go over and investigate the specific details, I won't be at ease. As for the Falling Bull Star Field in the hands of the Remnant of the Antiquity, it is the largest settlement of the Remnant of the Antiquity that I know since I entered the Void Fragment of the Antiquity. There is even more than one Emperor-level powerhouse guarding it. The Remnant tribe of this level must have a more advanced alchemy method in their hands, at least it is not comparable to the Remnant of the Antiquity on the mulberry tree. If I can get it, the effect of the medicine refined from it will be better. It is very significant. It must not be missed. It seems that the Behemoth Forbidden Area in front of me must be solved as soon as possible, otherwise, the trip to the Rising Forbidden Area and the Falling Bull Star Field will be greatly delayed because of this. The sudden appearance of the Netherworld Furnace is very likely to mean that the primeval Heaven's Eye has begun to pay attention to this fragment of the Void Fragment. Time is more and more pressing, and the time when the Antiquity world will fully descend seems to be getting closer and closer. So, the exploration of these 2 large-scale forbidden areas and the Remnant Star Field must not be delayed any longer. Speaking of this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly, and he subconsciously clenched his fists, so, I can only force a breakthrough again. Although the battle with the 5-colored deer earlier could not be considered as satisfying and was unable to completely solidify my somewhat unstable state of mind. However, there is still some effect in the end. If I were to accumulate a large amount of top-grade cultivation resources and forcefully attempt to break through, it would not be impossible for me to successfully break through. As long as I can successfully break through one more minor level, and unleash the 6th transformation of the 9 demonic ape transformations bloodline ability, my battle prowess at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Peerless Monarch Realm will instantly reach unprecedented heights. 1st level Monarch Realm. In this way, even if the 2 half-step emperors in the Behemoth Forbidden Area join forces at the same time, they will not be able to defeat me. At most, it will take some time to fight, but in the end, I will be able to completely suppress them. After this matter is over. After finding the treasure body of Xixia Fairy's previous life, I can immediately leave and set off for the Rising Sun Forbidden Area. After making the decision, Yi Xian did not hesitate anymore, and immediately sneaked into the core of the star under his feet, waving his hand to set up layers of restrictions. Xiao. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Following that, as he waved his hand, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out, and various top cultivation resources were taken out from the undying world in his body, including the purple gold top-grade flesh medicine, the all-evil elixir, and other rare top-grade treasures and medicines, and so on. Of course, this time, among the resources he had prepared for his breakthrough, there was also a large piece of flesh and blood of a quasi-desolation almighty prehistoric creature. It was roasted into a golden color by the Shinong seven-colored flame, dripping with oil and emitting a fragrant aroma. After everything was done, Yi Xian activated the power of the Shinong cauldron in his body. Under the suppression of the power of the Shinong cauldron's domain, all the cultivation resources floating in front of him turned into a small round bead in the blink of an eye, and was swallowed into his stomach by Yi Xian. The small blood-red bead entered his mouth, and instantly turned into a warm current that flowed down his throat into his stomach, rushing to his limbs and bones. Walala. Boom. Chapter 4306. Walala, rumble. This time, Yi Xian's breakthrough was extremely difficult. It wasn't as fast and smooth as before. Obviously, this was because his mental state wasn't stable yet, so he had to grit his teeth and force the breakthrough. After swallowing all the resources, his body seemed to have been turned upside down. The loud clanking sound of the chains didn't stop for even a second. The blazing river of energy flowed along the 100 meridians in his body, continuously shaking the newly appeared shackles. Boundless intense pain assaulted him, not stopping for a moment. After an unknown amount of time, finally, an earth-shattering sound of chains rang out, followed by an incomparably crisp sound of metal clashing. This time, it broke through the shackles of the human body's potential that appeared in Yi Xian's body. Finally, it broke. In the next instant, the familiar system notification resounded in his head. A wave of clarity washed over him. His mind, which had been tormented by the immense pain, instantly recovered. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Ancient Cave Void Scripture has broken through. Current Realm, Emperor Level 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Body Blood Chi has broken through. Current Realm, Emperor Level 3. Before this, Yi Xian's original body had already reached the second level of the Immortal Emperor. Once he activated the three-headed, six-armed ancient demon ape bloodline, his strength would soar to the third level of the Immortal Emperor. If he used the 9 transformation of the demonic ape and reached the 6th transformation, he would instantly reach the peak of Emperor Level 9. But now, with his cultivation strength breaking through again, once he activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body and entered the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, his peak battle strength would be able to break through the Emperor realm in an instant. Emperor Level 1, the increase in strength would make one's hair stand on end. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I finally broke through. Opening his eyes, Yi Xian's face revealed a relieved expression. He muttered to himself, and his body, which was originally sitting cross-legged in the core of the star, disappeared in the blink of an eye. Half an instant later, he reappeared in a remote space tens of millions of li away, far away from the Baimeng Forbidden Area. 9 Demon Ape Transformation, 6th Transformation. With a roar, the energy in Yi Xian's body surged like a raging river, rolling through his limbs and bones. A majestic and terrifying qi and blood gushed out from his body. His body, which was originally only 10 feet tall, was like a balloon that was being blown up at an extremely fast speed, rapidly expanding. In less than 3 breaths, he had reached 10 million zhang tall, like a human-shaped star. At the same time, Yi Xian's cultivation level skyrocketed as well. Previously, when he was in his devil ape true body state, the aura he emitted was only at the 4th level of the Immortal Emperor stage. Right now, when his enormous body appeared, the aura surging within Yi Xian's body had shockingly reached the terrifying 1st level of the titled Emperor stage. Not to mention the fact that Huang Xiaolong's blood essence was so powerful that it could cause one to vomit blood. An average first-order emperor wouldn't be a match for him. Roar! He raised his head and roared, causing the stars in the surrounding space to instantly tremble. With this roar, Yi Xian didn't use the power within his body. Just the shockwave from his roar alone had such terrifying power. With luck in his heart, he subconsciously turned his head to look at a certain part of the cosmic void hundreds of millions of miles away. His gaze locked onto an abandoned planet. Without moving, he punched out, boom. Almost in the next instant, in the void of the universe 100 million miles away, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. The abandoned planet that his gaze had locked onto exploded into dust without any suspense. However, the void of the universe along the way did not react at all. It was completely unaffected. Emperor-level experts were able to perfectly control the energy in their body. Even if they punched out from a long distance away, the void along the way would be unaffected, but the target far away would have to bear the full force of the punch in an instant. In the battle not long ago, when Yi Xian killed the 5 colors deer with a single punch, he couldn't do this. When he punched out, the void along the way would shatter inch by inch. Although the momentum seemed more powerful, in reality, the strength of this punch would dissipate along the way. Quite a bit. Now, this punch could be considered to be truly perfect. The void was not affected, and all of the power was used on the blade. After entering Emperor level, Yi Xian's divine sense had increased tremendously. Not only was the range of his divine sense extended, but its concealment had also increased. And now, once he released his divine sense, even Emperor level experts wouldn't be able to detect it, unless they were at the peak of Emperor level 9, or half-step Emperor level. In fact, although half-step Emperor level experts could sense the divine sense of an Emperor level expert, it was limited to that. If they wanted to trace the origin of the divine sense, they couldn't do it. As such, Yi Xian no longer had any worries. After pondering for a moment, he didn't delay any longer and immediately extended his divine sense with all his strength. In an instant, it enveloped the entire behemoth forbidden area, and everything in this medium-sized forbidden area of space. No matter how big or small, everything was recorded in his mind. In the behemoth forbidden area, there were originally 8 ferocious beast kings. One of them was at the early stage of Emperor level and the other was at the middle stage of Emperor level. The latter had been killed by Yi Xian, and the former, when he probed at this moment, he discovered that he had actually returned to the behemoth forbidden area. As such, with the return of this early conferred king, there should be a total of 7 conferred kings in the behemoth forbidden area. However, in reality, when Yi Xian used his divine sense to investigate, he only captured 6 conferred kings' auras. One was at the peak of 9th stage Emperor level, which was half-step Emperor level. This was clearly one of the 2 copper behemoths. As for the other 5, 3 were at the early stage of Emperor level, and 2 were at the middle stage of Emperor level. Only the other half-step Emperor level copper behemoth was missing. Could it be that the copper behemoth that roared and rushed over when it sensed that the 5-colored deer was attacked, did not return? Slightly stunned, Yi Xian muttered softly. A flash of inspiration flashed through his mind, and he instantly understood, if there are no accidents, that half-step Emperor-level copper behemoth should be in the vast universe void around the behemoth forbidden area right now. Start searching. Although this Star Master successfully escaped with that old fool Green Ox, he had no choice but to use the Shinong Cauldron at that time. With his half-step Emperor-level cultivation, it shouldn't be too difficult to capture a wisp of the aura of the Shinong Cauldron from the void. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and a faint murderous intent burst out of his body. He actually wants to secretly search the void and assassinate this Star Master. If that's the case, then there's no need to be polite. Chapter 4307. At this time, 2 days had passed since Yi Xian had killed the 5-colored deer. The copper behemoth that had roared furiously and left in pursuit had indeed never returned. It didn't even report back to the behemoth forbidden land what it had discovered after rushing over. His goal was to monopolize the farmer god cauldron by himself. However, with such a big thing happening, it was impossible for the Behemoth forbidden land to not react at all. As early as half a day after the battle, the disappearance of the 5 colors scattered deer had already spread throughout the entire Forbidden Land. In these 2 days, the countless beasts in the Bimeng Forbidden Land did not have a good time. After all, the 5 colors vanishing deer was a 5th-rank king. Such a powerful existence was killed without any reason, and it did not even have the time to send out a call for help. This alone was enough to prove the strength of the person who intercepted them. Even if this person wasn't an Emperor level 9 peak, he was at least a half-step Emperor level. He was at least a Queen level 7. Such a powerful late-stage king had suddenly appeared, and not only was he hostile to the Forbidden Meng Land, his methods were so strange and mysterious. All of this made all the ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Meng Land worried. For a moment, the entire Behemoth Forbidden Land was covered in a layer of invisible suppressive aura. As for the 6 emperors within, other than the 3 early emperors who were worried, even the 2 mid-emperors who were similar in strength to the deer weren't too worried. The fact that the attacker was hiding his face meant that he had not reached the peak of the 9th level titled Emperor realm. He was still wary of the 2 half-step titled Emperor realm copper behemoths in the Bimeng Forbidden Land. In this way, as long as they didn't go out alone and stayed far away from the Bimeng Forbidden Land, they would be able to rest easy. No matter how cunning this person was, facing a half-step emperor who was constantly searching for him, it wouldn't be long before his whereabouts were exposed. At that time, the red copper behemoth that was frantically searching in the surrounding void outside the forbidden area would definitely be able to find him. Behead. When Yi Xian's divine sense surged in from outside the behemoth forbidden grounds, instantly enveloping the entire forbidden grounds and taking in everything in his mind, not only did none of the ferocious beasts in the forbidden grounds notice anything, but even the 5 ferocious beasts. The novice and intermediate feral kings were completely clueless as well. Only the other copper behemoth, who was guarding a giant star in the central star field of the forbidden area, felt its hair stand on end. It was so shocked that it rushed out of its nest on the spot. Roar! Emperor! It's actually an emperor. After a furious roar, the copper behemoth let out a panicked roar that resounded throughout the entire Behemoth Forbidden Land. Countless ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land were alarmed. Some were shocked, some were confused, and some were in a daze. One after another, they came out from the surrounding ocean. The atmosphere of nearly 1,000 stars with life rushed into the void of the universe. The other 5 ferocious beast kings rushed out of the behemoth nest at the first moment. Their faces were filled with horror, and their bodies trembled as they shot toward the copper behemoth in the void of the central domain of the Forbidden Grounds. One of them was a star blood lion, while the other was a black beetle race. Both of them were middle-stage emperors. As for the other 3 early-stage emperors, one was a star berserk ape, one was a 3-legged black crow, and the last one was a soft-bodied reptile. Its entire body was green, and it looked extremely uncomfortable. Who knew what kind of bloodline it was? The bug race. Although the 5 ferocious beast kings were alarmed, they didn't feel Yi Xian's divine sense surging toward them. That alone was enough to prove that the copper behemoth's roar was unmistakable. The intruder was indeed a true emperor, and he was so powerful that they couldn't sense him even when he spread his divine sense without restraint. Damn it! Who was the one who said that the one who killed willful deer is at most a late-stage emperor? This is a real peerless emperor. This is very strange. Within 100 billion miles, only the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun and the Crouching Bull Galaxy have peerless emperors. However, the Forbidden Land of Bimeng has no conflicts with them. If this peerless emperor is from one of these 2 places, why didn't he say anything? Kill him. If he isn't from one of these 2 places, where could this emperor be from? Roar! Before the ferocious beast kings could finish speaking, a furious roar that shook the heavens suddenly rang out from outside the Bimeng Forbidden Land. Before the person had even arrived, an ordinary roar had already caused the countless stars and planets in the Bimeng Forbidden Land to explode. It had shaken them to the point that they trembled slightly. The countless ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Grounds that rushed out of the stars all went limp at almost the same time, collapsing in the void of the universe. Even the 5 feral kings who were exclaiming and exclaiming just now were shuddering subconsciously as if out of conditioned reflex. Only the red copper behemoth, known as the half-step emperor, could barely resist the emperor's aura that suddenly descended and did not show any signs of distress. Even so, the crimson eyes on its colossal body were glinting with a dark light as well, revealing a sense of guilt. He had the intention of dodging to the extreme, as the roar that contained boundless might resounded. A terrifying figure that was 10 million feet tall like a small star entered the behemoth's star region from the void of the universe 100 million miles away in a flash. In the next instant, the gazes of the countless ferocious beasts in the beaming forbidden area converged onto the starry sky ferocious ape that was one of the 6 great kings. Because this emperor realm existence that had suddenly descended was shockingly a starry sky ferocious ape as well. At the sight, the starry sky blood lion, the 3-legged black crow, and the other ferocious beast kings of the behemoth forbidden land clearly misunderstood. As a bright light flashed in their eyes, they immediately tried to persuade the starry sky ape beside them. "What's going on, ape? Is this senior your father, or your grandfather? The way I see it, he's most likely this fellow's ancestor. You're not being honest, kid. When did you escape from your clan? Now that you've finally been caught, it's obvious that we're going to be dragged into this as well. Hurry up and apologize to your ancestor. We're a family after all, and there's nothing to hide. Otherwise, you're going to get us all killed." In the face of all this, the starry sky ape, who was only a level 1 Regis Emperor and had only broken through to Regis Emperor in the last few decades, was completely dumbfounded. At this very moment, his entire mind was blank and buzzing as he stared at Yi Xian who was striding toward him from afar. After a few breaths, he finally uttered a complete sentence, "Everyone, this old ape also wishes to have such a powerful ancestor." What a powerful ancestor! But the problem is, I don't know this man either. Roar. Rumble. Chapter 4308. Boom. As Yi Xian punched out, almost in the next instant, the central star region of the beaming forbidden land, which was almost 100 million miles away from him, seemed to respond to his punch, and an earth-shattering explosion was heard. The power of this punch was almost perfectly controlled, and when the punch was thrown out, the universe void that was hundreds of millions of miles away was not affected at all. Countless large and small stars and the ferocious beasts that were paralyzed on the ground in the void did not lose a single strand of hair. However, nearly 100 million miles away, at the location where the earth-shattering explosion came from, the enormous body of the starry sky berserk ape, which was still in a daze, suddenly exploded without any delay. Precious blood illuminated the starry sky. It was just one punch, and in less than half a breath, a level 1 undying emperor was completely blown into a cloud of blood mist, and its body and soul were completely destroyed. Whoosh! As the huge body of the starry sky berserk ape exploded, an invisible suction force appeared where it was, and instantly wrapped up the spreading blood mist like a river of blood, shooting towards the mouth of the starry sky berserk ape that was hundreds of millions of miles away. Go! At this moment, the entire beaming forbidden land was dead silent, and all the ferocious beasts in the forbidden land widened their eyes in shock, as if they were in a dream, and did not dare to believe the reality in front of them. Just a moment ago, all the ferocious beasts thought that this starry sky berserk ape that suddenly descended was the elder of the level 1 berserk ape in the forbidden land. However, just as this thought appeared in their minds, the other party had already blown the level 1 berserk ape into a cloud of blood mist from hundreds of millions of miles away without saying anything, and its body and soul were destroyed. How was this an elder of the tribe? This was clearly a murderous god that had a blood feud with the beaming forbidden land. While they were stunned, the star blood lion, the 3-legged black crow, and the other ferocious beast kings of the beaming forbidden land were stunned for a moment, and after that, they immediately retreated, and at the same time, exclaimed loudly, "Damn it, what did that berserk ape do? He actually provoked the elders of the clan to such an extent. This is clearly the rhythm of a cleansing of the clan. Not good, not good. Look at the killing intent bursting out from his body, and he still hasn't fully expressed it. I'm afraid he didn't just kill the ferocious ape. The wilted deer from before is clear proof. We've been caught in the crossfire and are going to suffer together with him. Senior, the Bimeng Forbidden Land has no enmity with you. Let's talk nicely. Don't be rash, it's useless. The killing intent is too strong. Either we scatter and flee, or we join forces to fight. Before he could finish speaking, the giant emperor ape that was 50 million kilometers away had already swallowed the river of blood mist into its stomach. Without the slightest hesitation, it raised its right arm that it had just put down and punched out again in the blink of an eye. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion rang out. Among the 5 great kings, the entire body of the insect race king, whose bloodline was unknown, instantly exploded, turning into a blood-green mist. Before it could disperse, it had already been sucked in by an invisible force. Just like before, he shot off into the distance. In a flash, he was swallowed into the stomach of the Emperor Violent Ape. At this point, the Emperor Violent Ape had only arrived in the Bimeng star domain for less than 3 breaths of time. It had only attacked twice, and both were simple punches. However, in the Bimeng Forbidden Land, 2 ferocious beast kings had already completely fallen. Of the 6 ferocious beast kings, only 4 remained. The red copper behemoth, the star blood lion, the 3-legged black crow, and the black shell insect race. Roar! Violent Ape, you've gone too far. Everything happened too quickly. In less than 3 breaths of time, 2 of the 6 great kings had already fallen. Only at this moment did this copper behemoth, whose cultivation was the strongest, finally come to its senses. It raised its head and roared furiously, and at the same time it roared loudly. As it roared, its enormous true body, which was tens of thousands of feet tall, rapidly expanded like a balloon at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. In less than 2 breaths of time, the red copper behemoth's body had already reached 5 million feet tall. Compared to the Emperor Violent Ape, which was 10 million feet tall, it was only 1 size smaller. Obviously, this red copper behemoth's bloodline also inherited some kind of innate divine ability that could rapidly stimulate the blood and chi in its body, causing its bloodline true body to rapidly expand. However, every time Yi Xian's 9 devil ape transformation bloodline divine ability was activated, his body would increase by 10 times, and his cultivation strength would also increase by a small level. However, this red copper behemoth's bloodline true body had increased from about 100,000 feet to 5 million feet in just 2 breaths of time. Its blood and chi power had increased too much, but the cultivation aura emitted from its body was still at the 9th level of the Emperor Immortal Realm. Great perfection. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that the innate divine ability of the red copper behemoth's bloodline was not just a little bit inferior to the 9 devil ape transformation that Yi Xian had mastered. However, no matter how inferior it was, its current size had reached 5 million feet. Although its cultivation strength had not changed, the blood and chi power in its body had skyrocketed to a terrifying level. Without a doubt, this fellow was definitely more difficult to deal with than before. Its blood and chi were too vigorous. It was probably comparable to an undying cockroach. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He snorted coldly and directly threw the 3rd punch. The powerful force firmly locked onto the red copper behemoth that was not much smaller than him from tens of millions of miles away. Behemoth. Boom. A whoop, an earth-shattering explosion instantly exploded, but this red copper behemoth's huge true body, which was also like a star, was not blown up by the punch because of this. This kind of fierce beast had rough skin and rough flesh, like a yak or a woolly mammoth, and was extremely resistant to beatings. Now, it had activated some kind of innate divine ability inherited in its bloodline, and its body had skyrocketed to 5 million feet. Its blood and chi power was so vigorous that it made people despair. It was even more resistant to beatings. Even the full-strength punch of an emperor expert could not directly kill him. It only hurt him, and he raised his head and howled miserably like a crippled wolf. Seeing this scene, the starry sky blood lion, the 3-legged black crow, and the black-shelled bug, who were about to turn around and flee, instantly stopped. They exchanged glances and immediately reached a consensus. They moved swiftly to the edge of the red copper behemoth. These three fellows had clearly seen hope from this red copper behemoth and decided to stay and take the risk. There was another red copper behemoth of the same level in the behemoth Forbidden Land, and he believed that it would rush back soon. At that time, with these two red copper behemoths that could withstand the Emperor's iron fist blocking the nearby area and stalling the Emperor Violent Ape of unknown origin, then, they would wait for an opportunity to make a move. If they found an opportunity to plot against him, they might have a chance to kill the Emperor in this battle. Chapter 4309. As the Crimson Copper Behemoth activated the innate ability inherited in its bloodline, its body instantly expanded from its original size of 100,000 feet to its current size of 50,000 feet. It actually relied on its exuberant vital energy and blood to forcefully resist the Starry Sky Violent Ape. It did not die from the full-powered punch, but merely raised its head and howled in rage and pain. The other three feral kings who had intended to flee in the void around them paused at once and began to move rapidly around the battlefield. On the one hand, they were waiting for the return of the other demi-emperor behemoth, while on the other hand, they were observing the cosmic berserker ape's weakness in secret so that they could ambush it in the ensuing siege. The benefits of encircling and killing an emperor were too great. In that very moment, all four feral kings of the Forbidden Grounds, including the Scarlet Copper Behemoth, were filled with greed. Boom. In the very next instant, the cosmic berserker ape's figure flashed and arrived at another location in the blink of an eye. With a swing of its fist, it directly blasted the black-shelled black beetle 1,000,000 miles away into a cloud of black-red blood mist. Even before it could spread, it was caught by an invisible suction force and shot into the cosmic berserker ape's bloody maw. In a moment of carelessness, another of the four feral kings fell, leaving only three left in the blink of an eye. Rawr! Just as the black-red blood mist of the black-shelled black beetle's body was swallowed, the scarlet copper behemoth in the void millions of miles ahead reared its head and bellowed in rage, its body blurring as it shot toward Yi Xian. That fellow was clearly trying to rely on its rough hide to take a few more blows from Yi Xian. As long as it could hold on until the other scarlet copper behemoth arrived, there would be hope for this battle. Look at how smug you are. It's not like this emperor has never abused a fellow with rough hide. What was your cultivation then? Now that I'm an emperor, how could I be stumped by your thick hide? The cosmic berserker ape laughed in its rage at the sight of its opponent's figure darting toward it, while Yi Xian's voice that was clearly filled with disdain and mockery echoed from its bloody maw. Whoosh! Rumble! In the next instant, a weak sound of the air being torn apart rang out, and the raging starry sky ape's enormous body that was like a star disappeared from its original spot in the blink of an eye. When it reappeared, it was already at the right side of the red copper behemoth that was charging head-on, and the distance between them was less than 500,000 kilometers. Moreover, as it teleported closer to the red copper behemoth, an enormous black club clearly appeared in the raging starry sky ape's right hand. The front end was enormous, and the closer it was to the handle, the smaller it became. It was precisely the infamous raging starry sky ape that was once in the origin of all evil star region. The big black staff. The great ancient pestle, the divine, and the ancient god cauldron. And the medicinal pestle as a part of its form. Was of it was of course, big, and as to its to the ancient. As to form and, it, in time. At this moment, it was taken out by Yi Xian and transformed into the big black staff. Although its appearance had changed, its size had not reached the limit of its original form. The cosmic berserker ape only wanted to make it convenient, so it controlled it to a suitable size. But even so, the big black staff that was held in the hands of the cosmic berserker ape, which was tens of millions of feet tall, was already shocking enough. Its length was much longer than the diameter of a small star. The thickest part of the big black staff was clearly comparable to some larger meteors. Bang! As its figure appeared, the cosmic berserker ape did not hesitate at all. It immediately raised its right arm and swung the big black staff in its right hand high up in the air. It smashed down fiercely, and an earth-shattering bang was instantly heard. Woo! The strength of this strike was not small. After all, it was the full-strength strike of an emperor-level powerhouse. Moreover, it had also borrowed the power of the divine known medicinal pestle's domain. Even now, the size of the copper behemoth had skyrocketed to 5 million feet. The chi and blood in its body were so exuberant that it made people's hair stand on end. After being hit so suddenly, a huge bump the size of a meteor appeared on the back of its head. Its body directly staggered in the void and almost fell to the ground on the spot. From its mouth, there was an incomparably mournful howl. Those who heard it would cry, and those who heard it would feel sad. You can't take it anymore. The good show has just begun. After the red copper behemoth was struck by his staff, it let out a miserable howl, but its body came to an abrupt stop. It stopped in the void not far away, and it seemed to be swaying slightly. This was clearly the rhythm of being hit in the head by the staff. Yi Xian was happy in his heart. As he spoke, he did not hesitate anymore. In the blink of an eye, the second staff was raised and smashed down fiercely. Bang! Awoo! Another earth-shattering sound rang out. This time, the copper behemoth, who was still dizzy from the remaining force of the previous stick, finally couldn't hold on any longer. As it suddenly let out a miserable howl, the huge bag on the back of its head that was like a meteor suddenly appeared. The bag was also bleeding in an instant. The huge figure of 5 million feet staggered forward. After struggling for a distance of 1,000,000 miles, it finally rolled and smashed into a huge abandoned star. Dust rose everywhere. This time, the big-headed black staff in the star Violent Ape's hand smashed in the exact same place as the first strike. As the huge blood bump on the back of its head exploded like a meteor, the copper behemoth's consciousness was also completely smashed. At this moment, the huge body smashed into the huge abandoned star 1,000,000 miles away. There was no sound for a few breaths. It was obvious that it was not seriously injured, but fainted. The void fell into dead silence again. This scene happened too quickly. In less than 3 breaths of time, Yi Xian smashed the big-headed black rod twice. In the entire behemoth forbidden area, countless fierce beasts opened their mouths wide as they stared blankly at the cracked big-headed black rod that had been smashed into the ground. The huge abandoned stars all around seemed to have been struck by lightning and were completely petrified. Whoosh! Take advantage of his illness and kill him. After the second strike, Yi Xian didn't stop at all. His body swayed as he teleported once again. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the giant planet that was filled with dust. Without saying a word, he raised his right arm high into the air, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. The black staff smashed down for the 3rd time. Bang! Boom! Rumble. This time, after the enormous bang that shook the heavens, it was closely followed by continuous rumbling explosions that covered the heavens and the earth. The enormous abandoned star that had already cracked apart completely exploded into countless pieces of rock and soil under the full force strike of the violent starry sky ape. The copper behemoth, who had completely fainted after the second strike, obviously couldn't escape the calamity. Amidst the endless dust that spread out from the explosion of the star, there was clearly a large amount of crimson blood mist. Chapter 43:10. Whoosh! Practically at the same instant the star exploded and the bloody mist spread out, an invisible suction force came from the mouth of the starry sky violent ape. In the blink of an eye, it sucked the bloody mist formed by the explosion of the scarlet copper behemoth into its stomach and sent it directly into the farmer god cauldron. Blood essence condensation. At this moment, the entire behemoth forbidden land was deathly silent. Countless ferocious beasts in the forbidden land gasped. As the copper behemoth was killed, an extremely dense feeling of despair enveloped the hearts of countless ferocious beasts in the forbidden land. In the entire starry sky, everyone in the forbidden land fell into a boundless haze. Screech, caw. In a short period of time, 4 of the 6 kings had fallen. The remaining star-blood lion and 3-legged black crow screeched at the same time. Without saying anything, they turned around and fled. If they had fled earlier, they might have had a chance to live. But now, seeing this scene, Yi Xian's voice sounded out from the mouth of the starry sky berserk ape, emitting an endless amount of coldness. As soon as it finished speaking, the ape flipped its hand and kept the big-headed black stick in its undying world. It didn't need it to deal with these two fellows. Boom! In the next moment, the starry sky berserk ape raised its arm and punched out without moving. Tens of millions of kilometers away, the entire enormous bloodline true body of the three-legged black crow that was desperately flapping its wings and fleeing for its life exploded in the blink of an eye, turning into a black and red mist of blood that instantly condensed into the river shot out from the void and was swallowed by the violent cosmic ape. Senior, I am willing to surrender. In another direction, more than 60 million miles away, the star blood lion's body came to an abrupt halt. He knew that he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Rather than that, he might as well stay. Perhaps he could still find a chance to live. As its body trembled, this star blood lion, which was 100,000 feet in size and looked extremely ferocious, actually knelt down in the void after turning around. Its voice was like a wail as it begged for mercy, "Senior, please spare my life. I am willing to serve you. You want to surrender?" The star-violent ape's eyes flashed. It seemed to think for a while, but the light in its eyes soon turned cold again. It roared, raised its arm, and threw a punch. "I'm sorry, but in this battle, no one will be allowed to stay." Boom! Before his thunderous roar had even faded away, an earth-shattering explosion rang out from over 60 million kilometers in front of him. The body of the blood lion that was kneeling on the ground exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. The violent ape opened its bloody mouth and sucked it into its stomach, then sent it into the farmer god cauldron to start the refinement of blood essence. And now, every single one of the 6 feral kings that remained within the behemoth forbidden land had fallen without exception. The reason why Yi Xian had rejected the Starry Sky Blood Lion's request to surrender and had only hesitated for half an instant before swinging his fist and killing it was actually after careful consideration. On one hand, the realm of a conferred emperor was too high. Even if they surrendered, it would be hard to guarantee their loyalty. Thus, it was no different from burying a ticking time bomb by his side, which was not a wise decision. On the other hand, it was because it was difficult to find a conferred emperor, and Yi Xian needed the conferred emperor's blood essence condensed from the conferred emperor's flesh and blood to refine the conferred emperor's level 23 pill. Although he had more than 10 conferred emperor's blood essences in his hands after this battle, if nothing unexpected happened, 10 conferred emperor's blood essences could at most produce 3 level 23 pills. Not long after, Yi Xian would use up one of them. Of the remaining 2, one of them would most likely be thick-skinned and thought of a way to get his hands on it first. As a result, he only had 1 level 23 pill left in his possession, which was truly not enough. Therefore, in order to concoct this batch of treasured pills, he had to gather as many conferred emperor's blood essences as possible, so that he could obtain a few more level 23 pills. After all, this was a top-grade treasure pellet refined using conferred emperor's blood essences as the main ingredient. After this, who knew when he would be able to gather enough conferred emperor's blood essences to refine a second batch? Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a thought, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. A total of 6 rays of blood light appeared and landed in the huge palm of the Starry Sky Berserk ape. They were 6 blood essences, the flesh and blood of the 6 ferocious beast kings that had fallen in this battle. Condensed. Previously, after killing the 5-colored deer, Yi Xian had already obtained 6 conferred emperor's blood essences. And this time, he had obtained another 6, making a total of 12, One of them is a top-grade conferred emperor's blood essence condensed from the flesh and blood of a half-step emperor. Lowering its head to look at the 6 conferred emperor's blood essences in its palm, the Starry Sky Berserk ape's gaze landed on the roundest one. Its eyes glowed as it muttered softly, 5 conferred blood essences, 10 conferred blood essences at the same time. Would be able to produce 3 treasures. But now, 12 pills have been refined together, and one of them is even a top-grade pill refined from the flesh and blood of a half-step emperor expert. Then, the probability of 3 pills being refined in this cauldron of level 23 pills is at least 90%. Even the probability of 4 pills being refined is also more than as for 5, it would be at most 30%. In the next moment, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the starry sky berserk ape, and its voice faintly revealed a wisp of indescribable excitement. If we can add a top-grade king-conferred blood essence refined from the blood of a half-emperor expert, this cauldron of level 23 pills will have a chance of producing 5 pills. The chances would instantly increase to 70%. Even the chances of producing 6 pills would reach 50%. Speaking to this point, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he expanded his spirit sense and covered the entire behemoth forbidden area. However, it didn't stop there, continuing to expand outwards. Even though this battle didn't last long, the 6 emperors guarding the behemoth forbidden area had all fallen. That half-emperor behemoth that was roaming outside couldn't have sensed anything. What Yi Xian wanted right now was for him to appear. As a result, he would have another top-grade regal king blood essence in his hand. For this batch of level 23 treasure pills that were about to be refined, it was of great significance. It was a pity that after investigating for a while, even when Yi Xian's spirit sense expanded to its limit, he still couldn't sense any of the half-emperor behemoth's aura. This was definitely not normal. The only explanation was that this half-emperor behemoth didn't turn back after sensing the change in the behemoth forbidden area. Instead, the first thing it did was flee. This battle has just ended. Even if it fled, it wouldn't have gone far. Realizing this, the starry sky berserk ape's eyes gleamed coldly again. He turned and gazed towards the left. To escape the pursuit of an emperor, the only way is to hide in a large-scale forbidden area or the Lost Dweller's star field. This behemoth is a beast, it's impossible. The only way to go to the Crouching Bull star field is the Rising Sun forbidden area. Chapter 43:11. Whoosh! In the void, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as a ray of light shot forward at a speed faster than lightning. This ray of light was crimson in color, and was clearly the other copper behemoth in the beaming forbidden land. This fellow had been wandering in the void of the universe outside the beaming forbidden land, searching for Yi Xian's whereabouts. It had even concealed its figure and aura, as if it was afraid that the other party would notice something was wrong and flee. But just a moment ago, he suddenly sensed a shocking change in the beaming forbidden area. Not a single one of the 6 ferocious beast kings survived, and they were all annihilated. Moreover, it was done in less than half an incense stick's worth of time. This was definitely the result of a titled Emperor Powerhouse's attack. The first thing the red copper behemoth thought of was the mysterious existence that had annihilated the 5-colored deer. Even if the one who had attacked in the behemoth's forbidden land was not him, it was definitely related to him. At the very least, he had to be an accomplice. This speculation made the copper behemoth break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, it had concealed its figure and aura before, and began searching in the void of the universe outside the beaming forbidden land. Otherwise, if the other party had caught its aura, it would have been in trouble long before the 6 feral beast kings were killed in the beaming forbidden land. With this lingering fear, the copper behemoth immediately turned around and fled toward the void on the left side of the beaming forbidden land. In the surrounding areas, only the forbidden land of Rising Sun on the left side of the void and the Crouching Bull star region on the right side of the void had titled Emperor Powerhouses. If it wanted to escape and avoid the pursuit of this Emperor Powerhouse, the only way was to enter the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. Only by entering the 2 voids where Emperor-ranked martial artists were present would they be able to strike fear into the other party. Between the 2 destinations, the copper behemoth chose the former. The Crouching Bull star region belonged to the remnants of the primordial era, and was a large settlement for the remnants. As a feral beast, it was not suitable for it to go there. On the other hand, the forbidden land of Rising was a celestial forbidden zone ruled by ferals. Moreover, there were several feral kings who were on good terms with him, with one of the 3 feral emperors having a personal relationship with the copper behemoth. With his cultivation base as a half-step ruler, even if he came to this large-scale forbidden area in the starry sky, he would still be able to make a name for himself. Although it would not be as comfortable as being a tyrant in the beaming forbidden area and being someone else's subordinate from then on, it was better than dying here. This, roar. Just as the red copper behemoth's figure flashed and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, a shocking roar came from the behemoth forbidden area in the distance behind. At this moment, a strong feeling of danger assaulted the crimson copper behemoth's heart, and it caused its entire body to tremble slightly. It instinctively turned around and cried out involuntarily with surprise. Damn it! It's actually a starry sky ferocious ape that's 30 kilometers tall. It really is an Emperor Realm expert. When did such an existence appear in this void? Most importantly, he actually guessed this king's plan and directly chased in this direction. A 30 kilometers tall starry sky ferocious ape entered his field of vision, and the dense aura of an Emperor Realm expert suffused its body, caused the crimson copper behemoth's scalp to go numb while its eyelids twitched violently. It was sure that it had never heard of this starry sky ferocious ape in the past. No matter if it was the crouching bull galaxy or the rising sun forbidden area that it was rushing to, it had never heard of such an expert. But this wasn't the main point. The main point was that as a true Emperor Realm expert, his opponent's speed far surpassed its own. Even though it was still far away now, but if this continued, then it would probably not be long before the Emperor Realm expert would be able to catch up to it. At that time, even if it was a half-step ruler that possessed the innate divine ability inherited from its bloodline, and its skin was thick and tough, once the Emperor Realm expert caught up to it, then it wouldn't even be able to hold on for less than half an incense stick's time. It would absolutely be annihilated on the spot. Roar. As the danger gradually approached, the crimson copper behemoth raised its head and let out an extremely miserable roar. In the next moment, the energy within its body was completely released, and its speed increased by 30% in the blink of an eye. It was actually burning the energy of its bloodline and fleeing. Escape. Furthermore, even the direction in which he was escaping had been changed. This place was still extremely far away from the rising sun forbidden area, and there was an Emperor Realm expert chasing after it, so it was impossible for it to escape successfully. The only chance of survival was a long-distance wormhole that the crimson copper behemoth knew about. The entrance of this wormhole was not far away, and its exit was at the edge of the rising sun forbidden area. As long as one rushed into the wormhole, they would be able to reach the rising sun forbidden area in an instant. However, this wormhole was not stable, and there were still some void turbulences inside. Even if the crimson copper behemoth had a half-step Emperor Realm cultivation, it was very likely that it would face danger if it entered. If it was any other time, it would be impossible for him to choose to go to the rising sun forbidden area through this unstable wormhole, but now he had no choice. Although there was danger in the wormhole, at least there was a chance of survival. If he continued to rush through the void like he was now, it would not be long before the starry sky ferocious ape behind him caught up. At that time, he would undoubtedly die on the spot. You can't escape. Roar. Boom, behind him, the starry sky ferocious ape's figure instantly closed in by a large margin. The two of them, one chasing and one fleeing, both used their fastest speed, but the distance between them was already less than 200 million kilometers. Amidst the furious roar, the starry sky ferocious ape suddenly punched out. There was no movement along the way, but the back of the crimson copper behemoth that was more than 100 million kilometers away suddenly exploded into a bloody mist. Oh whoa, intense pain came as the crimson copper behemoth let out an incomparably mournful howl. This punch was too far away, so it did not cause too much damage to him, but the pain of the flesh was unavoidable. Borrowing the strength of this punch, the crimson copper behemoth fiercely gritted its teeth, and the mournful howl that came out of its mouth suddenly stopped. Its figure that was originally shooting forward suddenly accelerated, and borrowing the strength of this punch, it rushed forward by tens of millions of kilometers. Ferocious ape, no matter where you come from, no matter what background you have, this king will definitely take revenge for today's enmity in the future. As his figure shot forward, he had already arrived at the edge of the wormhole. It was only a few million kilometers away, and the crimson copper behemoth's heart, which had been in its throat for a long time, finally fell back into its stomach. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth, and the expression on his face was incomparably ferocious. A dignified ninth-order king, a supreme expert who was half a step away from the Emperor realm, was actually chased by someone in the void like a stray dog. Two incomparably resentful gazes shot out from the crimson copper behemoth's mouth. The copper behemoth's eyes shot out, and its mouth roared with overflowing resentment. Chapter 43:12. Whoosh! In less than 3 breaths of time, at the edge of the wormhole, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out again. A starry sky violent ape with a body of 10 million feet, like a small star, appeared. Yi Xian had finally caught up. However, he did not directly rush into the wormhole in front of him. For a place like this, unless one could confirm the situation inside, generally speaking, one absolutely could not easily take the risk of entering. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would encounter unknown accidents. As a divine sense extended and went into the wormhole in front of him, a soft exclamation came out of the mouth of the starry sky violent ape in an instant. Through investigation, Yi Xian instantly determined the nature of this wormhole. Its interior wasn't stable, and from a certain point of view, this wasn't a true wormhole. It was between a spatial rift and a wormhole, and there was no way it could be considered a wormhole. It was a small danger. Moreover, the exit of the wormhole is extremely far away. According to the aura of the void coordinates, it should be close to the forbidden land of rising with an emperor-level powerhouse guarding it. As it muttered to itself, the eyes of the starry sky violent ape flickered. At this moment, Yi Xian had already understood why this copper behemoth suddenly rushed into this unstable and dangerous wormhole. The other party was obviously taking a risk. If it did not enter, it would definitely die. And if it entered this wormhole, although there was also the danger of dying, at most, it could only be considered a 90% chance of survival. At least there was still a chance of survival. There was no need to think too much about how to choose. Roar! After confirming everything, the starry sky violent ape unwillingly raised its head and let out a furious roar. Its figure flashed, and it turned around and rushed back the way it came. Although the copper behemoth had escaped, Yi Xian did not intend to continue chasing. The reason why he chased after it and wanted to kill this half-emperor-level copper behemoth was only to obtain another top-grade regal king blood essence. To him, this matter could only be considered as icing on the cake. It was not to the extent that he was willing to take such a huge risk. The Beaming Forbidden Land. When they were suddenly thrown out of the farmer god cauldron by Yi Xian, whether it was the azure ox or the elephantine mink, they were all suddenly stunned. Before they could recover from their shock, the violent starry sky ape directly shot off into the distance after leaving behind a sentence, and its figure vanished in the blink of an eye. Only at this moment did the azure ox and elephant fox mink turn their heads to look around. After confirming where they were at this moment, their hearts jumped, and they cried out involuntarily, "Heavens, is this the Beaming Forbidden Area? What about those titled emperors? I didn't see any of them. Did they all run away? There should be no more. Look, the beasts in the surrounding space are all prostrating in the space, shivering. The strongest are only a few officials." As the soft cries rang out from his mouth, the green ox and the elephant fox mink immediately understood what had happened. Shock filled their faces. This was the Beaming Forbidden Area. There were 8 ferocious beast kings, and the 2 strongest copper behemoths were even titled emperors at the pinnacle of titled emperors, but now, from the looks of the situation before them, other than the 5-colored deer that had been intercepted and killed, the other 7 ferocious beast kings in this intermediate space forbidden area seemed to have all met with misfortune. If they were not killed, they would have escaped long ago. And the reason why the violent starry sky ape had said those words before was obviously because it was in a hurry to give them some instructions before rushing off to kill them. The elephant fox mink muttered to itself in bewilderment, "Those are 7 ferocious beast kings, including the 2 half-step emperors. How did he do it?" Moo! Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the green ox at the side had already raised its head in excitement and let out a mooing sound. The entire ox seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and was extremely excited. "Old ox, I understand. Boss must have broken through again." With that heaven-defying bloodline ability in his hands, once activated, his body would explode, and his cultivation strength would instantly rise by several small ranks, directly entering the titled emperor realm. If that's the case, what's there to be polite about? This is a powerful intermediate starry sky forbidden area, and it is no longer guarded. All the cultivation resources are now ours. As for these ferocious beasts of the forbidden area, there are too many of them. There's no way we can afford to raise them. Same old rules, kill 80% of them, and leave 20%. Moo, if you want to live, hurry up and make a sound. Boom. Before it finished speaking, the azure ox stomped out with its 4 hooves, and in an instant, tens of thousands of ferocious beasts of the forbidden area that were crawling on the ground in a certain void not far away were directly trampled into a cloud of blood mist. Then, the old fellow snorted, and in an instant, the blood mist exploded. It was sucked into its stomach, a tragic massacre instantly unfolded. During this time, a large number of ferocious beasts of the forbidden area gradually recovered from their paralysis. Without saying a word, they turned around and fled at once. Roar! Almost at the same time, a shocking roar came from afar. The star-violent ape had returned. At this moment, the entire vast behemoth forbidden area fell into a mournful wail. All the ferocious beasts of the forbidden area were completely hopeless, and once again collapsed in the void. The bloody massacre lasted for half a day. In the end, more than 80% of the ferocious beasts of the forbidden area were killed. Only 15% of the ferocious beasts of the forbidden area were deliberately selected by the azure ox to be left behind. After returning to the Phoenix Blood Star Field, they were incorporated into the ferocious beast army under the azure ox. This batch of ferocious beasts that were left behind totaled more than 10 million. Among them, there were 10 marquee immortals and nearly 100 ordinary immortals. Previously, in the ferocious beast army under the azure ox, there were already 10 million ferocious beasts. In the entire ferocious beast army, there were a total of 8 marquee immortal ferocious beast commanders and more than 130 ordinary immortal ferocious beast leaders. Now, after this expansion, the total number of ferocious beasts of the forbidden area in the ferocious beast army was close to 30 million. Among them, there were more than 200 ordinary immortal ferocious beast leaders, and even the number of marquee immortal ferocious beast commanders had reached 18. 18 of them. The overall battle strength of the ferocious beast army had greatly increased. Xiao! Xiao xiao xiao! After killing all the ferocious beasts of the behemoth forbidden area, the azure ox rushed to the front of the star-violent ape in a flash. Then, he opened his mouth, and in an instant, a large amount of air-piercing sounds were heard. From his wide-open mouth, a large amount of ferocious beast chi and blood that had been compressed into a ball shot out, densely covering the sky and earth. In the blink of an eye, they covered a large area in the void. Chapter 43:13. These blood essences were condensed from the flesh and blood of universe-grade beasts. This was because the blood essences of universe-grade beasts could be used to refine level 20 pills for breaking through to the immortal realm. Level 20 pills were the lowest level of pills that Yi Xian was interested in refining now. A level 20 pellet represented the birth of an immortal old monster, which was barely acceptable. He was too lazy to concoct a level 19 pellet that was lower than level 20. There were too many survivors, ferocious beasts, and strong warriors in the entire space nomadic army. Everyone needed to rely on Yi Xian to provide level 19 pills to break through to the universe grade. He reckoned that he would be exhausted to death. He had already decided that he would work hard for those below the universe grade. After reaching the universe grade, he would naturally give them a level 20 pill to help them break through to the immortal realm. The number of beasts in the behemoth forbidden land was uncountable. Even beasts at the universe grade and above were numerous. This time, they had obtained a large number of small blood and vital energy balls. They were densely packed together in the void. It was simply too much for the eye to take in. Alright, the two of you take the army of ferocious beasts and head to the thousands of planets with life in the forbidden area. Collect all the cultivation resources and make a book of them. Yi Xian turned his head to look at the green ox and the elephant fox ferret. After handing over the task, he waved his hand and collected all the small blood essences floating in the void in front of him into the farmer god cauldron. Then, his figure flashed and he rushed directly to a huge abandoned planet in the distance. These small blood essences of the beasts were not stable. The longer they were kept, the more blood essences would be lost. Therefore, Yi Xian had to refine them into blood essences as soon as possible. This way, there would not be any more loss of blood essences. Whoosh! After entering this planet, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the farmer god cauldron. Then, he started refining all the small blood essences of the beasts that he had obtained from this battle. Given the current power of the farmer god cauldron, the entire process only took a little more than 2 hours to complete, even though the number of small blood essences of the beasts was shocking. After more than 2 hours, all the small blood essences of the beasts had been refined into blood essences. Among them, there were more than 60 blood essences that could be used to refine level 22 regal pills. In addition to the 2 blood essences that he had collected previously, there were a total of 6 blood essences. There were 18 regal blood essences. There were even more immortal and universe blood essences below the regal level. After condensing all of the fierce beast's blood and chi balls into blood essence, Yi Xian didn't stop there. Instead, he immediately refined the 3 types of blood essence, the universe, the immortal, and the marquis, the 3 types of blood essence below the king-conferred blood essence. Due to the different grades of the 3 cauldrons of pills, there was no way he could throw in all of them this time. And the 2,000 pills that he had previously had, the 2,000 plus the 2,000 that he had previously. Now up the 2,000 pills that he had had. Now, he already had over 5,000 pills. Now, 600 pills. These 5,600 level 20 pills represented 5,600 undying old monsters. If news of this spread, it would scare a large number of emperors and emperors to death. For a long time, the level 20 pills would be enough. This time, it took 2 hours, and the number of level 21 pills that came out of the furnace was much less than before. There were only 280 of them, and in addition to the 250 that Yi Xian originally had in his hands. 9 pills in stock. Now, the total number of level 21 pills in his possession had reached 539. The last cauldron was made from the blood essence of an official to break through to Emperor level 22. He only had a total of 68 blood essences. According to Yi Xian's estimates, he should be able to get at least 25 blood essences in one cauldron. Level 12 pills. 4 hours later, the furnace of level 22 pills was completed. In the end, Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised by the number of treasured pills he obtained. There were actually 31 of them. With that, along with the 8 pills he already had, Yi Xian now had a total of 39 level 22 pills. Even though the number was small, it represented 39 emperors. Even a pinnacle space forbidden land would only have that many emperors. Currently, Yi Xian had over 5,000 level 20 pills to break through to the undying level. As for the regal level undying level 21 pills, he had over 500. He even had 39 level 22 pills to break through to the regal level undying level. Checking the number of pills in his hands, Yi Xian, who had already returned to his 30m tall ape form, had an uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. Before, I had been fighting and refining the various levels of pills as reserves. After all, the entire space nomadic army is too huge. The number of subordinates is so huge that it makes one speechless. Muttering to himself, he gradually relaxed, but now, from the normal undying level to the regal level undying level, I already have a considerable amount of pills in reserve. Hence, in the near future, I don't have to launch large-scale expeditions to refine the various levels of pills. I can finally relax. However, not long after, even this Star Lord needs a level 23 pill, but now, there isn't even a single one. This matter can no longer be delayed. Speaking to this point, Yi Xian's eyes gleamed once more, his heart beating faster. The level 23 pill is used to break through to the Emperor level. Now that I have all the ingredients, I just need to open the furnace and I'll be able to refine it immediately. Once this is done, I'll have fulfilled a wish. From now on, my main body's strength under normal circumstances will definitely be able to reach the Emperor level. However, the pressure that will follow will be even greater. After the Emperor level, it is the Emperor level. Although the perfect pill formula for breaking through to the Emperor level has been deduced, if one wants to open a furnace and refine it, even if it is only a single level 24 pill, one must first gather 5 Emperor level pills. Blood essence is needed. These are Emperor level blood essences, far from what the previous Emperor level blood essences can compare to. Before, just gathering the 12 Emperor level blood essences was already so difficult, wasting so much effort and energy. Now, to gather the 5 Emperor level blood essences, the difficulty will increase by at least a few times. The key is that Emperor level undyings can only be found in large-scale forbidden lands, and in the surrounding endless space, there's only one large-scale forbidden land. Even if I were to kill all the Emperor level undyings there, it would still be difficult. Chapter 43:14. Refining a cauldron of treasure pills required at least 5 blood essences of ferocious beasts, as well as other top-grade supplementary materials in the cauldron. The more blood essences there were, the more treasure pills would be produced if the refinement was successful. This time, Yi Xian had collected 12 blood essences of regal emperors for refining level 23 pills. He planned to refine all 12 of them in one cauldron. He even planned to refine one of them with the blood essence of a half-emperor. Then, the probability of refining 3 level 23 pills was at least 90%. Even the probability of refining 4 level 23 pills was more than 70%. As for 5 level 23 pills, it was at most 30%. In order to produce as many level 23 treasure pills as possible, Yi Xian had chosen the best quality items for the other supplementary materials in the pill formulas he'd prepared this time. A level 23 pill was too precious. One pill represented an undying emperor. If it was given to the top forces and races in the 3 main planes of the universe, one pill was enough to make them go crazy. There was no room for carelessness. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian stored all the precious pills that he had refined into jade bottles and properly stored them in the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano. With a flash of his body, he directly arrived at the mouth of the Shinlong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog and sat down cross-legged. He had never refined a level 23 pill before. It was not like the level 3 treasure pills from before. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. He had to give it his all. Otherwise, if the refinement failed, Yi Xian might even have the thought of crying. Just the collection of materials was enough to cause one's heart to ache. Soon, as he sat down at the mouth of the cauldron, there was movement at the bottom of the central region volcano in the farmer god cauldron. Shio! Shio, 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 with the sound of the air breaking, a large number of dim lights shot from the mouth of the cauldron above the central region volcano. They appeared above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano and stopped after a short delay. These dark lights were shockingly the various top-grade materials and cultivation resources that Yi Xian had prepared to refine a level 22 pill. Immediately afterward, from the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region, there was soon a majestic Shinong 7-color flame whistling up. In an instant, it condensed into a 7-color cauldron with a radius of 10 meters. This 7-colored cauldron was small and simple. It gave off an extraordinary aura. In the next instant, the blood essence of the ferocious beasts and other materials and resources that had been prepared earlier all automatically flew up and entered this small flame cauldron that was only a few feet in radius. From then on, the refinement of this cauldron of level 23 pills could be considered to have officially begun. Unknowingly, time was slowly passing by. Hong. After an unknown amount of time, there was a loud roar above the flame pool at the center of the central region volcano. In his line of sight, the cauldron formed purely from the Shinong 7-colored flames instantly dispersed, and a stream of 7-colored flames roared back into the fire pool below like a great river. What remained above the flame pool were round beads the size of infant fists. Although they were the same size as the blood essence of ferocious beasts from before, they were completely different. The blood essence was blood red and gave off a strong aura of qi and blood. Although these round beads were also the size of infant fists, they glowed with 7 colors and had a dreamy halo on their surface. They gave off an ancient and heavy aura. An extremely strong aura of an emperor came rushing over. Level 23 pills. Refinement was successful. There are actually 5 pills. Opening his eyes, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with an incomparably excited light as he involuntarily cried out. Although he had put in 12 regal blood essences to refine level 23 pills this time, there was even a top-grade regal blood essence that was condensed from the qi and blood of a half-emperor behemoth. But even so, the possibility of refining 5 pills in one cauldron was only 30%. As for 6 pills, it was not even 10%. There was no need to hope for it. It was impossible. Such a small probability had actually become reality. It could only be said that Yi Xian's luck had exploded this time. His harvest was too shocking. 5 level 23 pills. Soon, I will use one of them. The remaining 4 will allow me to have 4 more emperors under my command in the future. In his excitement, Yi Xian muttered softly. Even his breathing became hurried. 5 Emperor Realm experts. Even an ordinary large forbidden area in the starry sky or a remnant of the starry sky would not have such battle prowess. Today, the starry sky nomadic army was finally at its peak. Success. I will be able to move freely in this vast and boundless void of the universe. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart suddenly moved. His entire state of mind underwent a mysterious change. It was as if he had an epiphany. In the past few years, he had made rapid breakthroughs consecutively, causing the hidden danger of his unstable state of mind to disappear in an instant. In an instant, it was completely healed and disappeared. This might have something to do with his continuous battles in this behemoth forbidden land, where he fought the 8 ferocious beast kings one after another, as well as the continuous refinement of various levels of ferocious beast blood essences and treasured pills. But no matter what, there was one undeniable fact. That was, as the hidden danger of his unstable state of mind disappeared, Yi Xian, who could not attempt to make breakthroughs in the short term, could finally launch a comprehensive improvement in his cultivation base once again. The stability of my state of mind this time is like an epiphany. The benefits are not small. As he muttered to himself, he immediately made a new decision. It's only right to take advantage of this opportunity to make another breakthrough. Xiao. Xiao xiao xiao. In the next instant, as Yi Xian waved his hand, a large amount of cultivation resources were directly taken out by Yi Xian from the undying world within his body. 10 drops of all evil origin liquid, 200 cubic meters of purple gold top-grade flesh medicine, and various top-grade treasured herbs and body-tempering materials. He even cut off a bird's leg from the remains of a primordial being hidden in the sealed caves at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the Shenong Cauldron. This leg was taken from the body of a powerful bird of the quasi-desolate era. Although it was only a small piece, it was still several hundred cubic meters in size. It was purified by the Shenong 7-colored flame. After removing the impurities, it was roasted with the Shenong 7-colored flame until it was golden and dripping with oil. After that, there were still 200 cubic meters left floating in front of him. Then, the Shenong Cauldron's domain was activated, and the cultivation resources floating in front of Yi Xian were compressed in the blink of an eye into a ball the size of an infant's fist. He opened his mouth and swallowed it directly, rolling it into his stomach. And thus, the breakthrough this time began. Boom. Chapter 43:15. As the energy in his body surged, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in the colorful mist at the entrance of the farmer god cauldron, grimaced from the pain. The energy contained in this huge river of energy was rapidly dispersing, causing the 1.08 billion pores on his body to emit a dazzling light. His entire person was like a heavenly god, blooming with dazzling brilliance. Hua! Walala! At the same time, inside the flesh treasure body, the sound of the chains that covered the sky and earth continued. When this energy river that was burning to the extreme melted away, his flesh treasure body had already been shaken by the potential of his life force, and a line appeared. A thick human shackle chain appeared. What he needed to do now was to urge the surging, blazing river of energy in his body to tear apart this shackle that had quietly appeared. Once he did this, his cultivation realm would instantly soar again. Hua! Rumble! From this moment on, Yi Xian's body seemed to have been turned upside down. The clanging sound of the chains didn't stop for even a second. An incomparably blazing river of energy surged, shaking the shackles that appeared in his body at every moment. A deafening roar rang out, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. Time passed slowly. Every second, Yi Xian was enduring endless pain. After an unknown amount of time, when he finally regained his consciousness, he found that the continuous roar in his body had disappeared. That blazing river of energy was no longer there. A wisp of clarity surged into Yi Xian's heart as he opened his eyes. Following that, the expected system prompt instantly sounded out in his mind, ding. Congratulations to the host. Ancient Dongshu tactics has broken through. Current realm, level 4 Emperor Immortal. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Ancient Dongshu tactics has broken through. Current realm, level 4 Emperor Immortal. Once again, he successfully broke through. Before this, Yi Xian's original body had already reached the 3rd rank of Immortal Emperor. Once he activated the bloodline of the ancient demonic ape, his strength would soar to the 4th rank of Immortal Emperor. If he could use the 9 demon ape transformations and reach the 6th transformation, he would instantly reach the terrifying strength of an Emperor level 1. And this time, when his cultivation once again experienced a breakthrough, Yi Xian's original body advanced to the 4th level of the Immortal Emperor in one fell swoop. Once he activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body and entered the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, his peak combat strength would increase. He would reach level 2 Emperor level in an instant. If he were to add on the boundless blood energy within the demon ape's true body, then the current Yi Xian wouldn't even need to fear a rank 3 Undying Emperor realm expert. Xiao! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian's figure flashed as he left the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. Feeling the surge of power in his body, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Counting the time, a full 3 days had passed since he entered this abandoned planet to begin the refinement of various blood essences and precious pills. Even though the Bimeng Forbidden Area was extremely vast, merely the number of planets with life had already exceeded 1,000. So, it was obvious how abundant the various resources within it were. However, after the previous battle, Green Ox had taken in more than 10 million beasts from the Forbidden Land. These beasts were the natives of the Forbidden Land, so they were very familiar with the starfield. With the help of more than 10 million beasts, it shouldn't take too long to collect all kinds of cultivation resources from more than 1,000 planets. 3 days should be enough. Thinking up to there, Yi Xian waved his hand and put away the farmer god cauldron. His body flashed and he instantly rushed out of the abandoned planet, appearing in the universe outside the atmosphere of the planet. Moo! Just as his figure appeared, in the distant void in front of him, there was already a loud mooing sound, filled with endless excitement and excitement. It was obvious that the green ox had been waiting in the void of the universe for a long time. Perhaps it was because he guessed that Yi Xian was definitely cultivating in seclusion or refining a treasure pill, so he didn't disturb him and directly entered the interior of the planet. Boss, congratulations, congratulations. You've broken through again. Previously, Yi Xian's original body was a level 3 Emperor Immortal under normal circumstances. When he activated the demon ape bloodline in his body and transformed into the Tenjiangtal Raging Star Ape, he was a level 4 Emperor Immortal. And now, as he broke through again, his cultivation base had already reached the 5th level of the Emperor Immortal stage under the Starry Sky Berserk Ape state. The green ox was extremely shrewd. He could tell with a single glance that Yi Xian had just launched a breakthrough. He had successfully broken through. At this moment, the moment he opened his mouth, he was trying to curry favor with Yi Xian. As he spoke, his pair of enormous ox eyes continuously swept over Yi Xian's body, as if he was searching for something. Yi Xian understood, but he pretended not to notice. He didn't care about the old man at all. He reached out his hand and said, "Where's the list?" The harvest this time was all the cultivation resources in an entire medium-sized forbidden space area. It was so plentiful that even Yi Xian couldn't help but be moved. Especially in the nests of the two half-emperor behemoths, there must be a large amount of top-grade materials and medicines. He might even be able to find level 24 pellets, or even the materials needed for the perfect recipe of level 25 pellets. Therefore, Yi Xian was extremely anxious. He wanted to ask for the list so that Green Ox wouldn't steal it. "Boss, the list is with me, but the resources are with Great King Ox." As soon as he finished speaking, the elephant fox mink rushed over. He directly extended his hand and handed over a black jade slip to Yi Xian. This fellow was also a shrewd person. He knew that Yi Xian had asked him and the Green Ox to collect the spoils of war in the forbidden space of the Bimeng Forbidden Land to prevent this shameless old ox from keeping them. Therefore, he was especially excited. He had a feeling that he was Yi Xian's true confidant. Feeling. Moo. At the side, the Green Ox roared in dissatisfaction and snorted. Then, a ray of light was shot out from his hooves and landed in Yi Xian's hand. It was a spatial treasure bottle. Obviously, all the spoils of war collected from the thousands of life stars in the forbidden space of the Bimeng Forbidden Land had been stored in this spatial treasure bottle. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two weak sounds of breaking through the air rang out. The list of spoils of war and the spatial treasure bottle were stored in Yi Xian's undying world. The spoils of war this time were too much. Even if he were to investigate and choose the most important top-grade materials, it would take a lot of time. It would take a lot of time. Now was obviously not the time to be busy with this matter. When he had the time later, he would slowly sort it out. Chapter 43:16. 12 regal blood essences, and one of them is a top-grade item for a half-step emperor. This cauldron of emperor pellets is indeed satisfying. There are a total of 5. Turning his head to look at the Green Ox, Yi Xian nodded. He paused halfway and changed the topic. "What? Do you want one?" "Yes, how can I not want it?" Hearing that this cauldron of emperor pellets had actually been refined into 5, the Green Ox was so excited that it snorted on the spot. Its forehooves impatiently pawed at the void as it nodded repeatedly in panic. "This is the emperor pellet. As long as one's cultivation base reaches the 9th level of the emperor pellet, as long as one's cultivation base reaches the 9th level of the emperor pellet, one will be able to reach the 9th level of the emperor pellet. After swallowing one will immediately become a ferocious beast emperor. How can this old ox just want it? I'm practically thirsty for it." "Then what's your cultivation base now?" "Conferred king. Conferred king. Level 1. As Yi Xian casually asked another question, the Green Ox was so excited that it did not think much and subconsciously answered. Halfway through his sentence, the old fellow's eyes instantly widened as he stared straight at Yi Xian for a long time. In the end, he replied with a face full of suspicion, "Boss, what do you mean by that?" "This old ox. Actually, it won't take long for me to reach the 9th level of the conferred king realm. Then we'll talk about it when you arrive. Anyway, you just said that it won't take long. There's no rush." Yi Xian was secretly happy, but he did not show it on his face. He casually replied again, and then his figure flashed, and he directly shot towards a giant star in the distance. "All right, summon all the beasts, don't let them go out casually. This king still has one more thing to do. Once it's done, we'll leave." Plop. Moo. Only at this moment did the Green Ox finally come back to its senses. It knew that it had been tricked by Yi Xian. Although the old fellow's skin was thick, it was too embarrassed to change its words on the spot. Not to mention that there was an elephant fox ferret beside him, who was staring at him with a strange expression. Under the depression in his heart, the old fellow's face instantly revealed a wisp of grief and indignation as if he'd lost his parents. He fell down on his butt in midair, and then he raised his head and let out a mooing sound. The hidden bitterness in his voice was simply to the point of tears, and it could be said to be monstrous resentment. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to him. His figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he was already more than 100 million kilometers away, heading straight for a huge abandoned star not far ahead. This abandoned planet was the final position indicated by the interstellar coordinates that the Nine Heavens Maiden had given to Yi Xian. According to the Nine Heavens Maiden, this planet used to be full of life, but now it had lost its vitality. After all, countless years had passed since the primordial era. If it was a planet with life, Yi Xian would still hesitate. After all, even if there were more than 1,000 planets with life in the forbidden land of Bimeng, the important cultivation resources and various treasures within them had already been taken away by the green ox and the elephant fox ferret to more than 10 million forbidden lands. The ferocious beasts had all been collected, but planets with life were rather precious. There were still various living beings on them. If they were completely destroyed, it would more or less be a matter of peace. However, there was no need to worry so much about an abandoned planet that had long since lost its vitality. To put it bluntly, it was just a slightly larger stubborn rock. Boom. After a short while, Yi Xian arrived at the abandoned planet. He did not enter the planet. Instead, he stopped in the cosmic void a million kilometers away from the planet. After investigating for a while, he waved his arm and punched out brazenly. A shocking explosion sounded. The entire huge planet shattered into countless star fragments in the blink of an eye. A wisp of purplish-blue light quietly appeared among them, and Yi Xian immediately caught it with his sharp senses. Whoosh! With his eyelids twitching, Yi Xian's breathing instantly quickened. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately waved his hand. From the rumbling and shattering planet in front of him, a wisp of purplish-blue light immediately shot out and arrived 1,000 feet away from Yi Xian. Hovering. This was a blue mysterious jade essence crystal, about 10 feet in size and shaped like a cocoon. Inside it was sealed a woman. She was wearing a purple dress, and even her hair was purple. Her eyes were tightly closed, as if she was asleep. This purple-haired woman in a purple dress had a temperament like that of a fairy. Her appearance was noble and otherworldly, and she was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Unlike the other 6 women, although she had already fallen, she did not have the slightest breath of life. However, this precious body of his previous life that was sealed inside a complete profound jade essence crystal did not have a single scratch. Even the sparkling purple dress did not have a single wrinkle. What a powerful aura! Feeling the faint trace of energy within this mysterious jade essence crystal, Yi Xian could not help but be shocked. This kind of power had even surpassed the emperor level. If there were no accidents, it should be the emperor level. This was not just a mere pressure, but a real energy aura. In terms of pressure, Fairy Xia's previous life was the same as the 6 women, including the 9 Heavens Maiden and the Celestial Phoenix Maiden. They were all existences of the primordial era. After falling, the precious body of her previous life could still capture the unique pressure of this primordial era life form. Sigh. But now, what made Yi Xian surprised was not the residual pressure that represented the level of her previous life's cultivation, but the real power contained in this complete precious body. Previously, the 9 Heavens Maiden had said that after Fairy Xia's soul was destroyed and she fell, the first thing she did was to consume her origin, seal her on the spot, and send her into the core of the star. If there are no accidents, once the origin of Xia Fairy's spiritual sense in the Yen Luo is based on her previous life's treasure body and reconstructs her real body in this life, then, once she wakes up, her cultivation strength will at least reach the level of an emperor, and very close to the level of an emperor. Speaking of this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and his breathing became more rapid. Deep in his eyes, an endless burning light bloomed. Now it seems that the energy aura of this precious body in front of me is so powerful. The mysterious maiden's speculation is extremely likely to become reality. Wang. Just as he spoke of this, the undying world in his body suddenly emitted a faint buzzing sound. Yi Xian's mind was blessed, and he subconsciously waved his hand. In an instant, a ray of light shot out, and in less than a breath of time, it had already expanded. In just a breath, it had turned into a pink silk cloth with a radius of 100 feet. It was the primordial era treasure, Yen Luo. Master, I am Xia. Just as he took out the Bao Luo, within the pink silk that stretched in the wind, there was a soft but firm voice that said, "Thank you, Master, for helping me find the treasure body of my previous life. With its help, Xia will be able to open up immediately." Chapter 43:17. So it's the Emperor level. That's great. Yi Xian's eyes instantly lit up when he heard the voice of Xia's spiritual sense from within Yen Luo. His breathing became even more hurried as he hurriedly asked, "Xia, I wonder if your cultivation will be able to recover to Feng after you use this treasure body from your previous life to reconstruct your current life. Which Emperor level is it? Initial stage? Middle stage or late stage? There's a huge difference. The Peerless Emperor realm is absolutely guaranteed," Fairy Xia's voice sounded again. "But I can't tell which Emperor level it is yet. I can only make a detailed estimate after I retrieve my previous life's treasure body." Yi Xian was anxious when he heard that. He urged, "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and retrieve it." Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, a purple light shot out from the pink treasure net. In the blink of an eye, it went into the blue profound jade essence crystal in front of him. Almost in the next moment, the entire piece of mysterious crystal completely disintegrated, turning into streaks of purple and blue energy light. Like countless fireflies in the night sky, they shot out and entered the pink silk cloth in the blink of an eye, disappearing. Damn! Yi Xian didn't urge her. He waited quietly. After a few breaths, Xia Fairy's voice finally sounded from within the pink silk, "Master, the precious body of the previous life is relatively well preserved, and because Sister Xian Nu used the original source to form this blue mysterious jade essence crystal, it helped Xia preserve the body of the previous life. Even after countless years, the remaining energy is still very strong. Therefore, according to my estimation of the energy in the treasure body, I'll have the power of the 7th stage Emperor level after I reconstruct the treasure body and awaken it." 7th stage? Not bad. That's the late stage Emperor level, only 2 stages away from the peak. Yi Xian's eyes instantly lit up as he excitedly rubbed his hands. Halfway through his words, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His words suddenly paused, and he suddenly waved his hand, shooting a ray of light towards the pink silk net in front of him. This ray of light contained a large amount of top-grade cultivation resources. There were 10 drops of all evil origin elixir alone, as well as plenty of other top-grade precious herbs such as purple gold top-grade flesh medicines. "Hey, these are all for you. They can help you improve your cultivation when you reconstruct your true body in this world." Yi Xian spoke again after the light entered the pink silk. His voice was filled with excitement and anticipation. Reconstructing your true body is equivalent to a great opportunity. With the help of these top-notch resources, once you wake up, your cultivation will definitely improve. He will definitely become even more powerful. There are actually 10 drops of evil origin elixir. Xia's pleasantly surprised voice immediately rang out from the pink silk. "Thank you, Master. Reconstructing my present body is indeed a great opportunity for me to strengthen my foundation. With the help of these top-tier resources, if there are no accidents, Xia should be able to recover to the peak of the Emperor level 9 when she wakes up. In other words, the half-Emperor level." Hiss. What? Half-Emperor? Yi Xian's eyes immediately widened as he sucked in a cold breath of air. He exclaimed in shock, "Just these 10 drops of evil origin liquid can actually allow you to instantly increase your cultivation by 2 small levels after reconstructing your true body? Why didn't you say so earlier? This liquid is extremely precious, but I still have a few hundred drops." 10 drops are enough." Without waiting for him to finish, Xia's voice sounded again. "No matter how much you give me, Xia's power can only be restored to the quasi-emperor level. It's impossible for me to directly jump to the emperor level. The reason is very difficult to explain. The emperor level is a very strange level. When Master breaks through to this level in the future, you'll naturally understand what Xia means. Now, It's very difficult to use words to explain the subtleties of this, there's such a thing. Frowning, Yi Xian secretly kept this matter in mind and did not dwell on it. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, if that's the case, you can go into seclusion and reconstruct your true body. Try to complete all of this as soon as possible and wake up. Master, Xia has left. See you in the future. In the pink treasure net, Xia's last sentence was immediately followed by silence. Although this girl's temperament was gentle, she was obviously a little soft on the outside but tough on the inside. Her actions were swift and decisive, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. I wonder how long it will take for this girl to reconstruct her true body in this life to wake up, Yi Xian muttered softly as he stared blankly at the Yanluo stretching in the wind 300 meters away. For a moment, he was actually a little absent-minded. However, in his eyes, there was a gleam of extreme anticipation. The great circle of the 9th level Emperor level, which was half a step to the Emperor level, was definitely an extremely powerful existence. He dared not say that he could run rampant in this mysterious void fragment of the primitive world, but it was basically impossible to meet an opponent who could match him. At least, in the two places Yi Xian knew that had Emperor-level battle prowess, which was the Rising Sun Forbidden Land and the Crouching Bull Star region, there was absolutely no such power. I wonder when I will be able to step into the Emperor level. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's face couldn't help but reveal a strong sense of longing. There were a total of 5 levels of Undying: Ordinary Undying, Official Undying, Emperor Undying, and Emperor Undying. When Yi Xian first became an Ordinary Undying, it seemed like it was only yesterday, but now, in the blink of an eye, he had unknowingly become an Ordinary Undying. In the blink of an eye, he had already grown to the 4th level of the Emperor level, which was the intermediate level. This kind of speed of advancement might not be unprecedented, but it was probably close. However, it was still far from enough. Intermediate Emperor level was only 2 levels away from the Emperor level. Not to mention, after the Emperor level, there were still Universe Knights, Universe Masters, Universe Supreme, and Primordial Great Beings. Primordial Great Beings, Primordial Great Beings, and other 5 levels. In the future, once the primitive world fully descended, the primeval heavens, I would have a large number of Primordial Great Beings who were hiding or recovering from their injuries under his command. With Yi Xian's current strength, if he wanted to step into the Primordial Great Being level, there would be 7 levels of Primordial Great Beings. There was a total of 7 levels to break through. Every great realm had 9 small stages. Based on this calculation, if he wanted to enter the Primordial Sovereign Realm, he would need to break through at least 60 times. 60 times, this was not the early stage, but the late stage of the Starry Sky Realm. Even a small breakthrough would take a long time. 60 times. Just thinking about it now made Yi Xian give birth to one in an instant. A heavy feeling of helplessness. It seems like the pressure on my shoulders is still huge. 60 breakthroughs, it's simply despairing. Chapter 43:18. Moo. Just as he returned to the previous area, he bumped into the green ox, which was rushing over with its 4 hooves. This old fellow was still lifeless not long ago, but in the blink of an eye, it was as if it had been revived with full health, and nothing happened to it. This made Yi Xian speechless. Boss, all the beasts in the Forbidden Grounds have been gathered. Should we return to the base immediately? When he reached Yi Xian, the green ox stopped abruptly. Without waiting for Yi Xian to speak, he impatiently urged, Boss, are you done with your business? If there's nothing else, let's return to the base immediately. We've been out for so long, I really want to go back. What's the situation? Yi Xian frowned and turned to look at the elephant fox ferret. Then, he glanced at the 10 million beasts neatly arranged in a square formation in the void not far behind. He suddenly had a strange feeling. This old man was really strange. Before they came out of Phoenix Blood Starfield, he was the one who kept saying that he wanted to come out. Now that they had just taken down the Bimeng Forbidden Grounds, he impatiently urged Yi Xian to go back. The elephant fox ferret was also confused. He stared at Yi Xian in a daze. Actually, It's nothing much. Boss, this old cow just wants to go into closed-door cultivation. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the green ox took over his words, showing an impatient attitude. Look, boss, back then, this old cow broke through to the titled king realm with you. Although not much time has passed yet, but boss, not long ago, you're already Emperor Realm level 4, but I'm still at Emperor Realm level 1. This is simply intolerable. Speaking of this, the green ox shook his head and snorted. His expression was firm. Luckily, I had an epiphany. It's not too late to work hard now. That's why I'm urging you to go back quickly. Old cow, I've already made up my mind. This time, if I don't break through to the 9th level of conferred king stage, I won't go out anymore. My youth is wasted like this. I can't bear to think about it. Yi Xian instantly came to a realization when he heard the words great perfection of the 9th stage come out of his mouth. He immediately rolled his eyes. After all this time, this old man was still thinking about the level 23 pill that could help him break through to Emperor level undying. Now that he had made such a fuss, he was truly a troublemaker. Alright, this king can see it now. If I don't give you this level 23 pill, I don't know what other things will happen during this period of time. Shaking his head and smiling bitterly, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand and a light beam shot towards the green ox. It was one of the 5 level 23 pills. Of course, it wasn't the one with the best quality. Emperor Realm Treasure Pill. Seeing this light shoot out, the green bull's eyes widened in an instant. It snorted and exclaimed. At the same time, its body suddenly leaped up. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, it directly hugged the flying emerald green jade bottle in its arms. He vigilantly scanned his surroundings before carefully putting it back into his body. Seeing this, Yi Xian was completely speechless. As for the elephant fox mink, he was so excited that his face flushed red as he stared at Yi Xian. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation was only at the conferred marquis realm, he probably would have blurted out and asked Yi Xian for a level 23 pill. Emperor Realm Treasure Pill. Alright, don't even think about the Emperor Realm Treasure Pill. However, I can't be biased. Fine, I'll give you the Emperor Realm Treasure Pill first. Train hard and break through to the 9th level peak as soon as possible. Then, you'll be able to consume it. Yi Xian turned his head to look at the elephant fox ferret. After he finished speaking, he directly raised his hand and shot out a jade bottle. Inside was a level 22 Regal King pellet. Boss is so mighty, even though it was only an Emperor Realm treasure pill, the leopard was no less excited than the green ox. He immediately kept it in his body after receiving it. Xiao. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian directly took out the Shenong cauldron. This time, he didn't intentionally control the size of the cauldron. At this moment, it was like a giant star, instantly attracting the gazes of the green ox and the elephant fox mink. As for the more than 10 million ferocious beasts in the forbidden grounds that had just been subdued not long ago, without exception, they were all shocked. Even the 10 marquis immortal rank beasts gasped after being stunned for a moment. This was a primordial treasure of an era. They had only heard about it before. Who would have thought that they would be able to see it with their own eyes under such circumstances? All the beasts in the forbidden grounds, enter the treasured cauldron's inner space and cultivate in peace. When you are needed in battle, you will naturally be summoned. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he turned to look at the great beast army in the distant void. He continued, this king doesn't care about those below the universe realm, but as long as they reach the great perfection of the universe realm, they can immediately apply for a treasure pill from this king. You can break through to the immortal grade within a few days. Similarly, it is the same for the 9th level immortal grade, 9th level marquis grade, and 9th level monarch grade. I have corresponding treasured pills with me. As long as you reach the 9th level peak of the universe grade, you can break through within a few days after consuming them. However, these treasured pills are not free. They will be deducted from your accumulated battle merits in the future. After saying that, Yi Xian did not say anything else. With a wave of his hand, the dense nine-colored fog at the mouth of the farmer god cauldron dispersed instantly, forming a passage. In the distant void, the 10 million plus beasts in the forbidden grounds in formation were so excited that their bodies trembled after hearing Yi Xian's words. They originally thought that this time's surrender represented the incomparably dark days of enslavement in the future. They didn't expect that the truth was the complete opposite. This was clearly a good fortune. The so-called battle achievements could actually be exchanged for this kind of breakthrough in a few days. A supreme treasure pill that could break through the universe-grade bottleneck was simply unimaginable in the past. With excitement, all the beasts in the forbidden grounds did not resist or hesitate. Under the leadership of the 10 marquee immortal-grade beasts, they all turned into streaks of light and shot toward the star-like mouth of the farmer god cauldron. In just half an hour, the 10 million plus beasts in the forbidden grounds had all entered the farmer god cauldron. The void in front of them was empty. Only now did Yi Xian turn his head to look at the elephant, fox, mink and the green ox. His eyes flashed as he said, "As for the matter of returning to the forbidden phoenix blood grounds, we'll temporarily postpone it. This king's intention is to first make a trip to the rising sun forbidden grounds." Chapter 43:19. We're only going to the forbidden land of rising sun to gather some information. There's basically no danger. Yi Xian waved his hand and interrupted the green ox. We won't be going back to the forbidden land of phoenix blood for the time being. After we're done with the forbidden land of rising sun, we still have to go to another large remnant star field. Didn't I already give you the emperor pill? Why are you still clamoring for it? What the hell do you mean by going back? When the green ox heard this, an aggrieved and gloomy expression immediately appeared on its face. It muttered, "The treasure pill was given to me, but I can't use it now. I have the treasure pill in my hand but I can't swallow it. This kind of feeling is like 100 claws scratching my heart. It's worse than not having the treasure pill in hand. It's even worse when I have it." What it said made sense. Yi Xian opened his mouth and was speechless for a moment. If you want to go into seclusion, you should go in too. The spiritual energy in the farmer god cauldron is more abundant. In the end, he pointed at the farmer god cauldron beside him speechlessly. As soon as he finished speaking, the green ox raised its head and mooed. It directly charged into the mouth of the cauldron filled with nine-colored fog and disappeared. "Boss, my cultivation is weaker. I need to go into seclusion even more." The elephant fox ferret had just obtained a level 22 emperor pill. Seeing that Yi Xian specially allowed the green ox to enter the farmer god cauldron and enter seclusion for a long time, it was immediately tempted. It stared at Yi Xian seriously and said, "Also, I think what Great King Ox said makes sense. I have the pill in my hands, but I can't use it. This is even more torturous than not having the pill. How is it just scratching my heart? It's simply scratching my heart. Don't even think about it." Hearing that this old guy also wanted to slack off, Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes and refused on the spot. "Don't forget that you still have to help me find the bloodline evolution resources of the other 3 Warokaians. As long as you do this, I'll give you a promise. This Star Lord can guarantee that in the future, as long as you break through to the conferred Emperor realm, you will be able to obtain a level 23 conferred Emperor pill. As for the others, they'll have to wait until they reach the peak of the Emperor realm. The green ox is just an exception, let's do it." Hearing that he could still enjoy this kind of treatment, the elephantine's eyes instantly lit up. Without hesitation, he nodded and agreed on the spot. He patted his chest and said, "Boss, don't worry. I will definitely use all my strength to activate my bloodline talent and help you as soon as possible. The bloodline evolution resources required by the 3 Karakoram clans have been found. If that's the case, let's be on our way." "Xiao," Yi Xian nodded. With a wave of his hand, he stored the Shinong cauldron into his body. At this moment, the elephantine had already shrunk its figure once more, and it was only around 3 centimeters in size. It was like a pet as it descended onto the right shoulder of the violent Starsky ape that was 30 m tall, and it just happened to sink its entire body into it, causing it to feel extremely comfortable and content. This was something that couldn't be helped. If he had to follow behind them, with his speed as a titled marquis, Yi Xian would probably go crazy on the spot. Then, Yi Xian turned around and glanced at the behemoth Forbidden Land behind him. He shook his head and sighed. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, he shot into the distance. Yi Xian was already well aware of the coordinates of the forbidden area of the rising sun. However, it was too far away from the behemoth Forbidden Land. It was more than 100 billion miles away. Yi Xian's current cultivation base was already at 4th stage Emperor Immortal. Now, he was activating the demonic ape bloodline in his body and transforming into the violent Starsky ape. In this form, his cultivation base was at 5th stage Emperor Immortal. Even if he used his extreme speed and teleported from time to time, it would take him at least 2 months to cross this distance of 100 billion miles. Of course, Huang Xiaolong could also activate the 9 Devil Ape Transformation's bloodline ability and execute the 6th Devil Ape Transformation. In that case, his cultivation would reach the second-order Emperor realm, and his speed would increase by several folds. At most, he could reach the rising sun Forbidden Land in 20 days. But in this way, he would miss most of the things along the way. This time, he went to the rising sun Forbidden Land with a strong purpose, which was to inquire about the whereabouts of the Netherworld furnace. However, there was another purpose, which was to bring the elephantine fox to find the bloodline evolution centers of the other 3 Karakoram clans in the void. The cultivation resources they needed. Previously, the mystic jade marrow crystal that the entire Soldier Ladle clan needed in the void was found because of the elephantine fox. Although the devouring system in Yi Xian's body also gave a system notification, that was when the elephantine fox told him about his discovery. After that, just based on this point, it could be seen how powerful this old guy's 1/3 treasure-seeking mouse bloodline was in terms of searching for treasures and resources. If it were not for the fact that Yi Xian did not have any suitable resources in his hands, he would have done everything he could to help the elephantine fox improve the 1/3 treasure-seeking mouse bloodline in his body. Even if it was only half, it was still half. He believed that this old guy's talent in searching for treasures would greatly increase because of this. However, even if it was only 1/3 of the treasure-seeking mouse bloodline now, Yi Xian's elephantine fox was very confident. Previously, he found the mystic jade marrow crystal easily, which was enough to explain everything. Although the journey to the forbidden land of rising sun was long, hundreds of billions of miles, but from another perspective, it was also a chance to find the cultivation resources needed for the bloodline evolution of the other 3 warring clans. Therefore, Yi Xian was really unwilling to take a look at the flowers on horseback. With his powerful second-order Emperor cultivation base, he flew at top speed. If there really were resources needed by the 3 clans along the way, but he accidentally brushed past them, that would be too regretful. Swish! With a piercing sound, a ray of light shot out from the void, traveling millions of miles in the blink of an eye. This ray of light was Yi Xian, who was rushing towards the forbidden land of rising Sunday. Now, 10 days had passed since he left the forbidden land of rising Sunday. The distance of 20 billion miles was behind him, and he had already covered 5 minutes of the long star road to the forbidden land of rising Sunday. One of them. In these 10 days, although Yi Xian had been rushing at top speed, the elephantine fox lying on his right shoulder seemed to be comfortable, but in fact, it was not idle. Along the way, this old guy had been fully activating the treasure-seeking mouse bloodline in its body. He sensed the auras of the stars along the way and relied on them to determine if there were any cultivation resources that Yi Xian needed. Even with his first-order marquis cultivation base, activating his bloodline talent for 10 whole days was an extremely tiring thing. The consumption of blood and qi was too great. Fortunately, Yi Xian had all kinds of top-grade treasures and medicines in his hands. Every time the elephantine fox was weak and tired, he would immediately throw a pile of them over. What made people speechless was that after swallowing a large amount of top-grade treasures and medicines, the elephantine fox's cultivation base had unknowingly broken through 2 days ago. Now, it was already a second-order marquis. Boss, about 1,000,000 miles to the right, there is a star with a very strange aura. Chapter 43:20. Red Marrow Spirit Crystal. Massive amount? Yi Xian fell into a daze as the familiar system notification rang out in his mind. Then, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Without any hesitation, he immediately extracted all the information related to the red marrow spirit crystal from the database of the devouring system in his body. He quickly browsed through it. He had never heard of this resource before, but since the devouring system had mentioned its name, it meant that it had automatically identified this newly discovered resource. As such, the system's information database must have been updated. All the relevant information could be found in the system. Of course, the discovery of the red marrow spirit crystal this time was still thanks to the elephantine ferret. The system notification that had appeared in Yi Xian's mind the last time the profound jade essence crystal had been discovered was also after the elephantine ferret had made a discovery and notified him. It was the same this time. This was definitely not a coincidence. Previously, the system would only issue a notification when Yi Xian had personally come into contact with or discovered a new resource. But now, it seemed that the elephantine ferret was Yi Xian's nose, so the system had obviously assumed that his discovery was related to Yi Xian's own discovery. It had the same effect. After checking, Yi Xian's heart began to pound wildly. The red marrow spirit crystal was a type of crystal that was as red as blood. The key ingredient for its formation was soul blood. Furthermore, it had to go through a very long period of time before the soul blood that had seeped into the soil could gradually become a red marrow spirit crystal under the terrifying pressure of the planet's core. Blood-colored spirit crystal. It was obvious that the abandoned planet in front of them that contained a large amount of red marrow spirit crystals must have gone through a terrible battle countless years ago. Furthermore, the creatures that had participated in that battle, or rather, the entire race of some kind of starry sky species, must have used some kind of secret technique in the end to force out the soul blood of all their members. In the end, this unknown race that had staked everything on a single throw must have been annihilated. As for whether their enemies had been killed by this method, there was no way to verify. However, one thing was certain, and that was that the soul blood forced out by all the members of that unknown race had seeped into the planet's land after the war. After soaking the soil, this planet's core must have undergone an intense tectonic movement. The large amount of mud that had been dyed red by the soul blood was brought into the core of the planet. After countless years, under the terrifying pressure of the planet's core, the mud was turned into a large amount of red marrow soul crystals, which became the precious minerals of this abandoned planet. The reason it was so valuable wasn't just because it was extremely useful for the Weeping Soul Warcaras, the Weeping Soul Beasts race, to rapidly improve their bloodline. Another reason was that this red marrow soul crystal was effective for most races in the universe. It could enhance the soul energy of most races, which was comparable to tempering one's soul. In fact, these soul crystals could even be used in pill recipes to improve the quality of the pills that were concocted. Good stuff, and its storage is said to be vast. This time, we've made a huge profit, muttering to himself, Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly. Without hesitation, his figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he was outside the atmosphere of this abandoned planet. This planet was very large, but it had been abandoned for countless years. There wasn't the slightest bit of vitality. Even the atmosphere was only a thin layer. Standing in the void of the universe outside the atmosphere, Yi Xian immediately extended his soul consciousness into the interior of the planet. After an extremely detailed search, he discovered that there was indeed a large amount of blood in the planet's core. A large number of blood-colored crystals appeared. If he wasn't mistaken, these blood-colored crystals should be the so-called red marrow soul crystals. After confirming that there was no mistake, Yi Xian relaxed and secretly rejoiced. This time, it was fortunate that he brought along the elephant fox mink and was lucky enough to discover this batch of red marrow soul crystals. Otherwise, if Yi Xian was the only one who passed by this place, he probably wouldn't have had a chance at all. There were too many planets in the void. It was impossible for him to extend his soul consciousness to investigate each one so carefully. Only the one-third of the treasure-seeking mouse bloodline in the elephantine's body could keenly capture the faint aura emitted by the core of this planet from millions of kilometers away at such a high speed. When Yi Xian had mined the origin of planet cores in the graveyard of the third universe, the situation was the same as that of the elephant fox marten. It was almost like cheating. But at that time, Yi Xian could do this because he had seized the bloodline of a young devourer beast. Although devourers were naturally very sensitive to the origin of planet cores, they could only rely on this one resource. When encountering other resources stored in the origin of planet cores, such as the red marrow soul crystals this time, Yi Xian's bloodline of the devourer beast would not sense them at all. But the elephant fox marten was different. As long as it was a valuable treasure or cultivation resource, it would be sensitive to it. This alone showed how powerful the bloodline of the treasure-hunting mouse was. Whoosh! Boom! Rumble! After confirming the location of the mine, Yi Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest. With a wave of his hand, an invisible and boundless force blasted out. In an instant, the abandoned star in front of him was blasted into a pile of shattered star fragments. An enormous explosion rang out. The explosion was so loud that it could be heard from thousands of miles away. With his current 5th-level king cultivation base, it was extremely easy for him to destroy a planet with a wave of his hand. At this moment, as the abandoned planet exploded, a smear of crimson appeared in the large amount of broken pieces. It was like a huge mountain peak, filled with crystals of various sizes. They were crimson like blood, and there seemed to be some kind of energy flowing within them. It was like flowing water, giving people an extremely dreamy feeling. Yi Xian waved his hand, and all the red crystals in the void flew over and floated in front of him. After a quick measurement, the total amount was as many as a few million cubic meters. The amount of mineral deposits was simply shocking. Whoosh! With another wave of his hand, the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman that was originally stored in the Undying World within his body was activated by Yi Xian. Immediately after, with a thought from him, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts within the Battle Talisman node swarmed out like bees that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. They let out a sharp cry as they charged towards the mountain-like red marrow blood crystal in front of them. At this moment, the familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering purple blood spirit marrow. Quantity, 1,000 cubic meters. Do you want to collect it immediately? Purple blood spirit marrow? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously looked towards the mountain-like sea of red marrow blood crystals in front of him. Sure enough, he saw a thick purple light within the largest red marrow blood crystal. Chapter 43:21. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and purple light burst forth. In the blink of an eye, a patch of purple crystals appeared in the space in front of Yi Xian. They were of various sizes, and they looked extremely beautiful. There seemed to be a hint of purple in each of them. Precious blood was flowing. As for the total number, it was exactly 1,000 cubic meters, which was not much different from what the system had indicated. Subconsciously, Yi Xian once again pulled out the information related to the purple blood spirit marrow from the system's database. After quickly browsing through it, he finally understood. Previously, when Yi Xian found the mystic jade essence crystals with the help of the elephant fox ferret, he had also obtained about 1,000 cubic meters of purple jade essence crystals from the sea of mystic jade essence crystals. Purple jade essence crystals were actually higher grade and purer mystic jade essence crystals. It was also because of this that the 1,000 cubic meters of purple jade essence crystals were stored in the Undying World within Yi Xian's body. He did not hand them over to the soldier Diao tribe in the Void Battle Tower. This time, the 1,000 cubic meters of purple blood spirit marrow that he found in the red marrow spirit marrow was actually the same. The purple blood spirit marrow was also a higher grade and purer red marrow spirit crystal. Ordinary red marrow soul crystals already had all kinds of extraordinary uses. Purple blood soul marrow, which was purer than red marrow soul crystals, obviously had more uses and better effects. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian immediately stored the 1,000 cubic meters of purple blood spirit marrow and stored it in the undying world within his body, just like the purple jade essence crystals before. Even the hundreds of cubic meters of ordinary red marrow spirit crystals in front of him were taken away by Yi Xian. He planned to add them as supplementary resources when he refined the great flesh medicine and various grade of treasure pills in the future. In the blink of an eye, there were only a little over 2 million cubes of blood-colored soul essence left in the cosmic void up ahead. However, for the weeping soul beasts, which only numbered in the tens of millions, it was still enough to be divided among them. Each weeping soul beast was given a large amount of soul essence, so it was more than enough. It would allow the bloodline of the entire tribe to evolve to a higher level. Buzz, a low buzzing sound rang out continuously, and in the short time it took to brew a cup of tea, over 2 million cubic meters of red marrow soul crystals had been divided up by the tens of millions of weeping soul beasts. With these red marrow soul crystals, Yi Xian didn't dare to hope that the bloodlines in their bodies would evolve to the same level as the weeping soul blood ape, because that was simply impossible. The weeping soul blood ape was the same as the corpse ancestor, drought demon, fairy Zi Xia, and the other 7 women. The desolate antiquity era. Even if he were to pour all of these red marrow soul crystals into a single weeping soul beast, he would not be able to raise its bloodline to such a level. However, as long as their bloodline power and cultivation strength could all reach the domain Lord Realm, Lord Realm, it would be enough for Yi Xian. These were tens of millions of domain lords, and they all had unique bloodline talents. Coupled with the amplification effect of the Weeping Soul War Talisman, once activated, even a titled emperor would have to be wary. With this kind of anticipation, Yi Xian ordered all of the Weeping Soul beasts to return to the Weeping Soul War Talisman. Then, with a wave of his hand, he stored the War Talisman back into his undying world. This time, on his way to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, he had only stopped in this star region for about an hour, but he had already obtained a huge amount of red marrow soul crystals and even 1,000 cubic meters of the higher grade purple blood essence. It was a great harvest. And all of this was thanks to the elephant fox ferret. Yi Xian now found this old fellow extremely pleasing to the eye. This time, I will record this great merit for you. Turning to look at the elephant fox ferret, Yi Xian nodded and continued, the 4 great war talisman races need 4 types of cultivation resources to improve their bloodlines, and we have already solved 2 of them. They were all found in the boundless void of the universe. This shows that there is a problem. And that is that in this ancient fragment of the void from the ancient times, there are all kinds of rare and precious resources. As long as you have the heart, you will definitely find something. At this point, Yi Xian suddenly changed the topic and turned to look at the void leading to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, his eyes shining brightly. We have only traveled 1/5 of the way to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, and there is still a long way to go. I wonder if we can still find something. Yes. Boss, it might be because I recently broke through to the Marquis rank, and the 1/3 of the treasure-seeking rat bloodline power in my body has increased greatly. It is like luck has arrived. Continuing Yi Xian's words, the elephant fox ferret rubbed its small paws and laughed mischievously. This old ferret has a feeling that we will definitely find something else on this trip to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, and it should be more than one. Although what I said is baseless, the bloodline of the treasure-seeking mouse is so amazing. Everything about treasures seems to be affected by some kind of power. Maybe, my intuition is right. Li Yao said. Then, he shook his head. Then I'll count on your auspicious words. Yi Xian had seen the magic of the treasure-seeking rat's bloodline twice in a row, so he naturally believed in it without a doubt. Therefore, although the elephant fox ferret's words were baseless and too vague, in Yi Xian's opinion, they were not necessarily without a certain degree of credibility. Nodding, Yi Xian waved his hand and pressed the elephant fox ferret back to his right shoulder socket. Without hesitation, his figure flashed and he continued on his way, turning into a faint light and disappearing at the end of the void thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. The long interstellar journey in the void had always been boring. The reason why Yi Xian and the elephant fox ferret did not feel this sense of boredom along the way was that they had always had strong expectations in their hearts. They hoped that in the next moment, they would be lucky enough to find something on a certain planet not far ahead. Some kind of precious treasure. Even if it was not the cultivation resources needed for the bloodline evolution of the other two great war clans, at least it was better than nothing. After all, the treasures and resources that could make the 1/3 of the treasure-seeking rat bloodline in the elephant fox ferret give birth to a vague feeling were not far off. Where would they go? But this time, after they set off again, the two of them sped through the void for another 20 days. Unknowingly, they had already covered half of the last 4/5 of the long journey. However, during this period, the elephant fox ferret did not find anything. He did not make a sound. It was as if his so-called good luck had been completely used up in the previous 2 times. After 20 days, even Yi Xian was a little impatient. A faint sense of anxiety flashed through his heart from time to time. Although it dissipated quickly, it was not a good feeling after all. Fortunately, on the afternoon of the last 20 days, the elephant fox ferret's voice suddenly sounded again in his right shoulder socket. "Boss, more than 1,000,000 miles ahead to the left, there's another planet with a very strange aura. We seem to have hit the jackpot again." Chapter 43:22. Charcoal maggot blood marrow. Why did the name of this resource sound so disgusting? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian subconsciously frowned. Immediately after, he directly pulled up all the resources related to the charcoal maggot blood marrow from the information database of the devouring system in his body. After browsing for a while, Yi Xian suddenly understood. This so-called charcoal maggot blood marrow was different from the profound jade marrow crystal and the red marrow soul crystal. It was not a crystal-like cultivation resource. It was not even a dead object, but a living thing. It also had another name, blood marrow charcoal maggot. To put it bluntly, this was actually a kind of space bug. Each one was only about 1 foot long and 2 inches thick. Because there was a bloodline in the center of the bug's core marrow, and its entire body was as black as ink charcoal. Its appearance was very similar to maggots, so the name blood marrow charcoal maggot came from it. And it came from the relevant resources provided by the System Information Database. This kind of bug was very rare. It was basically impossible to see it in the void of the universe because they fed on the core essence of the stars, which was also the source of the star core. If a star was compared to an apple, then these blood marrow charcoal maggots were the worms hidden in the core of the fruit. After the blood marrow charcoal maggots ate up all the core essence of a star, they would immediately leave and go to the next star. After entering the core, they would immediately lay eggs and then die, completing a cycle of life. In the vast void of the universe, the reason why so many living stars quickly went from being full of life to being dead and abandoned was because of the evolution of the stars themselves, but a part of it was also because of the evolution of the stars themselves. The reason was that the origin crystal of the star core inside the core was completely devoured by the blood marrow charcoal maggots. This kind of devouring accelerated the dissipation of the star's vitality, and the process of walking towards death. And this kind of magical bug race in the universe, only when a bright red bloodline appeared in its body could its bloodline be considered to have evolved to a pure state. Only this kind of pure blood marrow charcoal maggot could produce a jaw-dropping effect on the evolution of the blood mosquito beast's bloodline. Magical effect. I didn't expect that there would be such a magical bug in the universe. It was so extravagant that it ate the origin of the star core and evolved its bloodline generation after generation. It didn't know how many stars' origin crystals it had devoured, but after countless cycles of reproduction, it finally became a pure bloodline. Blood marrow charcoal maggots. After browsing through all the information, Yi Xian sighed with emotion. Without hesitation, he moved to the abandoned planet in front of him, which had been locked by the system. Although this planet had long since lost all life, its size was still very large. It was considered a super-large planet, and Yi Xian could still capture a very weak life force from the inside of the planet. From this, it could be seen that this abandoned planet had exhausted its vitality not long ago and was on the verge of death. The reason why the exuberant vitality that it originally possessed was completely exhausted in such a short period of time was most likely due to the massive amount of blood marrow charcoal maggots that were still hibernating in the core of the planet. The blood marrow charcoal maggots had just eaten up all the origin cores in the core area of the enormous planet not long ago. Before they could leave and migrate to the core areas of other planets to lay their eggs, they were killed by the elephant fox at the most critical moment. The mink caught their scent. Since they are living things, I have to be prepared to hunt them. After muttering softly, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. A ray of light shot out and hung in the void not far away. It was the blood mosquito war talon of the 4 great war talons. With a thought, all the nodes of the war chariot opened, and the blood mosquito beasts rushed out of the beehive nodes and lined up in the void. They were the blood mosquito beasts, and there were tens of millions of them. Among them, the leader was Yi Xian's sworn brother, Xue Ben. Xue Ben's cultivation had now grown to the universe grade and was only a few small ranks away from the immortal grade. This was the result of Yi Xian continuously pouring in all kinds of top-notch cultivation resources. However, what made him feel regretful was that although Xue Ben's cultivation had been continuously rising and breaking through, his consciousness had never fully recovered. He was much better than when he had first met Yi Xian. Boom! The tens of millions of blood mosquito beasts were all mobilized. Under Yi Xian's instructions, they surrounded the entire abandoned planet. The latter did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, an invisible majestic force blasted out and directly smashed the entire huge planet with a punch. A large number of fragments of the planet splattered and dust rose in the void. At the same time, a large number of black rays of light darted out from the core of the planet. They were about a foot long and looked like maggots. However, there was a very clear bloodline in their bodies. They were the so-called blood marrow charcoal maggots. Although he had already known from the system that the abandoned planet contained a large number of blood marrow charcoal maggots, Yi Xian was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. A large number of these blood marrow charcoal maggots were scattered in the void. A conservative estimate was that there were at least hundreds of billions of them. In other words, there were tens of millions of blood mosquito beasts. On average, each blood mosquito beast would need to hunt at least 10,000 blood marrow charcoal maggots to consume all the charcoal maggots. Very soon, Yi Xian made a new discovery. Among this large swarm of blood marrow charcoal maggots, there were occasional flashes of purple light. There weren't many of them, but in the midst of this blood-black, this kind of dense purple light, even though it was extremely faint, was very conspicuous. Yi Xian was excited. Just as he was about to make a move, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have discovered purple marrow charcoal maggots. Number, more than 1,000. Do you want to collect them immediately? Purple marrow charcoal maggots. Thinking about this name, Yi Xian immediately understood. Obviously, this was a type of blood marrow charcoal maggots that had evolved to a higher level and purer bloodline. As the bloodline in their bodies had turned a deep purple color, they were called purple marrow charcoal maggots. Blood marrow charcoal maggots. Instinctively, Yi Xian immediately searched for information related to these purple marrow charcoal maggots from the information database of the devouring system in his body. After some investigation, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The effects of these purple marrow charcoal maggots were more extensive than ordinary blood marrow charcoal maggots. Not only did they have a better effect on the bloodline evolution of the blood mosquito beasts, but they could also be used as medicine, like the purple blood spirit marrow. They could greatly increase the effect of the pills. This was to be expected. After all, it belonged to a rare species of space zerg. Generally speaking, the secretions of the space zerg in the universe would have various unique medicinal effects. However, this purple marrow charcoal maggot was one of a kind. Chapter 43-23. Xiao. Xiao xiao xiao. In the void, the faint sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Following Yi Xian's thought, streaks of black and purple light shot out from the explosion of the star in front of him. When they arrived in front of him, they suddenly stopped. Shockingly, They were purple marrow charcoal maggots. These purple marrow charcoal maggots were also about a foot long and were completely black. The only difference between them and the blood marrow charcoal maggots was that the blood vein in their bodies had turned a dark purple color. This was where their name came from. In less than 3 breaths, all of the purple marrow charcoal maggots were locked onto Bai Yi Xian and collected in front of him. There was a total of 1,169 purple marrow charcoal maggots. After muttering to himself for a while, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out a small spatial bottle. He kept the 1,000 purple marrow charcoal maggots in it. This small spatial bottle was carved out of 100 million years mysterious ice. After all of the purple marrow charcoal maggots were sent into it, they would be frozen. The purple marrow charcoal maggots would not lose any of their medicinal effects. Xiao. With a wave of his hand, this small spatial bottle containing 1,000 purple marrow charcoal maggots was kept into Yi Xian's undying world. As for the remaining 169 purple marrow charcoal maggots, he did not deal with them for the time being. They were suspended in the void around him, but they were bound by a force of energy. Being bound by the power of form, he was unable to move at all, let alone escape. These 169 purple marrow charcoal maggots were specially left by Yi Xian for his sworn brother, Shui Ben. Compared to the normal blood marrow charcoal maggots, these purple marrow charcoal maggots had a purer bloodline and would be more effective for the bloodline evolution of the blood mosquito beasts. Because there were too few of them, Yi Xian still needed to add most of them in the future to refine a treasure pill. Therefore, the other blood mosquito beasts could not enjoy such treatment. However, Shui Ben was different. He was Yi Xian's sworn brother, and enjoying nearly 200 purple marrow charcoal maggots was also Yi Xian's goodwill. He believed that it would definitely be able to increase his cultivation by a large amount, and the evolution of his bloodline would be even higher. Li. Ruthless, 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 just as Yi Xian waved his hand and took out a space bottle to collect the 1,000 purple marrow charcoal maggots, a large number of violent howls came from the cosmic void in front of them, one after another, densely packed and endless. At the behest of Yi Xian, the blood mosquito beasts that had surrounded the entire exploded star finally began their hunt. Tens of millions of blood mosquito beasts swarmed forward, and in an instant, the void in front of them surged like an ocean of insects. A large number of blood marrow charcoal maggots screeched as they tried to flee in all directions. However, although there were many of them, they outnumbered the blood mosquito beasts by more than 10,000 times. However, the blood mosquito beasts happened to be the natural enemy of these insects. Facing the overwhelming number of blood mosquito beasts, all the blood marrow charcoal maggots trembled. They could only use 20% to 30% of their original strength, even in the void. Even if they were to use all their strength, their speed would still be infuriatingly slow. Without a doubt, there was no way to escape, and they were destined to die in the stomachs of the blood mosquito beasts. In the void, the merciless hunting continued. This was a one-sided massacre. The side with fewer people became the hunter. Often, with a flap of its mouth, it would open its mouth and suck crazily. In an instant, dozens or hundreds of blood marrow charcoal maggots would fall into its mouth. It did not care to chew and directly swallowed them. It was obvious that the blood marrow charcoal maggots that were swallowed into its stomach had not been refined at all. However, this did not matter. Yi Xian had plenty of time. When everything was over, the entire blood mosquito beasts could fall into a deep sleep in the blood mosquito war. Hibernation. Just like the void soldier ladle and the weeping soul beasts that had obtained the bloodline evolution resources before them, they used this deep sleep method to digest what they had obtained. Although the number of blood marrow charcoal maggots was huge, reaching hundreds of billions, they were too small and were naturally suppressed by the blood mosquito beasts. Moreover, the latter's number was not small, reaching tens of millions. Therefore, this great hunt in the starry sky did not last very long. In just a short 2 hours, it was completely over. At this moment, when he turned his head to look, he could no longer see a single blood marrow charcoal maggot in the void. They had all been hunted down. As for the tens of millions of blood mosquito beasts, they had all eaten until their bellies were round. Their faces were incomparably red, and even their eyes were glowing. It was as if they were drunk. Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer as he gave the order. Whoosh! Swish, 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 in the next moment, the dense sound of breaking through the air rang out. All the blood mosquito beasts rushed towards the blood mosquito war drum that was quietly standing in the distant void. They rushed into the beehive nodes on the war drum. Now, for these tens of millions of blood mosquito beasts, this blood mosquito war drum had long become their nest. In less than 10 minutes, tens of millions of blood mosquito beasts had disappeared. All of them had entered the blood mosquito war drum. Only the blood mosquito prince, who was Yi Xian's sworn brother, Shui Ben, remained in the void. Although Shui Ben's mind had yet to fully recover, compared to his initial madness, it was much, much better. Although the current him was still unable to speak to Yi Xian, even if he couldn't communicate with his divine sense, Yi Xian had sent a message to him. Shui Ben seemed to be able to understand the meaning of divine sense, and most of the time, he would not refuse. The reason why he did not return to the blood mosquito war drum was because Yi Xian had specially instructed him to stay behind for the time being. The reason why Yi Xian did this was naturally to give the 169 purple marrow charcoal maggots that were still hovering in the void beside him to Shui Ben to swallow. There were more than 1,000 purple marrow charcoal maggots in his hands, but now, he had only given a small number to Shui Ben. This was not because Yi Xian was stingy, but because Shui Ben could not bear so many purple marrow charcoal maggots at once. In the hunting operation just now, as the prince of the ferocious beast mosquito race, Shui Ben had hunted and swallowed the most blood marrow charcoal maggots. The other blood mosquito beasts only averaged about 10,000 blood marrow charcoal maggots. Only he had swallowed more than 100,000 blood marrow charcoal maggots. However, these blood marrow charcoal maggots would not be digested immediately. The energy they represented, as well as the unique effect on the evolution of the blood mosquito beast's bloodline, would be slowly released after Shui Ben fell into a deep sleep. Gradually, they would be completely refined. This process was also the process for Shui Ben and the other tens of millions of blood mosquito beasts to evolve their bloodlines and increase their cultivation. However, these 100 or so purple marrow charcoal maggots were different. Compared to the blood marrow charcoal maggots, the higher-grade purple marrow charcoal maggots had a stronger medicinal effect. After swallowing them, they would immediately be completely refined, and the unique effect on the bloodline of the blood mosquito beasts would be rapidly displayed. It appeared. Although these 169 purple marrow charcoal maggots seemed like a small number, according to Yi Xian's deduction, once these 100 or so purple marrow charcoal maggots were all swallowed, the final result was very likely to cause the blood mosquito beast's bloodline in Shui Ben's body to completely revert to its ancestor on the spot. Chapter 43-24. Shui Ben's current cultivation base had already reached the universe 6th order. He was only 4 small ranks away from the immortal old monster. However, due to the influence of congenital hysteria, as an old monster of the universe, not only did he not have the ability to speak, but he could not even communicate with Yi Xian through his consciousness. At that moment, under Yi Xian's summon, Shui Ben's figure shot over from the void not far away and landed 1,000 feet in front of Yi Xian. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Yi Xian. Although his expression was ferocious and his eyes were bloodshot, there was no trace of evil in his body. Not a single trace of ferocious aura was emitted. Based on this alone, Yi Xian was certain that Shui Ben's mind was actually clear. He at least understood the relationship between Yi Xian and him, but he could not express it. Because of this, Yi Xian had never casually ignored Shui Ben. He had always treated him as a sworn brother and respected him. Brother Shui Ben, these are 169 purple marrow charcoal maggots. Compared to the blood marrow charcoal maggots just now, they are of a higher grade and have a more obvious effect on the evolution of the blood mosquito beast's bloodline. Due to their powerful effects, they will immediately appear after swallowing them. Come out. Yi Xian's eyes flashed when he saw Shui Ben in front of him. He cupped his fists and continued, furthermore, according to my deduction, once these 100 purple marrow charcoal maggots are swallowed, it is very likely that the blood mosquito beast's bloodline in your body will revert in a short period of time. It will reach the level of complete atavism. Furthermore, even your congenital hysteria might be completely cured because of this. In short, this is a rare opportunity that cannot be missed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, after saying that, Yi Xian waved his hand. The 169 purple marrow charcoal maggots hanging in the void beside him shot out in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Shui Ben, who was 1,000 feet away, and suddenly stopped. As long as he lowered his head and activated the power in his body, he would be able to swallow all of them in an instant. The void fell into silence. Opposite him, Shui Ben's eyes flickered with a bloody light. He seemed to be thinking about something and did not immediately respond. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was in his throat. He was really worried that Shui Ben would refuse to swallow these 169 purple marrow charcoal maggots. If that was the case, Yi Xian, as his sworn brother, no matter how anxious he was, he would casually restrain Shui Ben. Even if he had the ability to do so, he would not be able to do anything about it. He could not force it down his throat, could he? Fortunately, what he was worried about did not happen. After a short moment of contemplation, Shui Ben's eyes sparkled. He seemed to have made a decision. Finally, he opened his mouth and inhaled. Swish, 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 without exception, the 169 purple marrow charcoal maggots that were floating in front of Shui Ben were all sucked into his mouth. He chewed and swallowed them all. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart that had been in his throat all this time finally settled down completely. Strands of bright light burst forth from his eyes, and they emitted an extremely blazing glow of expectation. Success or failure, it all depended on this one move. If these over 100 purple marrow charcoal maggots, which had an unparalleled effect on the bloodline evolution of the blood mosquito beast, could not completely cure Shui Ben's congenital madness, Yi Xian would probably be in despair. Now, after activating the bloodline ability of the 9 devil ape transformation and using it to the 6th transformation, he already had the strength of a second-order emperor immortal. However, he was still helpless against Shui Ben's congenital madness. It was enough to show how strange and thorny this illness was. It could be said that the over 100 purple marrow charcoal maggots swallowed by Shui Ben were basically Yi Xian's last hope. 1. As the more than 100 purple marrow charcoal maggots were chewed and swallowed, their effects were immediately displayed. A high-frequency pulsating sound, like the buzzing of insects, came from Shui Ben's body, and it didn't immediately disappear. It had always been there. At the same time, a cloud of blood-colored mist, like a rolling river, gushed out from the countless pores on Shui Ben's body like a spring. In just a dozen breaths, it enveloped an area with a radius of nearly 100 feet, covering Shui Ben's entire body. Shui Ben's figure was shrouded in it. Until now, the blood-colored mist surging out of his body had not stopped. Its momentum was even more violent, but the strange thing was that although this mysterious blood-colored mist was increasing in volume, it did not spread to more than 100 feet away from Shui Ben's body. The area. Instead, it seemed to be attracted by some invisible force in his body, and it kept lingering within 100 feet. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In order not to affect Shui Ben, he had already retreated 100,000 feet away with the elephant fox Martin lying on his right shoulder. However, his divine sense and gaze never moved, firmly locking onto the billowing blood mist. Once anything happened to Shui Ben, he would take action at the first moment. This scene lasted for about the time it took to drink a cup of tea. During this process, a large amount of mysterious blood mist kept surging out of the countless pores on Shui Ben's body. The amount was so large that even Yi Xian was a little moved in the end. If it weren't for the stable aura of Shui Ben's divine sense, Yi Xian would have suspected that something was wrong. Fortunately, everything ended quickly. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the mysterious blood mist that was surging out of Shui Ben's body finally stopped. At this time, the blood mist that filled the area within 100 feet of his body had reached a terrifying level. It was as if it was real. The quality was average. Shui Ben's figure was no longer visible. Only by probing with divine sense could one sense his existence. In the next moment, the thick blood fog, which was 1,000 feet in radius, began to condense as if there was an invisible mysterious force that was controlling all of this. This time, the speed was much faster. After only half an incense stick of time, the thick blood fog had completely condensed, finally forming an oval cocoon with a diameter of 10 feet. It was completely red, and Xue Ben's figure was in this blood-red cocoon. Inside the big cocoon. What was even more strange was that at this time, Yi Xian's extended divine sense power could no longer enter this big blood-colored cocoon. As soon as it touched the surface of the big cocoon, it was pushed aside by an invisible mysterious force. It was like reaching out and catching a fish. It was so slippery that it made one speechless. There was no point to exert any force. One had to know that although he hadn't activated the bloodline ability of the 9 Devil Ape transformation, he still had the strength of a 5th-order monarch immortal, while Xue Ben was only a 6th-order universe grade. A 5th-order monarch immortal was actually unable to enter the big blood-colored cocoon formed by a 6th-order universe-grade existence. If Yi Xian hadn't experienced this personally, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. Chapter 43-25. As Xue Ben's figure was sealed by the enormous blood cocoon that was around 3 meters in diameter, even Yi Xian's king's divine sense was unable to enter and investigate his exact condition. The void fell into a deathly silence for a moment. Although Yi Xian was excited and felt that this was a good thing, he was still a little worried. Although he didn't say anything at this moment, a faint trace of worry could be seen between his brows. Nothing must happen to Xue Ben. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the Mad Mosquito Emperor in the future. More importantly, Yi Xian himself would feel guilty because of this, and it was very likely that the knot in his heart would be untied from now on. Boss, he should be transforming, just like an insect forming a cocoon. It's a transition in life form. Perhaps it had sensed Yi Xian's worry, but the elephant fox Martin lying in his right shoulder spoke at this moment, breaking the oppressive silence. If a caterpillar wants to turn into a beautiful butterfly, how can it not go through the pain of breaking out of its cocoon? What about fulfilling one's wish? Yi Xian nodded silently, not saying a word. He understood this principle, but ever since he met Xue Ben, he had always been in this ignorant state of madness. Even before Yi Xian saw him, Xue Ben had always been in this kind of state since the moment he was born. He was tormented by a crazy disease. However, in Yi Xian's eyes, his self-awareness was clear, and the heart-trembling violence and madness was only occasionally. As such, the pain in Xue Ben's heart could be imagined. Without personally experiencing it, no words could explain it. All of this made Yi Xian unable to let go of it in his heart. Naturally, he was even more concerned about Xue Ben, this sworn brother who had always been trapped in a boundless sea of suffering. As the saying goes, one is confused by concern. The reason why he was so nervous at this moment was because of this. He was too worried. Even if he knew that it was useless, he couldn't get rid of it. Time slowly passed. In the void in front of him, the blood-colored cocoon with a diameter of 3 meters remained standing, without any changes. As for Yi Xian, he had been keeping watch in the void not far away. Although his divine sense was unable to penetrate this mysterious blood-red cocoon and investigate the situation inside, Yi Xian's gaze never left it for even a moment. In fact, he didn't know how long Xue Ben's transformation would take this time. If it was anyone else, Yi Xian could have kept the cocoon in his undying world or the farmer god cauldron. Otherwise, if the moment of breaking out of the cocoon and transforming into a butterfly took a long time, then the wait would be too long. It would be meaningless. It wasn't that Yi Xian hadn't thought of this before, but in the end, he threw it to the back of his mind. Xue Ben was different from others. The moment he was born, he was accompanied by this unfathomable madness. This bloodline atavism was his only chance. Yi Xian was worried that if he kept the blood-colored cocoon in his body or the farmer god cauldron, what if Xue Ben transformed? If something unexpected happened during the atavism process, he wouldn't be able to sense it immediately. Of course, if the blood-colored cocoon in the void in front of him remained as it was now, without any movement, Yi Xian couldn't possibly continue waiting like this. In his heart, he had already calculated a bottom line. If he didn't exceed this time, he would have to wait a little longer. Yi Xian would find another way to deal with this matter properly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Kacha, without any warning, an incomparably clear and crisp sound suddenly came from the void in front of him. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and his face immediately revealed an excited expression. After this crisp sound, a large number of similar sounds could be heard. A large number of cracks appeared on the surface of the blood-colored cocoon standing in the void tens of thousands of feet away. Without a doubt, this meant that Xue Ben's transformation this time was nearing its end. He was like a caterpillar that had transformed into a beautiful butterfly, about to break out of the cocoon and fly out. Although he still didn't know what the final result was, whether Xue Ben could successfully achieve a complete atavism of his bloodline, whether the insanity that had been present since his birth had been cured. However, the movement coming from the blood-colored cocoon, silence, at least, meant that Xue Ben was fine. Just this point alone was enough to make Yi Xian, who had been worried for 3 whole days, feel relieved. Kacha, soon, the crisp cracking sounds in the void in front of him suddenly became denser. In just 2 or 3 breaths of time, the large blood cocoon with a diameter of 10 feet completely collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A ferocious mosquito entered Yi Xian's line of sight. It was completely different from the previous Xue Ben. Although it was still only 10 feet in size, its form was more ferocious and fierce, invisibly exuding a thick savage and fierce aura. Even the original body of the mad mosquito emperor that Yi Xian had seen back then was not as domineering as this ferocious mosquito that was only 10 feet in size. Yi Xian immediately had a hunch that the ferocious mosquito in front of him was the true form of this species in the prehistoric era. After experiencing this life transition, the mosquito bloodline in Xue Ben's body had finally completely atavism. Even the cultivation aura emanating from the body of this ferocious mosquito was shocking. Previously, Xue Ben's cultivation had only been at the universe 6th order, but now, not only had he entered the immortal realm, but he was also at the immortal realm 9th order perfection, which meant that he was a half-step marquis. In just 3 days, the bloodline transition had actually allowed his cultivation strength to increase by nearly 2 major realms in the blink of an eye. If this news were to spread, who knew how many starry sky powerhouses would go crazy? However, Yi Xian did not care about this. On one hand, he had experienced a similar cultivation breakthrough before. He had even experienced a sudden increase of 3 major realms in one go, so he was already used to it. On the other hand, his mind was already tied up by another matter, so he simply did not have the time to be happy about Xue Ben's huge increase in cultivation strength. Previously, although Xue Ben had not been able to completely transform and had appeared in front of Yi Xian in the form of a ferocious mosquito beast, at least his head had successfully completed the transformation. To put it simply, Xue Ben used to be a small mosquito about 10 feet in size. A small, blood-colored mosquito with a human head. Now, if nothing unexpected happened, after experiencing this life transition, the mosquito bloodline in Xue Ben's body had successfully achieved complete atavism. However, his human head was missing. The ancient mosquito in front of him was a real ancient mosquito from head to toe. This made Yi Xian feel very uncomfortable, as he felt a strong sense of strangeness. Looking at this ferocious mosquito, he even had the subconscious illusion that his sworn brother, Xue Ben, seemed to have disappeared and could no longer be seen. Kacha. Chapter 43-26. Crack. Crack crack crack. Before Yi Xian and the elephant fox ferret could react, the fragments of the black cocoon floating in the void in front of them were all eaten up by the desolate ancient fierce mosquito in front of them. At this time, Yi Xian finally reacted, his eyes shining. He thought of the unicorn divine beast, an oviparous creature. Generally speaking, after breaking out of its shell, it would devour the broken shell. For them, this was the first delicious meal after being born. The shell that accompanied it not only protected the unborn beast in the shell, but it also contained a certain amount of energy. Perhaps this energy was very special. The desolate ancient fierce mosquito in front of them was obviously the same. This broken blood-colored cocoon was formed by a large amount of blood-colored mist that surged out of its body after being compressed to the extreme. Obviously, it was also a special form of energy. After devouring all of the broken cocoon, Shui Ben's life level leap was truly complete. At this time, when the last piece of the blood-colored cocoon was eaten, Shui Ben's cultivation aura skyrocketed again. Previously, he was only at the peak of the 9th level of the immortal realm, which was half a step into the Marquis realm, but now, he had directly climbed to the level of a true Marquis realm. Not only that, but it was also the 2nd level of the Marquis realm. This scene made Yi Xian a little dumbfounded. After those seemingly inconspicuous blood cocoon fragments were swallowed by Shui Ben, the effect was actually like a level 21 treasure pill, or even better. After all, a level 21 treasure pill could only allow the peak of the 9th level of the immortal realm to break through to the 1st level of the Marquis realm, but it could not directly jump to the 2nd level of this realm. However, those blood cocoon fragments that had been eaten up did it. In fact, even the problem that Yi Xian was worried about just now seemed to have been solved. Because after eating those blood cocoon fragments and successfully breaking through to the Marquis immortal realm, the appearance of the desolate ancient fierce mosquito in the void in front of him was also changing. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it was rapidly changing. This was clearly a transformation. His incomparably ferocious mosquito form was slowly shrinking inwards, becoming gentler. In just a few breaths, he had already shown the embryonic form of a human. After a few more breaths of time, Shui Ben's form had completely changed. The ferocious desolate ancient fierce mosquito from before was no longer visible. Standing in the air was clearly a human man, and his head was the same as Shui Ben's original form. They were exactly the same. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally relaxed completely. An excited and pleasantly surprised smile appeared on his face, because at this moment, after completely transforming, Shui Ben's eyes were clearly incomparably clear. The color of blood had completely disappeared. If there were no accidents, his innate madness had most likely been cured. Brother Yi Xian, thank you for taking care of me all these years. Sure enough, as a bright light flashed in his eyes, Shui Ben, who was in the void 1,000 feet in front of him, cupped his fists and bowed to Yi Xian. He stopped abruptly halfway through his words and grinned, "Forget it, there's no need for words like thanks. I am a brother." Ha ha ha. All right. You're really fine. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then laughed heartily with incomparable excitement, almost jumping up on the spot. At this moment, the knot in his heart was untied, and his heart seemed to suddenly relax. His state of mind inexplicably experienced an epiphany of sublimation. How do you feel? With a flash of his figure, Yi Xian's figure had already arrived in front of Shui Ben. He raised his hand and pressed it on his shoulder, looking up and down, his eyes full of joy. Now, it is no longer a fierce mosquito beast, but a pure desolate ancient fierce mosquito. In the bloodline, there seems to be a lot of corresponding talent inheritances, but right now, I don't have time to sort them out, I'll deal with them later. With a faint smile, Shui Ben looked a little indifferent. Compared to his previous crazy and ferocious appearance, he seemed a little too calm now, but he still didn't lose his forthright attitude, and breaking through to the 2nd order conferred Marquis, only refining the 160. The result of 19 purple marrow charcoal maggots, and the energy of the 100,000 blood marrow charcoal maggots I swallowed before is still in my body. I haven't refined them yet. Later, I will need a long period of closed-door sleep. If I completely refine them and wake up, my cultivation strength should be able to enter the titled Emperor realm. This was definitely good news. After one deep sleep, he could enter the titled Emperor realm without even needing a single level 22 pill. This might have something to do with Shui Ben's desolate ancient fierce mosquito bloodline. Xiao. With a whistling sound, Yi Xian waved his hand, and a huge table and chair appeared in the void next to him, floating in the starry sky, looking very strange. On the table, there was a dazzling array of spirit wine and spirit fruits, and there was also a large piece of golden yellow fierce bird leg, taken from the body of a quasi-desolate ancient great master. Today, Shui Ben's illness was cured, and Yi Xian's knot in his heart was untied. It was truly a happy thing, worthy of celebration, and Yi Xian planned to drink to his heart's content. On the side, the elephant fox marten stared at the spirit wine and spirit fruits on the table, especially the roasted leg of a fierce bird that was 1,000 feet in radius. It emitted an extremely rich and alluring fragrance and energy aura. At a glance, one could tell that it was definitely extraordinary, and it had long made him drool. You should sit down as well. This time, Brother Shui Ben was able to obtain this opportunity because of you. This matter, I will remember your great merit. Yi Xian turned his head to look at the elephant fox sable. After he finished speaking, he immediately laughed and pulled Shui Ben to sit down. With a wave of his hand, the huge roasted leg of the fierce bird that was 300 meters in radius was instantly turned into dozens of pieces. A large piece automatically flew up and headed towards the blood. Shui Ben shot away. Brother Shui Ben, try this roasted bird leg. This was cut from the remains of a powerful quasi-desolate ancient great master-level fierce bird and roasted with the Shenong 7-colored flame. It contains boundless energy. You just broke through, so you need this to stabilize your cultivation. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, a day and night had passed. The giant roasted leg of a fierce bird on the table had now turned into a giant leg bone, with some sporadic golden precious meat hanging on it. The other spirit fruits and spirit wines were also almost consumed. Among them, Yi Xian and Shui Ben were basically drinking, while the elephant fox marten, who was sitting beside them, was eating heartily. Half of the roasted leg of a fierce bird that was thousands of feet long was probably eaten by this old fellow. Boss, I seem to be drunk. Just as they were chatting happily, the elephant fox marten's face was flushed red. He staggered to his feet and turned to look at the fierce mosquito warrior beside him. He muttered, "Why don't you two eat first? I'll go over there and take a nap first." This old fellow hadn't drunk a few cups of spirit wine at all. Right now, he wasn't drunk at all. It was just that his body had absorbed too much energy in a short period of time. His body couldn't bear it anymore and needed to go into seclusion to refine it. Chapter 43:27. Summoning. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Soon after, he thought of something and the expression on his face instantly became strange. He suddenly thought of the primordial ancestor of the demon race. He had only found out about this when the Devil Emperor, Mo Zhu Tian, told him about it all those years ago. All of this seemed to be related to the mysterious mother planet. The bloodline primordial ancestor of the demon race came from the mother planet. When he came to the first universe, he had several descendants and followers from other races with him. The Abyss Devil race of the first universe was the descendant of a descendant of the bloodline primordial ancestor who had lived in this world. Later on, the bloodline primordial ancestor and his descendants, as well as followers from other races, left the first universe and embarked on a journey to find their way back to their mother planet. However, the descendant of the primordial ancestor who left the demon race's bloodline in the first universe left behind his descendants and became the first and second generation descendants of the demon race. They had been guarding the demon race's ancestral land ever since. Among them, the first-generation descendant was an undying emperor. He was in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. Once he broke through, he would become an undying emperor. In the current three main planes of the universe, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was invincible. That primordial ancestor had several descendants, and the one who left behind the demon race's bloodline was only one of them. There was also a human and a beast who left behind descendants in the three main planes of the universe. Mosquito Butcher was a descendant of another primordial ancestor. He was a close relative of the demon tribe. Crazy Mosquito Emperor was the descendant of a ferocious beast follower of the primordial ancestor. Although he wasn't a demon, he had a close relationship with the demon race. At least, they were on the same side. Besides, Mosquito Butcher and Crazy Mosquito Emperor were of the same generation as the first-generation descendant of the demon race. They were the clones of the first-generation descendant of the mysterious primordial ancestor and the descendant of the ancient ferocious mosquito that followed him. From this point, it was inferred that the original bodies of Mosquito Butcher and Mad Mosquito Empress were at least Regis realm. However, as clones, Mosquito Butcher and Mad Mosquito Empress seemed to have been sealed in their bodies. Coincidentally, they had both lost their memories. They did not even know where their original bodies were. He had no idea where he had gone. Yi Xian had almost forgotten about this matter. But now, he suddenly heard Shui Ben say that there seemed to be a mysterious power calling out to him from the void in the distance to the left. Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. He started this matter. Shui Ben was already an official level undying. Not only was his divine sense strong, but he was also extremely sensitive to everything related to him. Since he felt this mysterious calling, then it definitely existed. It couldn't be an illusion. If a marquis could have this kind of illusion, then it would be a joke. However, as a mid-stage king, Yi Xian didn't have the slightest reaction to it. Even the elephantine sable, who had 1/3 of the treasure-seeking mouse bloodline in his body, didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. Just this alone was enough to explain the mysteriousness of this mysterious summoning power. It was extraordinary. Besides, Shui Ben didn't feel this mysterious calling before. Instead, it was after he completed his bloodline atavism and became a pure desolate ancient fierce mosquito, putting everything together. If there were no accidents, the mysterious calling power in the distance to the left was most likely related to the desolate ancient fierce mosquito empress. It was either the original body of Mad Mosquito Empress or other desolate ancient fierce mosquito empress. Moreover, the former was more likely, because the Mad Mosquito Emperor was Shui Ben's father. His missing original self and Shui Ben actually had this kind of relationship. There was the most direct karma between the two of them, and they could vaguely feel the call of their bloodline. Naturally, it was more intense. There's another possibility. After saying the first two possibilities, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He continued, after all, this is a fragment of the void of the great desolate world, and it's boundlessly vast. It's very likely that this is the main body of that great desolate world. If that's the case, then this mysterious mother planet might be in a certain direction in this fragment. And the bloodline primordial ancestor of the demon race left with a few of his descendants and the desolate ancient fierce mosquito that followed him in order to find a way back to their ancestral planet. To a certain extent, it's very likely that they are in this fragment of the void. In this fragment of the void. If that's really the case, then the mysterious calling you feel is very likely to come from the desolate ancient fierce mosquito that followed the demon race primordial ancestor, which is, your grandfather. At this point, Yi Xian was the first to get excited. His eyes were shining, and his breathing was rapid. That demon race primordial ancestor had existed for too long. His identity and background were mysterious, and his cultivation must be extremely powerful. This was something that was set in stone. There was no doubt about it. Even the two young juniors beside him, as well as the desolate ancient ferocious mosquito that followed him, had left behind 3 descendants in the 3 great starry sky main planes of the current world. They were the ancestral descendants of the devil cultivator, as well as the original bodies of the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Mosquito Slayer Old Ghost. It was very likely that they were emperors. Then, the descendants by his side and the desolate ancient fierce mosquito that followed him were at least emperors. Even the last 5 realms, which were Universe Knights, Universe Masters, Universe Supreme, and one of the realms among the great beings of the Primordial Era and Primordial Era Supreme. As for the demon race primordial ancestor himself, according to Yi Xian's estimation, he was at least a Universe Supreme, and there was even a 30% chance that he was a true great being of the Primordial Era. This was a living, powerful being of the Primordial Era at his peak. Even in this mysterious space fragment of the Primordial Era, he was definitely an existence that could do whatever he wanted. If he could get on his good side, with the relationship between Yi Xian and the demon race, as well as the relationship between Mosquito Butcher Old Devil and Mad Mosquito Emperor, if he could borrow his power, how awesome would that be? What large space forbidden lands, top-tier space forbidden lands, and so on, he could simply ignore them completely. Thinking about this, Yi Xian immediately turned to look at Shui Ben, who was already dumbfounded. He rubbed his hands and couldn't wait to ask, Brother Shui Ben, that mysterious calling power you sensed, how far is it? How about, we go now? Let's rush over immediately, there's no time to lose. This, According to my intuition, the source of this mysterious calling power seems to be extremely far away, and it's definitely not something that can be reached in 3 to 5 years. Besides, Shui Ben's expression gradually became strange, and in the end, he even shook his head and smiled bitterly. He faintly sighed and then continued, besides, perhaps because my cultivation is still too weak, although I can feel the existence of this mysterious calling power, it's intermittent. Yes, but it was intermittent and not very clear. Chapter 43:28. If that's the case, then we can only put it aside for now. There's no rush anyway. Let's wait until you become an emperor first. When you're stronger, perhaps you'll be able to sense the summoning more clearly. After a moment of depression, Yi Xian nodded helplessly. It's about time. I should return to the blood mosquito battle armor and enter a deep sleep to digest the large amount of blood marrow charcoal maggots I devoured earlier. Shui Ben stood up and clasped his hands at Yi Xian. Without saying anything else, he turned around and left. Remember to throw that old sable out. Yi Xian suddenly thought of the elephant fox sable and quickly reminded, there's still a battle armor kinetic race's bloodline evolution resource that hasn't been confirmed yet. Don't slack off. Shui Ben's voice came from the front. Don't worry, throw him out immediately. As he finished speaking, he had already entered the core of the blood mosquito battle armor. Shortly after, a flash of light was thrown out from the core of the battle armor. It was the elephant fox sable. This old man was rather comfortable and had actually fallen asleep. Clearly, he was digesting the massive amount of energy he had devoured earlier. Now that he was thrown out of the core of the beehive by Shui Ben, he actually hadn't woken up yet. Xiao. Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the blood mosquito battle talisman into the undying world within his body. At the same time, he caught the elephant fox mink in front of him. Seeing that this old fellow wouldn't wake up in a short period of time, he was speechless. Forget it. Anyway, the problem of my unstable state of mind has been solved. And when Brother Shui Ben broke through earlier, my state of mind improved again because of the knot in my heart. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Since the elephant fox sable is also in a deep sleep, I won't be in a hurry to continue my journey. I'll stay here and break through again while the iron is hot. When the old sable wakes up, I'll continue my journey. Xiao. Xiao xiao xiao. In the next instant, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out a large amount of cultivation resources from the farmer god cauldron. 10 drops of all evil origin liquid, 200 cubic meters of purple gold top-grade flesh medicine, and various top-grade treasures and body-tempering materials. Immediately afterward, as he stepped above the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored mist, the power of the cauldron field was also activated. The cultivation resources suspended in the void were compressed in the blink of an eye, turning into a ball the size of an infant's fist, and were swallowed by him. Then, it rolled into his stomach. The breakthrough had begun. Boom. In the next moment, a loud explosion sounded out from within Yi Xian's body. The ball that he swallowed instantly transformed into an incomparably majestic river of energy, and an aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth spread throughout Yi Xian's body's 4 limbs and 100 bones. The skeleton surged like a raging flood. Almost at the same time, Yi Xian's entire body blossomed with a dazzling radiance. His 1.08 billion pores all over his body were gushing with multicolored light. His entire person was like a deity, blossoming with dazzling brilliance. Hua! Walala! The clanging sound of chains that covered the sky and covered the earth also sounded out at this moment, continuing without end. Within Yi Xian's body, 2 thick shackles appeared out of nowhere and slowly swayed. The river of energy in his bones was surging, shaking the shackles inside his body all the time. The deafening noises were so loud that it felt like the world was falling apart. Yi Xian suffered endless pain every second. There was no telling how long it took, but when he finally regained his consciousness, he found that the continuous noises inside his body were gone. The 2 shackles that had appeared inside his body earlier were torn apart and gradually disappeared. As the 2 extremely thick shackles were finally completely broken, the anticipated system prompt quickly sounded out in Yi Xian's mind. Moreover, it was repeated twice in a row, causing one to be overjoyed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu arts. Your current level is the 6th level of the Star Lord state. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the physical state. Your current level is the 6th level of the Star Lord state. He had made 2 breakthroughs in a row again. This time, the improvement of his state of mind brought him extraordinary benefits. Yi Xian had reached the peak of the middle level of the Emperor rank. His original body had only been in the 4th level of the Emperor rank before, but once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demonic ape in his body, he could instantly reach the 5th level of the Emperor rank. Once he used the 6th transformation of the 9 demonic ape, his combat strength would immediately soar to the 2nd level of the Emperor rank. Now that his original body had broken through twice in a row and reached the 6th level of the Immortal Emperor, after activating the demonic ape bloodline in his body, Yi Xian would instantly enter the 7th level of the Immortal Emperor, which was the late stage of this realm. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 demonic ape and entered the 6th transformation, his combat strength would reach the 4th level of the Emperor rank. Compared to the beginning of the 2nd level of the Emperor rank, his combat strength would be greatly improved. If one were to include the boundless blood essence energy within the giant devil ape true body, the current Yi Xian would be able to fight even if he were to encounter a 5th or even 6th order Emperor immortal. As long as he wasn't a late Emperor, he wouldn't be in any danger of dying. Roar! 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 After breaking through, before Yi Xian could open his eyes, an incomparably excited howl sounded out in his ears. It was clearly the voice of that old fellow, the elephant fox Sable. It was as if he had just been injected with chicken blood, and it wasn't just one needle. When he broke through earlier, Yi Xian stepped into the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog and sat down cross-legged. Old Diao wasn't thrown into the Shenong cauldron by him, but instead allowed him to lie on his right shoulder and sleep soundly. Fox Martin was only a foot long, so it was as light as a feather. It didn't affect him at all. At this moment, since this old man could howl, and he was howling with such vigor, it was obvious that he had already awakened. If there were no accidents, he had most likely made a breakthrough. These howls were clearly a sign of him showing off. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian opened his eyes and subconsciously grabbed Fox Martin, who was still lying on his shoulder, and threw him out of the cauldron. Looking closely, it was indeed so. Before this, the elephant fox ferret was only at level 1 Marquis realm. But now, after absorbing all the energy in his body, this old man was obviously at level 3 Marquis realm. He had reached the peak of level 3 Marquis realm. To be able to break through 2 small levels in a row at the Marquis level was extremely rare. No wonder the old guy was so excited, roaring like a wolf. Boss, I broke through, I broke through. And it's 2 levels in a row. I just want to ask, how can such an amazing thing happen? Chapter 43-29. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the farmer god cauldron turned into a streak of light and was absorbed into Yi Xian's undying world. Of the 4 great war karas, the cultivation resources required for 3 of them have been settled. Now, there's only the last war kara left. However, the war kara's war kara is different from the slime race. It's a special kind of insectoid, and its unique biological wave contains a certain amount of the law of time, which is why it's suitable for the evolution of this race's bloodline. Hence, it's extremely rare. Currently, I have one, but its effect is average and there's not much of it. I'll have to rely on you for this. As he spoke, Yi Xian turned to look at the elephantine, his eyes flashing as he paused for a moment before continuing. There's still half a journey to the Forbidden Rising Sun, and we'll reach it in about 20 days. You'll have to work a little harder and pay more attention along the way. Try to find the cultivation resources required before we reach the Forbidden Rising Sunday. That way, not only will you be credited with a great merit, you won't have to stay by my side after you're done. You can enter the farmer god cauldron's internal space like the green ox and cultivate in peace, breaking through to the perfect 9th level of Marquis Immortal. Once you reach the 9th level, you'll become a king of Pharos in just a few days after consuming the level 22 pellet I've given you. Those simple words caused the elephantine's face to flush and his breathing to quicken. He yearned for the title of king too much, and from what Yi Xian said, as long as he could find the last cultivation resource suitable for the evolution of the slime race's bloodline, he would be able to obtain resources. He would be able to immediately enter the farmer god cauldron's internal space with large amounts of cultivation resources and cultivate in peace. At this moment, he was already at rank 3 Marquis Immortal Realm. To reach rank 9, he only needed 6 breakthroughs. With the help of a huge amount of top-grade cultivation resources, he only needed 6 breakthroughs. In Elephant Fox Ferret's eyes, it wouldn't take much time, 1 year was enough. 1 year. As long as I complete this last mission, I will be able to become a king in 1 year. At this point, the elephantine ferret no longer hesitated. With a flash of its body, it scuttled to Yi Xian's right shoulder. It crouched down and urged him on the spot, "Boss, I won't say anything else. Let's go. I can't wait any longer." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although he did not say anything, he did not delay any further. With a flash of his body, he instantly brought along the old marten, who was lying on his shoulder, and transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the distant void in front of them. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. The last half of the journey to the rising sun forbidden land would take about 20 days. Now, 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. They were already halfway through this half of the journey, but they did not gain anything along the way. In another 10 days or so, they would reach the border of the rising sun forbidden land. If they did not make any discoveries in the last 10 days, the matter of finding suitable cultivation resources for the evolution of the slime race bloodline in a short period of time would be ruined instantly. At the thought that if they did not complete this mission, they would not be able to be like the green ox and enter the farmer god cauldron with large amounts of top-grade cultivation resources to cultivate in seclusion, the elephantine ferret was so anxious that it scratched its ears and cheeks. It was even more anxious than Yi Xian. After another 2 days, there was finally some movement in the void in front of them. This time, there was no warning from the elephantine ferret at all. Instead, it was Yi Xian who was the first to discover the abnormality. Because everything in the void in front of them was too obvious, as long as one was not blind, anyone could see it. The reason why the elephantine ferret did not warn Yi Xian before he discovered it was because Yi Xian was a king after all. Furthermore, he had activated the devil ape bloodline in his body and transformed into the violent star ape form to travel. That was why he displayed it. His cultivation level was at the late stage of the 7th level king realm. The divine sense of a late-stage king was extremely powerful. Even though they were still hundreds of millions of miles away, Yi Xian had already detected the movement in a remote corner of the void in front of them. In the next instant, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the demonic star vines. Do you want to collect the demonic vine marrow immediately? Demonic vine marrow? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately retrieved all the relevant information from the information database of the devouring system in his body. After browsing for a while, Yi Xian's eyes lit up even more. This kind of thing was actually effective for the evolution of the slime race bloodline, and the effect was very strong. It could be said that it was extremely rare. Boss, you seem to have discovered something. Is it the kind of resource we are looking for? Just as Yi Xian was excited, the elephant fox mink's suspicious voice sounded in his ears. This old man still hadn't discovered the demonic star vines in front of him. After all, they were hundreds of millions of miles apart. Even though he was an official level undying, if he didn't extend his divine sense in this direction, he wouldn't be able to discover it. However, the old sable was lying in Yi Xian's right shoulder, so he was naturally extremely sensitive to the changes in Yi Xian's mood. He immediately sensed Yi Xian's uncontrollable excitement, and when he asked, other than suspicion, there was also a hint of doubt in his tone. There was a strong sense of expectation in his tone. Your mission has been completed. Go and train in seclusion. Yi Xian didn't reply directly. However, his words had already explained everything. As he spoke, he waved his hand and the elephant fox mink, who was lying in Yi Xian's right shoulder socket, disappeared instantly. Yi Xian directly sent him into the internal space of the Shin Nong cauldron. At the same time, Yi Xian took out a large amount of top-grade training resources from his undying world. Among them, there were 100 cubic meters of purple-gold top-grade flesh medicine. In addition to the other resources, it was enough for the old mink to raise his strength to the pinnacle of the 9th level Undying World. After swallowing a level 22 pill and successfully breaking through to the Emperor Undying World, he would use it to stabilize his realm. After doing all of this, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. A light flashed through his eyes as his figure shot out in an instant. In a short period of time, he traversed hundreds of millions of kilometers of space and arrived at the secluded space that he had discovered earlier. His body slowly slowed down. Yi Xian raised his head and swept his gaze to the right. His gaze landed on an abandoned star 1,000,000 miles away. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. This demonic star vines was quite good at concealment. No wonder it wasn't discovered by other fierce beasts or survivors passing by in this space. At this moment, even though Yi Xian was only 1,000,000 miles away from its hiding place, he extended his divine sense. Chapter 43:30. Come out, you've been exposed. With a cold smile on his face, Yi Xian's gaze was locked onto the incomparably enormous abandoned star that didn't have the slightest bit of life even under the detection of his late-stage conferred Emperor stage spiritual sense. His tone was firm. As long as you hand over all the demonic vine marrow, I won't make things difficult for you and will leave. Yi Xian said the demonic vine marrow, which undoubtedly pointed out the other's identity and origin. If he hadn't found some clues, he wouldn't have been able to do so. Screech. The demonic star vine hidden in the giant abandoned planet instantly realized what was happening. It no longer hid itself, and a shocking screech came from the inside of the giant planet. It echoed for millions of kilometers, and even the people inside the planet were shocked. The void trembled slightly under the ravaging of this sharp and ruthless howl, and a faint buzzing sound could be heard. Violent ape, how dare you target me? Don't you think you're too arrogant? As the roar sounded, a soft voice of divine sense soon came out from the giant abandoned star in front of him. Although the other party was a plant life form and had no human language, divine sense could transmit any information in the communication between starry sky powerhouses. Because there was no race to hinder. At the same time, a powerful and terrifying aura surged from the inside of the planet. This was a king-ranked plant life form, and it wasn't an ordinary king-ranked plant life form, but a king-ranked pinnacle king-ranked 9th stage. Half-step king-ranked. No wonder this star sky demon vine had such a divine sense voice. As a half-step king-ranked, even compared to star beasts, it was a plant life form with weaker battle strength. However, facing a mere king-ranked 7th stage violent ape, this star sky demon vine was very confident. The battle prowess of plant life forms was on the weaker side, but that was only when compared to star beasts of the same level. However, although the one that had just arrived was a star violent ape, which was known for its ferocious and tyrannical nature, its cultivation was 2 stages lower than the star violent ape, so the star demonic vine was completely unafraid of it. In fact, if a battle to the death really broke out, it was even confident that it could kill this star sky violent ape in one fell swoop. Shio. Pu, Piu, Piu. As the king-ranked star sky demon vine's warning voice faded away, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out from the giant abandoned planet that had been completely locked down by Yi Xian's aura. Along with this sharp piercing sound, there were also a large number of muffled popping sounds. This was caused by the layers of soil and rocks on the surface being pushed and rolled in all directions. Looking over, on the surface of the giant abandoned planet in the void in front of him, which could not be detected even by the powerful divine senses of a king-ranked expert, there was actually a giant vine that was thousands of miles thick breaking through the surface of the ground. It was like a terrifying giant serpent in the starry sky, soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red vine that rushed out from the ground directly spread into the void of the universe beyond the thin atmosphere of the star. Its length was hundreds of thousands of miles. Moreover, its surface was covered with ferocious blood-red barbs, which were densely packed. At a glance, it instantly sent chills down one's spine. This was indeed a demonic vine. Now, it had only revealed a part of the vine that might not be the main body, but it was already so ferocious. Although it was a plant life form, its ferocity was not weaker than most of the star beasts. At the same time, as this blood-red demonic vine rushed out from the surface of the abandoned planet like a demonstration, the star-sky demon vine's soft and gentle divine sense's voice rang out again at this moment, "Violent ape, this is the last time I'm warning you. If you leave now, you will be killed. Arrogant. Kill this king. It seems like you don't understand the situation." Seeing that the other party was tough and actually threatened and warned him, Yi Xian shook his head. The corner of his mouth was still smiling coldly, but his face instantly darkened, and his eyes were extremely gloomy. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar, "Demonic Ape 9 changes. 6th transformation." Following this furious roar, the power within Yi Xian's body instantly surged, as if a raging river was roaring. His limbs and bones surged with an endless amount of ferocious intent, and a terrifying amount of qi and blood that caused one's hair to stand on end gushed out from his body. Out! In the blink of an eye, his body, which was originally only 30 meters tall, rapidly expanded like a balloon. In less than 3 breaths of time, he had already reached a height of 10 million meters, like a human-shaped star. This was not all. At the same time that the size of the star-sky violent ape skyrocketed, the cultivation aura emitted from its body was also 10 million feet tall. Previously, when it was in the true form of the demonic ape, the cultivation aura emitted from its body was at the 7th level of the King Immortal realm. When the 6th transformation appeared, the cultivation aura emitted from the star-sky violent ape's body had reached the terrifying 4th level of the King Immortal realm. This was not an ordinary 4th-level King Immortal realm. The star-sky violent ape's body was 10 million feet tall, and its vitality was so majestic that it made one's hair stand on end. An ordinary 4th-level King Immortal was far from being its opponent. Its true battle strength was comparable to an ordinary 6th-level King Immortal realm. The peak of the mid-level of this realm. Roar! As the 6th transformation of the demonic ape was completed, the giant star-sky violent ape raised its head and let out another roar. The surrounding stars in the void seemed to be responding to this roar, and in the blink of an eye, they trembled slightly under this earth-shattering roar. In fact, Yi Xian did not even activate the power in his body with this roar. Just the shockwave of this roar alone had such terrifying power. In the next instant, the star-sky violent ape's eyes shot out 2 blazing red lights, and it turned its head to look at the giant abandoned star millions of miles away. Its divine sense locked on, and without moving, it punched out, "This is what you asked for. Since you are not willing to hand over the Devil Vine Essence Serum, then, this king will take it myself." Boom! Almost in the next instant, in the void millions of miles away, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The abandoned star that was locked on by the star-sky violent ape exploded without any suspense. It was simply unable to resist the terrifying power of this punch. Strength. As for the vast void along the way of this punch, it was not damaged in the slightest. It was completely unaffected. Screech. Chapter 43-31. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. The earth-shattering sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Even Yi Xian, who had been mentally prepared, was caught off guard when he saw this scene. His jaw dropped, and his face was full of surprise. As Yi Xian activated the 9 Devil Ape transformation bloodline ability to the 6th transformation, his cultivation instantly soared to the 4th Order Emperor realm. His body also grew to 10 million feet tall, and with a single punch, he destroyed the giant aura lock on him. The abandoned star was smashed into pieces. The entire body of the astral demon vine, which had been hibernating inside the star, was finally exposed to the void. It was too huge. Its main body was a huge plant sphere. It was like a large planet. Countless blood-colored demonic vines covered with barbs extended out from this sphere. Each vine was 10 million zhang long and incomparably thick. There were at least several thousand of them. It was like a giant python in the universe, waving wildly in the void millions of miles ahead. This plant life was not only a king-ranked existence, but also not an ordinary one. It was at the peak of the Ninth Order Emperor realm, which was half a step away from the Emperor realm. The terrifying plant's spiritual energy in its body was so vast that it made one's hair stand on end. Although it was not as big as the astral demon vine. Although the Starry Sky Berserk Ape was comparable to the Starry Sky Berserk Ape, at least in terms of size, the difference between the two was not that big. At this moment, as the tens of thousands of python-like vines of the astral demon vine danced wildly in the void, its incomparably huge body was like a jellyfish swimming in the sea, rapidly shooting into the void behind it. In the blink of an eye, it traveled tens of millions of miles. Moreover, perhaps it was because the power contained in these tens of thousands of vines was too majestic. At this moment, as it waved crazily at an extremely fast speed, there were dense cracking sounds in the void along the way. This was clearly the void was about to collapse. The rhythm of this collapse, the style of the situation changed too quickly. Just a moment ago, this half-step Emperor Realm Star Demon Vine was incomparably arrogant. It was so arrogant that it revealed a blood-colored vine covered in barbs as if it was demonstrating its power. It even threatened Yi Xian. But now, when it realized that its opponent this time was actually a middle-stage Emperor Realm expert whose strength was so terrifying that it felt completely powerless, the Starry Sky Demonic Vine actually didn't utter a single word and directly utilized its full strength to flee at top speed. You're pretty straightforward, but don't you think it's too late to escape now? A cold glint flashed in the violent star ape's eyes. With a flip of its right hand, the big-headed black stick transformed from the Shin-Nong pestle appeared once again. It was dragged behind it. With a large stride, its terrifying body that was millions of feet long was like a huge meteor in an instant. He shot forward. This Starry Sky Demonic Vine's cultivation was not weak. It had reached the half-step Celestial Emperor realm, and its main body and tens of thousands of blood-red vines that were like giant pythons were densely covered with sharp barbs. It was impossible for a plant life form of this level to be too simple. Even with the strength of the violent star ape's physical body, if it were to directly attack with its bare hands, its flesh would very likely be pierced through by these seemingly insignificant barbs. If it had some strange poison or something like that, it would be extremely troublesome at that time. Therefore, out of caution, Yi Xian did not intend to directly kill the opponent with his bare hands. Instead, he took out the big-headed black stick and prepared to brazenly kill the opponent. Although the Starry Sky Demonic Vine's speed was not slow, with tens of thousands of giant blood-red vines dancing wildly, it was only a half-step Celestial Emperor Realm expert after all. Compared to Yi Xian, who now had the battle strength of a middle-stage Emperor Realm expert, it was simply nothing. One level. With just a few simple steps, Yi Xian had already caught up. He was less than 1,000,000 kilometers away from the Starry Sky Demonic Vine that was still crazily retreating in the void in front of him. In the next moment, the violent star ape's eyes flashed with a cold light. It suddenly raised its right arm, held the big-headed black stick, and smashed it down fiercely. Boom! The skin of the Starry Sky Demonic Vine was indeed incomparably hard. Yi Xian, with the strength of a middle-stage Emperor Realm expert, held the big-headed black stick formed by the Shin-Nong pestle and smashed it down with all his might. However, the final result did not cause the Starry Sky Demonic Vine to explode. Instead, it only caused a large area of festering on its spherical central body. Not a single one of the tens of thousands of python-like blood-red demonic vines was broken, but there were a few. At the same time, as the skin of the Starry Sky Demonic Vine's main body and thousands of huge vines peeled off, a large amount of blood-red liquid splashed out in the void, emitting a dense fragrance that could not be dispersed. Even Yi Xian subconsciously sniffed. His spirit was suddenly uplifted. Demonic vine blood? It really is a good thing. In the next moment, the eyes of the violent ape of stars lit up. It immediately understood what the blood-red liquid that splashed out was. Immediately, it did not hesitate. Its figure dashed forward explosively once again and smashed down a second time. Then it was the third time, the fourth time. In a short span of 10 breaths, the violent star ape waved its right hand that was like a giant pillar that held up the sky. The big-headed black stick ruthlessly smashed dozens of times. The starry sky demonic vine, which was originally retreating at an extremely fast speed, had already stopped abruptly in the void. It had no strength to escape again. At least 60% of the skin of its huge spherical body, as well as the tens of thousands of blood-red vines that looked like giant pythons, had been shaken off by the huge force, revealing the blood-red body that looked like fruit pulp under the skin. A large amount of blood-red liquid flowed out. The liquid flowed out and splashed into the void, emitting a rich fragrance that almost intoxicated Yi Xian. No wonder it has such a miraculous effect on the evolution of the slime race's bloodline. This kind of insect's mouth is the most picky. Normal cultivation resources are completely useless. Only this kind of thing can make them go crazy. A light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. As he spoke, he had already put away the big-headed black stick that was transformed from the Shen Nong pestle in his hand. At least 60% of the starry sky demonic vine's skin had been shaved off by the huge black stick. Along with it were the densely packed sharp barbs on the skin. Now that the starry sky demonic vine's wet body was exposed, it was no longer a threat to Yi Xian. Naturally, there was no need for him to use the big-headed black stick. Whoosh! In the next moment, as the big-headed black stick was put away, the violent star ape waved its hand again and directly brought out the battle armor of time of the 4 great battle armors, which lay across the void not far away. With a thought, Yi Xian directly used his divine sense to send an order to all the slime in the battle armor. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Almost at the same time, silhouettes turned into streaks of light and charged out from the thousands of beehive nodes of the warzone of time. They were the kinetic force of the warzone of time, numbering in the tens of millions of slimes. At this moment, as soon as they charged out of the warzone of time, the tens of millions of slimes seemed to have smelled the rich fragrance that permeated the air, and a very unique buzzing sound came from their mouths, revealing endless excitement and excitement. Chapter 43-32. Hiss! Hiss, hiss, hiss! In the void, densely packed strange noises resounded in all directions. As the War of Time was activated, tens of millions of slimes swarmed out from the nests of the War of Time. A grand feast of this species began. Yi Xian did not continue his attack. Under the terrifying attacks of the black-headed club in his hand, the Demi-Emperor Star demonic vine was already half dead. Even its consciousness had fallen into a coma. Right now, as tens of millions of slimes swarmed out like hungry wolves, the star demonic vine's body would lose a large amount of blood. If there were no accidents, it would never have the chance to wake up again. In its severely injured and unconscious state, it would be completely sucked dry by these tens of millions of slimes, and die. Yi Xian did not feel the slightest bit of pity for all this. The way of survival in the starry sky had always been like this. The weak were prey to the strong. Moreover, he had already given the other party a chance to survive. As long as the star demonic vine recognized the situation and voluntarily handed over the blood in its body, even if it was only 60 or 70%, Yi Xian would have left. Even though the astral star demon vine's cultivation level would definitely drop drastically, possibly even to the early stage of the emperor level, but at least it would be able to preserve its life. Given enough time, it would be able to recover in the future. Unfortunately, this opportunity was rejected by the other party on the spot, so there was no need for Yi Xian to say anything more. The current situation could only be said to be the star demonic vine's own fault. At this moment, Yi Xian was standing in the void of the universe less than 1,000,000 miles away from the star demonic vine. He was extremely quiet, his eyes fixed on the star demonic vine. The scene in front of him was shocking, but there was no expression on his face. There was neither sadness nor joy, not even the slightest ripple. Tens of millions of slimes were all lying on the star demonic vine's body at this moment. Some were on the tens of thousands of blood-colored vines that had long been drooping like pythons, while others were on the main body of the star demonic vine. Clearly, all of the slimes were feasting like crazy. They were wantonly devouring the blood-colored liquid inside the star demonic vine, which was the so-called demonic vine blood. At first glance, it was as if a strange towering tree had fallen ill. On its ball-shaped trunk and countless vine-like branches and leaves, there were innumerable vermin that were madly devouring them. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, 6 hours had passed. Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He had been standing in the cosmic void less than 1,000,000 miles away. His eyes were fixed on the starry sky demon vines in front of him. During these 6 hours, the tens of millions of slimes didn't stop for a single moment. They were all madly absorbing the blood-colored liquid from the demonic star vine's body. Although the star demonic vine was huge, each vine was like a star python, and there were tens of thousands of such blood-colored giant vines. And the main body of the star demonic vine was a blood-colored ball as huge as a star. But at this moment, the number of slimes that were sucking on its body like worms was too great. With the terrifying base of tens of millions of slimes, plus the continuous frenzied devouring of the star demonic vine for 6 hours, this star demonic vine had become so big. The tens of thousands of vines of the star demonic vine that were like giant pythons had completely withered. The portion of slimes that were originally sucking on these tens of thousands of vines were obviously still unsatisfied. When the vines they were sucking on had completely withered, almost without any hesitation, they crawled along the vines to the center of the star demonic vine. On the main body of the demonic vine in the center, in fact, even the main body of the demonic vine that was like a star was obviously a lot smaller than before. But at this moment, as a large number of slimes that were originally sucking on the tens of thousands of vines gathered, the demonic vine ball that had already lost a lot of weight was instantly covered by countless slimes, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, it quickly dried up. It shriveled up. If nothing unexpected happened, at this rate, in at most 2 hours, this demonic vine ball that was originally like a star would completely wither like the tens of thousands of blood-colored demonic vines. It was also at this moment that the eyes of the starry sky violent ape, who was standing hundreds of thousands of miles in the outer space of the universe, flashed. Suddenly, it had a new discovery: purple light. As the demonic vine ball in the void hundreds of thousands of miles away quickly shriveled up, specks of purple light inadvertently appeared inside it. Specks of purple light flickered with dazzling light. Whoosh! In the next moment, as its heart moved, the violent star ape no longer hesitated. With a wave of its hand, an invisible majestic force swept out. In an instant, it enveloped the demonic vine ball that was covered by countless slimes. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Almost at the same time, under the control of the terrifying divine sense power of the starry sky violent ape, the purple light that was originally inside the demonic vine ball was all extracted bit by bit, turning into a purple light that exploded in the starry sky. The ape shot over, and in the void, the faint sound of breaking through the air lasted for a dozen breaths before it suddenly disappeared. And with the disappearance of these sounds of breaking through the air, in the cosmic void in front of the starry sky violent ape, a little purple light that emitted an endless fragrance was quietly floating. From time to time, a ray of faint purple light flashed, dazzling people. This little purple light was only the size of an ordinary human fist, and it was clearly in a liquid state, but it condensed and did not dissipate like a crystal. At a glance, one could tell that it was definitely not an ordinary resource. Just as Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light and he was about to take a closer look, a familiar system prompt immediately sounded out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for discovering the demon vine's purple core. Quantity, 1,000 drops. Do you want to collect it immediately? Demonic vine purple core. Chewing this term that he had never heard before, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He immediately retrieved all the information about this demonic vine purple core from the database of the devouring system in his body and quickly browsed through it. After a short while, a look of realization appeared on the face of the starry sky violent ape, and its eyes were bursting with joy and excitement. The so-called demonic vine purple core was really not an ordinary starry sky resource. If the demonic vine blood essence was compared to the ordinary blood in the human body, then the demonic vine purple core was equivalent to the vertebral marrow in the human spine, which could be said to be extremely precious. This point could be seen from the fact that this starry sky demonic vine had the cultivation strength of the semi-emperor realm, but there were only 1,000 drops of the demonic vine purple core in the main body of the sphere. As for its effect, not only did it have an amazing healing power for physical injuries, but it could also fully recover the consumed blood, true essence, soul power, mental power, and so on in an instant.